what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that darkest night. Maybe you can give the radio open your heart and show your eyes inside. You're the sea, and throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes inside. You're the sea,
Wait, hello everybody. How are you doing? Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. We've got a lot to talk about today. I mean, I always look a good Rip Bozo, and this is the 2-for-1. 2-for-1 sale on Bozos today. Tucker Carlson, Don Lemon, they are no longer employed at Fox and CNN, respectively. I think I said MSNBC on Twitter. And like, if this is your first introduction to me, understand that I do know that these are different networks. For some reason, I just like categorize them together and they're like interchangeable. They're not though. They're different. They're different enough. They're, you know, neither of them are good. Neither of them are Fox News, but yeah, some major shakeups at Fox News. It's not just Tucker. It's not just Tucker. It is Maria Bartiromo, Jean Pirro. Is that her name? There's a bunch of people that got fired, and I don't want to. I think it is. I could be wrong. Unionize the workplace. Thank you for the follow. That's really strange how that like little line right there works, but still, you got your emote explosion. You got the. Did Tucker get fired? Did Tucker get fired? Yeah, definitely fired. Effective immediately, in fact, right? And so did Don Lemon. But this is a kind of fallout from the Dominion Coffee. Dominion Coffee, that's my new sponsor. Brought to you by Dominion Coffee. Dominion is not coffee. Dominion is voting technology. That's what they're called. Crocodile tears, right? Maria Bartiromo was fired as well. Yeah. So a lot of these are the same people who got over their skis on the Dominion voting thing. If you remember that, right? This was after the election. Trump and the MAGA crew were still coping. Part of what they were trying to claim was that there was something wrong with the voting technology company, the voting consoles themselves. Now, we're not talking about computer voting. We're not talking about digital voting, right? Voting technologies kind of sounds like that's what it is, but these are the machines that count the paper votes, I think, right? So, you know, there was a lot of claims made, and obviously when you're talking about a company and you say things which could cost the company money, i.e. on a news station, right, where you're just going out to millions and millions and millions, you can get sued. And that's what happened. Now, do I know 100% that these people were fired because of the liability, the exposure that they caused for Fox News? No. But it's a pretty good guess. I can't tell you for sure, right? And I don't want to make any claims. I'm not trying to get sued by Fox News here. But they did get sued by Dominion. They are getting sued by, what's the other company? Smart Tech or something? There's another company that they talked about, right? And there's another $1 billion lawsuit, you know, right behind the Dominion one. Now, they settled the Dominion case for maybe half of what Dominion was asking, maybe slightly less, right? It was under $1 billion but pretty close. Smartomatic, thank you. What did I say? Smart tech? I don't know, chat. I don't know what I'm talking about. Smart tech, yeah. This is great. If this is your introduction to me, if you came over from Twitter and you've never heard of me, you don't know me, you're just like, she's the chick that she's kind of ditzy, she's well intentioned, she wants to cover the news, but she doesn't know the difference between CNN and MSNBC. She can't remember it's Smartmatic, right? The other voting technology company. But so I don't know. I would say it's a pretty good guess that this has to do with that. Now, we never properly covered this story, and I meant to because it's a great story, the Dominion voting thing. It may be the beginning of the end for Fox News. Now, I don't want to get you too excited, okay? I don't know that. I could be wrong, but that's a lot of money to lose, even for Fox News, right? They signed like $750+ million of a settlement, right? That's a lot of money. Now, I don't know, does that end them in and of itself? Probably not, but a lot of things went on, right? There's a problem at Fox News. There's a discrepancy between what they know and what they say. And I mean like the ownership at Fox News. They knew that stuff that they were saying, that their people were saying about Dominion voting and about, the election being disputed, they knew that was wrong. They didn't want to say that. They don't like Trump. Tucker Carlson does not like Trump, right? Behind the scenes, these people hate each other. But their business model is dependent on them having this audience that loves Trump, right? And if you remember back to the, January of 2000, would it have been 2021, I guess? That January, right, just before January 6th, right? And around that time, there were other news agencies that had just kind of opened up that were more explicitly hard right? That were trying to occupy, if you can believe it, a space to the right of Fox News. And when you've got stuff like this election, and you've got Newsmax and you've got OAN, and they're willing to claim whatever the hogs want to hear, because the hogs want to hear that their guy won, he got robbed, Joe Biden and his, sent in the deep state put the fix on our messiah, Donald Trump, and Trump did nothing wrong. And, you want to hear that kind of stuff, right? That's what that audience is looking for. That's not what Fox News believes. Fox News have never, believe it or not, been super positive on Trump. Even during the primary of like 2016, they were asking hard questions of Trump, right? They were critical of Trump. They were seen as oppositional to Trump, and some people got fired for that, right? Because that's off-brand for them. It's an interesting case what happened with Dominion, right? Because you've got Fox News themselves behind the scene, the leadership, the management, right? The administration of Fox News does not like Trump, wants to be rid of Trump, wants to be done with Trump. As soon as Trump can just wash out of the news cycle, the better for them, because then they don't have this conflict anymore, right? But you've got OAN and you've got Newsmax that's telling the hogs what they want to hear about their dear leader, Donald Trump. And you've got... Thank you so much, Buffy. Oh my God, thank you. Yeah, hit that tweet. Give it some love. Give it some likes. Give it some retweets. All that kind of stuff, right? So you've got Donald Trump Fox News wanting to move on from Donald Trump, wanting to be over, right? Because as soon as he's out of the news cycle, their nightmares are kind of over, right? But there's a problem, and it's that if they don't kiss his butt the same way that OAN and Newsmax does, then they're going to lose market share. Because it's starting to become a thing amongst the QAnons, the hardcore MAGA people, that Fox News is not quite as good as it used to be. Right? They don't trust Fox News. They like Newsmax. They like OAN. And Fox News hires a lot of different people. They've got a legal team, right? The legal team's probably like, stay away from this Trump garbage. This is dangerous. Do not go there. Do not go there. Like if they had any kind of competent representation at all, there was somebody in their ear telling them to stay away from this potentially, you know, I can't speak. Defamatory. That's the word I'm looking for. Defamatory kind of content. Like, stay away from that, right? And then you got the brand managers. Is it brand managers? Brand consultants, I think they're called, right? These are people that understand your brand, and they understand what makes it more valuable and less valuable. And the brand consultants are telling Fox News, you being perceived as being less for Trump as these other companies is bad for your brand. Your people are starting to view you as going soft. And like, so here's where Rupert Murdoch tried to sort of acquit himself. Like, right? It's not a criminal trial, it's a civil trial. It's a, you know, for, you know, damages, right? But he wants to claim that his decision was not based on red or blue. These are words. It's green, right? What does that mean? Fox News has a fiduciary responsibility to its shareholders. And what they're hearing from their brand consultants is that doing what you want to do and just letting Trump, you know, blow away, that's bad for your brand. And bad for your brand means bad for your investors, right? So that's what, you know, Rupert's claim is that essentially he had to take these actions in order to protect the brand, in order to protect the investors. But the fact that they signed the settlement that they did belies the fact that there was a good chance they were going to lose, right? That in fact, I'm pretty sure if they had taken that to trial, Dominion would have taken everything that they're asking for. So they made a settlement. And here's how settlements work. We don't necessarily know what all's in that settlement. We know about the monetary amount, but there could be other stuff in there too. Now, I don't know this. I'm not telling you this, but there's some chance that the firing of Tucker and the others might be a condition of the settlement. I don't know that. I'm not making that claim. I'm not trying to get out ahead of my skis and, you know, get my own lawsuit, but like Fox News would care. They're like, we're gonna sue random small streamer chick. That's right. Serve me with papers right while I'm on stream. You know, that would be the way to do it. I'm terrified of Tucker Carlson getting another job that allows him to be even worse. Well, so now that's an interesting question you posed there, Jules, and I'm going to get to everybody's chat. Welcome to the stream, everybody. You're in the right place for politics. That's what we're talking about today. We've got a little other stuff to clean up. There's a Matt Bender versus Brianna Joy Gray story. And oh my God, is there something else? I feel like there's something else too. But yeah, we're going to talk about politics today. We're going to talk about... So Jules just mentioned Tucker getting another job, right? If you look on Twitter right now, there's a hashtag that's like Trump's VP, right? Is it about Pence? Pence was Trump's VP. Pence, I guess, could be the VP again. Maybe not, though, because Pence wasn't there for it. Pence didn't do the illegal thing that Trump wanted him to do. So maybe there's a spot open, and people have been talking about who is going to fill that spot, who is going to be Trump's VP. Now that Tucker is out, the faithful, the MAGA faithful, they love Trump. They also love Tucker. And they're on Twitter right now, like future tripping about a Tucker Trump ticket. Let me tell you right here and now, I don't think that ticket's happening. Right? We, not being Fox News audiences, we've seen the tweets. We've seen what Tucker Carlson actually thinks about Trump, and it's not good. He's not a fan. He thinks very lowly of Donald Trump, right? A lot of these people do. A lot of these people behind the scenes talk a lot of smack about the Don. And of course they can't say that up front, but it gets leaked. It comes out, you know, we know about it. So there's there's not going to be a ticket of Tucker and Trump. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. So that's one idea of where Tucker could wind up. Another idea is if you look at Daily Wire, if you look at Joe Rogan, Tucker was the most watched journalist. I don't want to call him a journalist. What is he? What is he? An opinion guy? What is the name for that? Like he's a politico, he's a pundit, there we go. Most popular pundit in the country, right? He's very well known. He's got great name recognition. And if he wanted to start off something for himself, he probably could. If he wanted to get a deal with the Daily Wire, that might even be too small for him, right? I don't know. I feel like he could do a lot. He could do a lot of damage is what I'm saying. And as far as I know, he's not banned from any platforms, right? So YouTube, I don't know. What would he use, right? Spotify, Mike Pillow, Nightly, Fox Hour. Yeah. A propagandist. DeSantis and Tucker. Now that one could happen, I guess. People keep, DeSantis' fortunes keep on going up and down and up and down. That chocolate pudding ad, right? That's my next video on the Clips channel. So look for that. We got a chocolate pudding ad. It's delicious. It's not delicious. It's disgusting. It's horrible. He eats pudding with his fingers, and this is doomed his political fortunes. Also, he's not a very likable guy, and it's starting to show, right? His lack of charisma. He doesn't have what Trump has. He has the policies that Trump has, and in some ways, he seems to want to go harder on some of the stuff, some of the right-wing's favorite stuff, right? But he's also kind of going too hard, especially on abortion. He signed this this recent abortion restriction that he put into law. That's something that the rest of the Republicans are backing off of. Any chance that they have to put abortion on the ballot, Republicans are trying to shy away from that because it's not good. It's not a winner. It's a loser. It's costing them votes. They do want to stick to their guns and keep on nominating horrible Supreme Court justices, which will basically allow more restrictions on abortion. They don't want it on the campaign. They don't want it on their platform. They don't want to lead with that, right? Because it's hurting them a lot. They need those votes that are right wingers that probably don't like trans people, but they also don't like restrictions on abortion, and that's who they're losing with this. So wait, Tucker's a traditional Catholic too? God, there's a lot. Is it that these people are converting to Catholicism, to traditional branches of Catholicism, or is it that there's more traditional Catholics becoming prominent in media? I can't tell. A lot of vocal conservatives will complain for a few days, but ultimately they will get in line with Fox and forget about him. That's a theory too. Now, here's another hashtag on Twitter, right? Is done with Fox, right? And that's MAGA chuds that are saying that they don't want to have anything to do with Fox anymore. They liked Tucker more than they liked Fox, and he became a mascot for them. He became a symbol for them. And these are people that love Trump. It's so wild. These two people hate each other, and yet they are sharing fans. It's like, me and Dean Mama or something on like a much more national level, right? You've got people that, no, I don't hate Demon Mama. Sorry, I didn't want to make anybody think that I do, but obviously she made her feelings really clear about me when she flipped me off on that thumbnail. So, I love it though. I love it. Gave us a good picture of her. Traditional Catholic who goes on radio shows to talk about underage sex. X'd out sex. Sorry, I gotta make sure not to say all the bad words. I keep on getting demonetized, chat. I gotta be good. Are there heretical Catholic groups or just conservative Catholics? Right, so you're talking about, Jules, like the difference between a conservative person who is Catholic and a person who's part of one of these groups that says that the Catholic Church got it wrong at Vatican II, for instance, right? I would have to research that. I am not sure if DeSantis is SSPX. Yeah, I don't know. Something seems to be going on. Something indeed. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Let me look real quick and peek what we got coming at ya. Oh my god, I'm literally gonna have to... There we go. Sam Seder! That's the one... How could I forget Sam? How could I forget Sam? Right? So Sam's being pressed to give maybe a stronger, more definitive viewpoint on TYT. For those of us who have been following the TYT thing, it's pretty clear that this isn't just like a one-off. This isn't a mistake on Anna's part. This isn't like a momentary thing that they're going to change their mind on and reverse course, right? This is where TYT's going. They were considered a lib outlet, the progressive, news outlet, right? And I guess they're tired of it. But some people haven't got the memo, and especially people that are kind of close to them. Now, Sam's not super close, right? He talks about only having really talked to Jink in person like 10 times during his whole life. So, they're not best buddies or anything, but they have sort of worked together in the past. And obviously Sam's got a fairly high opinion of them. Emma made it clear that she disagreed with Jink, and Jink was mean to her, and Matt Bender obviously has spoken out. A lot of people from the Majority Report have made their opinions of where TYT is going clear. Sam, obviously doesn't agree with what Anna says, or Anna has said about trans people, right? Emma's made that clear too, but I think there's some people that are Majority Report fans that haven't quite... They're not sure if Sam gets it, and probably he doesn't. Probably a lot of people don't get it. Probably a lot of people are going to be slow to react on TYT, and they're going to treat this like this is an aberration, like TYT, on the whole, gets things right. What they don't seem to get is that might be a thing of the past, right? That's not something you can count on going forward. And if it's beneficial financially for them to make a heel turn, they absolutely will. And that's what it looks like we're seeing. That's exactly what we're seeing. So we're going to take a look at a caller talking to Jink, trying to get him to say something more about TYT. And honestly, I don't think Sam has had time to check in on what's actually going on with TYT. So, it's a little bit Opus Dei. Wait, are we talking about Opus Dei? DeSantis is much more from the right-wing Italian Catholic tradition. I think DeSantis is Open Dei. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Well, I've been edging you, not for as long as, oh my god, Michael Rappaport. We got to check out on Michael Rappaport. Do people know this guy? If you've ever seen the memes, right? Like, look, Michael, I'm giving you a chance today, right? I was going to do, what's his name? Brian Tyler Cohen, BTC. I was going to do him first, right? But this is Michael Rappaport. If you've ever seen those memes where there's a guy being like, Ma, there's a snake on the roof eating a bird. And it's like a weird video, a viral video that's going around. And Michael Cohen puts his voice over it to make it sound like he's the person in the video, right? And he's calling his mom, and he's explaining some weird crap that's going on in the video to his mom. And it's super funny. But let's take a look at what he has to say about Tucker. He's no fan. He's no fan of Fox News. He's no fan of MAGA, right? He might get a little spicy. He might be a little too spicy. I can't tell. What do you think? Should we give him a try?
Ha! You Woo!
Okay, you're bleeping it out. That's good.
The day was already good enough with the Knicks being up 3-1, and now this. Tucker Carlson, you're out. You're fired. A once great form.
I'm not as happy as Michael Rappaport, but I'm pretty happy. And if you're happy too, especially if you're in YouTube chat, go over and hit that like button, right? It's like that one that looks like this, but it's like cut off right here. If you hit that, even though it's really boring, even though it's just like part of the background and it's easy to miss, if you hit that, I promise you, it will open up new opportunities for me and for you as well. It'll make the stream better long term. Like seriously, it's going to be one of those things like cookie clicker. The more clicks you do on that cookie clicker, the sooner you're going to see like everything behind me change. My camera's going to change. My microphone's going to change. Like everything will get better when you hit that like button. So go and do it. And if some of you on Twitch want to get a little, sneaky and sneak over there to YouTube and hit the like button as well, that would be cool too. So hit that like button.
Reality
Make my machine go burr.
TV star used to love saying, "You're fired." Well, you are fired. 787 reasons why you got to go. Tucker Carlson, you giggling, cackling fool. You cackling, giggling you. Bye-bye. Last week, it was Don Bongino, and now this. I don't know how much more can one person take. It's so good. It's oh so good. Ha! Woo! Oh yeah! It's so good. I just got the news, baby. Tucker Carlson is gone from Fox News. Oh, yeah, you goofy, you maniacal, goofy, you stirring, goofy Tucker Carlson, you clown, you bozo. I don't know if it's true, and I ain't trying to get caught up in any lawsuits. I don't know if it's true, but I hope it has something to do with the Dominion voting situation. Unless you've been living under a rock the last 4 days. Fox News had to pay out $782 or $787 million. $787 million for perpetrating frauds about voter this and voter that and rigged elections and Dominion voting booths, and they had to pay out $787 million. I hope it had to do something with that. They got rid of Dan Bongino or Don Bongino, whatever the his name is. And now Tucker Carlson. You gotta love it. You gotta fucking love it. And let me tell you something. People talk about Trump derangement syndrome. Fox News, the entire network, has Trump derangement syndrome. These motherfuckers were up there talking bullshit and got... settlement means you lose, motherfucker. And there's all these geniuses go, well, they're going to do this and it's taxes and taxes. No, they lost $787 million for perpetrating frauds. Tucker Carlson, bye-bye, you fuck you. Bye-bye, you. Now, I'm sure he'll start a podcast or go to Truth Social or do whatever, because let me tell you something. There's other people that even though Fox just paid $787 million, they still have severe cases of Trump derangement syndrome. That good TDS. That no matter what he says, no matter what he does, no matter what kind of lies, no matter what kind of bullshit, people still abide Trump. They abide the dude. Every single fucking word he says, they abide Pig Dick Donald Trump. And Fox News and Rupert Murdoch, they let that shit.
Damn, they were so good. They were so good in the beginning of bleeping. And then there's no more bleeping. So, I mean, you know what Michael Rapaport feels about Donald Trump, about Tucker Carlson. He's really happy. He's given that, Rip Bozo a lot more than I could. So I wanted to give him a chance. Let's go over to Sam. I can trust Sam not to say the F word. I was muted. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a lot of money, right? Oh, geez, that we don't own that music. We don't own the rights to that music. I don't know if they do. That's only half of the, yeah, so about half of what they were asking for. And it's a shame. I really wish that Rupert Murdoch had taken that case to court, right? Because the more you take it to court, the longer you leave that unsettled, the more stuff is going to be made public through discovery. And we already got a lot of good stuff. We already got a lot of inside knowledge about Fox News, what they think, how they work, all that kind of stuff, right? We would have gotten even more, but fret not, right? Like I said, there's the Smartmatic case that's still in the books. It's like, what are they going for, 1.2 billion or something? So, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll get more. But here is Sam and Emma.
And we know he's very greedy from the Dominion leaks. And so running for president would be quite expensive. He cares a lot about making money.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to imagine they would do that, but who knows? It is conceivable that this was part of the Dominion settlement that just they agreed never to talk about. Because, you know, this is not
Sam, great minds think alike.
the first person to go. Dan Bongino was let go the other day as well. Dan Bongino, I don't think he had a show on Fox, but he was a contributor and he'd been there for quite a while. But
looks like Molly sneezed stopping in just to rip Bozo with us. Rip Bozo.
And if they were to let go of him, they would, you know, you wouldn't have imagined that they would be doing a Monday morning promo. It's conceivable that they, you know, the word hadn't gotten down, you know, to promo that in the morning. And their plan was to get rid of him all along. But what's more than likely, it seems to me, is that there is something else. And that something else could be the Grossberg suit. This is one of his former producers who not only was told to lie during discovery, but apparently there's additional lawsuits that had to do with unspecified sort of like harassment or unpleasant.
Oh, we're talking about Rappaport Slav? Yeah.
Workplace situation.
I think he blew out his own audio. I think that's just him digitally clipping.
Now, that's not to suggest that Tucker Carlson was sexually harassing anybody, but
what?
It is to suggest that it's possible there's something that So
now there's some allegations against Don Lemon. I don't think they're of that nature. My understanding is it's more like being misogynistic and just terrible to people that he worked with. But I hadn't heard this about Tucker. I guess I'm not too surprised. Like, you could tell me anything about Tucker. Describe any kind of horrible crime that he's committed, any kind of terrible thing that he's done. I'd probably like, sure, yeah, that jibes.
It seems to me is that there is something.
I know, Molly, we were thinking, look, how else are you gonna get rid of Tucker? Yeah, he was super popular. It's super weird too, because like Republicans have such a different sense of like who is cool, who is admirable, right, than I do, right? I don't understand being able to seriously be like Ted Cruz, right? He is so cringe. Everything about DeSantis is cringe. A lot. Trump, for sake, Trump is incredibly cringe. Trump is an embarrassment. It hurts to watch him for me because I'm like embarrassed for him, but I shouldn't be. And I don't know, but like there's something about Republicans where Kid Rock, they take Kid Rock seriously, right? All you have to do is be like, yo, I think that right-wing ideals are pretty cool. I like America. I don't like the libs. I think that cancel culture is bad. Wokeism, transgenderism, these are bad things, right? And they will love you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how cringe you are.
Something else. And that something else could.
Misogyny is arguably a form of sexual harassment. Right. Well, we're going to have to dig into the Don Lemon stuff because I didn't even know about this. Apparently other people did, though. It's been talked about for a while. All I know about Don Lemon is a lot of bad takes, a lot of centrism, and like a few good takes every now and then. A few brave stands that that he makes, but mostly just, garbage.
Would be the Grossberg suit.
Okay, so apparently SSPX has signed up for a spiritual bouquet for what? You can get a spiritual bouquet. Wait, is there a physical bouquet that goes along with a spiritual bouquet, or are we talking about exclusively metaphysical product here? Are they selling metaphysical products? That's wild. Did you see that I noted about the SSPX and DeSantis? Yeah, that's what I was just reading. Oh yeah, well, you delay. It's God, I'm sorry. I feel like I've missed so many chatters. If you're a chatter in there, I'll try to read a few more. This will be a day long remembered. It seems that the end of Carlson and the end of Lemon. Yeah, and I'm obviously a lot more excited about the end of Carlson. Lemon, I didn't even pay attention to him, honestly. I will throw down a Rebozo for, yeah, exactly. It's all about owning the libs. The spiritual case come with physical ones. They should, right? It should be some sort of a thing. Or do you get a receipt showing that your spiritual bouquet has been registered with God? That God knows that you really like DeSantis and it's gonna look favorably on that? I don't think God would. I don't think God likes, if God exists, he probably doesn't like DeSantis. Nobody likes DeSantis. I don't think DeSantis likes DeSantis. DeSantis is repulsed by himself, I think. In Thanksgiving for the good Catholic leadership of Governor DeSantis, and in petition that he consecrates the state of Florida to the Immaculate Heart of Mary, you are invited to join the political fight to have Christ proclaimed as our king. And by Christ, we mean Donald Trump. No, just kidding. I don't know. You gotta, that is the fight, though. That is the fight. Trump and DeSantis.
This is one of his former producers who not only was told to lie during discovery, but apparently there's additional lawsuits that had to do with unspecified sort of a harassment or unpleasant workplace situation. Now, that's not to suggest that Tucker Carlson was sexually harassing anybody, but
look, the idea that Tucker Carlson would be difficult to work with, I believe that. You're not going to have to convince me. You're going to have to twist my arm. I believe you. That sounds right.
It is to suggest that it's possible there's some information came from her lawsuit that last week that made Fox realize, okay, we've just got too many problems. Plus, we've got this other, Smartmatic coming up. And the way you fire somebody in this type of business, having been fired multiple times at Air America at various times, they generally, if they're worried, if it's a firing and it's a little bit ugly, they will not let you have a final show because they're afraid what you're going to do with it.
Well, I mean, I wonder, and I'm also curious where he goes from here. Is he getting some big offer from Peter Thiel's Rumble? I mean, Thiel has the pockets to do it. And who replaces him? They've been auditioning Tulsi Gabbard in that spot. That would be interesting if they move Hannity back to 8. Who is going to be, I mean, they could really just get they could scroll through libs of TikTok and intercut videos of people getting pushed into the subway tracks and they'd get the same effect of the Tucker Carlson program. But
yeah, that's a thing. This is the stuff that Nick Puentes says, but unironically, wait a minute. What's his latest thing? He had that futurism thing, futuristic Christianity. It was some kind of, I can't remember. He doesn't get a final send-off. Yeah, that is pretty cool. And I mean, Sam would know. Sam has been fired by so many people, right? So many people have fired Sam Seder. I've shared this before. My favorite Austin Archer song is asterisk. I love that one too. Had to be fairly serious or frequent. Oh, the stuff that he did. Yeah, I wonder if we're ever gonna find out about the behavior. Nobody cool Nobody cool likes Tucker Carlson. That's true. I can totally get behind that. Peter Thiel, the dude whose family was too racist for apartheid South Africa, that they moved to the ex-German colony of Namibia and live among Germans only. Oh my God. Okay. They're all thinking about Howard Beale. Howard Beale, if you don't know, is the mad as hell, not gonna take it anymore guy. So that's the name of the song. Oh my God, I wish we could play copyrighted stuff. I keep on getting popped for copyright, even when I play copyright-free music like Cat Chat. Oh my God. That's supposed to be the whole idea, is that we don't get claimed. You're just seeing this on an airplane with crappy Wi-Fi. Well, welcome to the stream, science scientists.
I'm just curious who they think is the future
No, we're on YouTube too. So like that, we got that to deal with.
there.
Could be Jesse Waters.
That's the pick. You're right, actually.
People are talking about Jesse Waters, yeah.
If the betting markets are open, he's going to be minus 200 for that slot.
There you go. I don't know what that means, but I'm
He'll
sure
be the
that,
favorite.
Okay,
and then,
he's the favorite.
And then
Okay.
we put Tulsi at like plus 150, I'm going to say.
And so, I mean, we'll find out. But they also didn't seem to have a plan, right? I mean, the idea, like the rotating thing.
I love that.
That is, we've seen that. I've seen that happen when Randy Rose was fired by Mark Green at Air America. They didn't know what to do, so they just said, "We'll put a rotating crew of morons in there or something." So that's that. It does remain to be seen. Look, Tucker Carlson has been fired by every major network, news network there is. MSNBC, CNN, and now Fox. It's conceivable he would go to ONE, but I can't imagine a network like that is going to pay him the same amount of money. I don't know if Peter Thiel would hire him to be on YouTube, but my sense is going from the highest rated cable television host to Rumble, even if you're getting a big chunk of money, it may take a while for him to make that transition because happening too quickly is a little bit embarrassing.
My guess is that he wants to be able to do white supremacist news hour, but more unfiltered. Like, he doesn't just have to speak in code to the white supremacists who watch a show once and then twice so that they.
So if you're familiar with like Steven Crowder's content, what he'll do is he'll say certain things on YouTube. He's still on YouTube. He's gotten more moderation than other people, right? Like Matt Walsh, for instance, did not get anything for the longest time, and Steven Crowder was occasionally getting popped for demonetization or whatever. But so what he does now is he does his show on YouTube, and I think he then goes to Rumble. And the idea is that, like, when he takes his mask off, it's on Rumble, so that he doesn't have to risk his platform on YouTube. But yeah, there's that whole, what is that? I'm seeing this among conservatives now. Are you team DW? Or are you team LWC? Are you Daily Wire? Or are you louder with Crowder? Right? That's the, kind of split there.
Can get.
Don't blame the weasels. He spoke with someone at PETA. They said, don't blame the rodents. They did a don't blame the rodents piece. Wait. Both Thiel and Elon are from South Africa, but Thiel's family moved to the colony in the colony of Southwest Africa under the control of apartheid South Africa's government since the end of World War I.
Messages from it. He can be a little bit more explicit if he goes online.
He can still do his whatever he was doing, his online show or whatever. But the in many respects, more importantly, he'll continue to do that show, but it doesn't have the same gravitas. And of course, the other thing is that it's unclear who would follow him to online. He has more than other cable television shows. He has a younger demo than most. because he's appealing, to a psychographic as opposed to a demographic. That psychographic obviously being, white nationalism. And they may follow him to Rumble or wherever he might go, or he just might, he doesn't strike me as the type of guy who's going to not try and get back into this because.
So like Sam's talking about this, right? I've got viewers on Twitch. I've got viewers on YouTube. But were I to say, hey, I've just signed an exclusivity contract with Twitch, no more YouTube, right? I could probably get some of you YouTubers to come over, right? One in YouTube, if you would come over to Twitch, were I to, be in a situation where there was no more YouTube stream. There's some people, okay? But there's also some people that aren't. There's some people that like they see Twitch in their head. It's just like they've got certain platforms that they like. They've got certain platforms that they use. It's part of their day. They check their app. They hit the YouTube button, but they don't have Twitch on their app. They got to download a new app. Okay, I've downloaded it. Can I see her? Oh no, I've got to sign up. I've got to make a account, right? So it'd be hard to get you to follow from one to the other. It'd be even harder if I was talking to you on TikTok and you were TikTokers and I was trying to bring you over to YouTube or Twitch or anything else, right? TikTok people tend to like to stay on TikTok, and there's streams on TikTok too. So, you'd be like, well, am I going to follow her over to YouTube, or I'm going to stick on TikTok and just watch my streamers, right? You're probably going to watch the streamers, right? So it's hard to get YouTube. It's hard to get like audience from one place to another. And you're talking here about literal terrestrial cable. It's a terrestrial wrong word for it. That's with radio. Cable news. You're talking about cable news. Flop down in front of the TV. Get your remote. Get your beer. Not Bud Light, right? Not any Anheuser-Busch products. You got your woke-free beer. You got your woke-free beer. You got your woke-free chocolate. And you're ready to rock, right? That's a little different than coming over to the computer and finding your, what I'm saying is that, like, Sam says that he's got a younger audience than most. I mean, that's a pretty low bar. A lot of his viewers are in their recliner. They are not going to switch to computer. They might not know how to do it. They might not know what YouTube is, right? They might not know it, let alone Rumble, right? You try to explain Rumble to them. So yeah, he's going to lose some of that audience. He's not going to retain his whole audience. He's got a huge name. He's got massive name recognition, and a lot of people, even online, that like him, like Sam's saying, if you're a part of that psychographic that he's saying, the white nationalist kind of crew, you probably really like Tucker more than other commentators out there because he's pretty mask off. But yeah, he's gonna. So I've got one person who would follow me. That's wonderful to know, especially to get people to Rumble. Not to mention how boomers can barely understand podcasts. Boomers don't know what Rumble is, I don't think. They just are a woke-free brand, infinite GTA money glitch. That would be, yeah, pretty much. You gotta have your refreshing haterade and everything. So Twitch is more fun. Some people like Twitch. Some people really like Twitch. And if they go over to YouTube, it's just not the same. They don't enjoy the stream as much. Now, part of that might be that you can set dark mode on YouTube, if you don't know. So I don't know, maybe if it's the dark versus light mode, maybe that might help. But I don't know. I don't blame people for liking the platforms. I'm the same way. I have certain things on my phone that I click on, and getting me to click on a new thing is a bit of a chore. It's a bit hard. It might not work. So I can, okay, so we got two people. Two people would follow me over to Twitch if we really needed to do it. Yeah. You can dark mode Twitch. Well, that's what I'm talking about, is most people know about the dark mode in Twitch. In fact, I don't know anybody who stays in the day mode on Twitch. I guess there probably are some, but most people switch over to the dark mode. And then YouTube, some people just don't know it exists. They think of YouTube as being a white website, and it's really, there's a few different skins, I guess. What's up, Clarity? I follow you on Twitch. Yes. Yeah, so, that's what we're talking about with Tucker. Does he bring his audience over from Fox to wherever, to Rumble? I feel like his best bet has got to be Spotify. If I was Tucker Carlson, those are words I never thought I would say. But if I was, I'd probably try Spotify. That would be my best bet.
He is driven by such a desperate compulsion for fame and money that it would be hard to imagine that he's not gonna. But if I was him, retirement. That's what I would do.
Yeah, but
I'd be planting some shrubberies. We'll get into that more later in the program. We should probably know more because, right now what's happening is all those media reporters are calling all of their sources over at Fox, and everybody's freaking out trying to figure out what's going on.
yeah.
In the meantime, we've got a couple of sponsors, but in a moment, we'll be talking to John Shelton. He's a professor at the University of Wisconsin in Green Bay, author of The Education Myth, How Human Capital Trumped Democracy. This is interesting. You know what I've been doing? Do you remember, Matt remembers this. 5 years ago, I think we advertised for Nutrafol, and
I knew it was going to be an
said
ad.
Nutrafol
I knew it was
is
going to be. Okay. So anyway, that's Sam's coverage. We want to check on BTC too. And Sam's right. People right now are calling their sources at Fox News, trying to see if they can get something that nobody else has got, trying to see if they can find what's going on behind the scenes, what's the real behind the real.
We have some news from within our Fox family.
We have some news from within our YouTube family, and that is hit that like button, right? We're going to see how many likes we can get today. Our record is 97. We've never gotten to 100, during the stream, right? And I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know. How are you feeling today, YouTube? Are you feeling strong? Do you think you could manage 100? We've never hit that yet, but I don't know. Maybe someday I should do a subathon on Twitch and then let that stream get extended as long as people want it. And maybe that would give YouTube the chance to break 100. But do what you can, YouTube. Let's see where you're at right now. I'm curious. 16. Okay, well, I mean, that's a good start. Can we make it 20? Can we make it 20 really fast? Because we're going to go for 30 by the top of the hour, right?
Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have mutually agreed to part ways. Tucker's last show was this past Friday. And starting tonight, Fox News Tonight will air live at 8 p.m. Eastern. It will be an interim show with rotating Fox News personalities until a new host is named. We want to thank Tucker Carlson for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a long-term contributor.
In arguably the biggest news in cable TV, Tucker Carlson is officially out at Fox News. Fox released a statement today saying, Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. Mr. Carlson's last program was Friday, April 21st. Fox News Tonight will air live at 8 p.m. Eastern, starting this evening as an interim show helmed by rotating Fox News personalities until a new host is named. Now, notably, Tucker was not given a final show, which may or may not suggest that this split was perhaps not as amicable as their statement suggests. What is clear, though, is that Tucker certainly didn't expect his last show on Friday to be his final show, considering this is how his sign-off went.
Way to start. What a great way to end a week.
Yeah.
Truly, that was a great segment, and I'm just grateful that you came on, and I'm especially grateful for the pie.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Employee of the week, we're just make it of the year, Tyler Morrell of Coco's Pizza. That's it for us for the week. We'll be back. By the way, the entire episode of Let Them Eat Bugs, not quite as good as pizza, streaming now on Fox Nation. Use the promo code ORIGINALS for 30 days free. And we'll be back on Monday. In the meantime, have the best weekend with the ones that you love, and we'll see you then.
So yeah, not exactly the sign-off of a guy who expected that to be his final appearance on Fox. It's also possible, if not likely, that him being given an opportunity to do a final show would be a legal liability for Fox. Fox just settled for $787 million in the Dominion lawsuit, owed in large part to Tucker's own proclivity to lie on air and broadcast others who would lie on air. For example, here's a sampling related to the 2020 election.
With this particular thing that's going on now, I've been all in trying to find the machine fraud, and we found it. We have all the evidence. So at all these outlets that have been calling me, from the Washington Post, New York Times, every outlet in the country, they go, Mike Lindell, there's no evidence, and he's making fraudulent statements. No, I have the evidence. I dare people to put it on. I dare Dominion to sue me, because then it would get out faster.
Tucker's also got his hands in yet another lawsuit that Fox is contending with. Former Tucker Carlson Tonight producer Abby Grossberg is suing the network, citing, quote, vile sexist stereotypes working for his show. She also claimed that Fox lawyers bullied her into protecting the network and its on-air host amid its lawsuit with Dominion, accusing Fox lawyers of deleting text messages from her phone that would have adversely impacted Fox in its litigation. Why? Because, again, they didn't want what they were acknowledging behind the scenes to become public, because it directly undermined what they were saying on air. I'm not sure how many...
That's really sweet of you, chat. Everybody who left a like from Twitch on YouTube, that means a lot to me. Thank you so much, especially since I know that from the fact that you're on Twitch, you probably don't like YouTube that much, at least not for streaming. A lot of people are like that. So whichever you like me on best, you know, whichever is a better experience for you, I'm going to try to give you more options, not less options going forward. You know, I would only sign something like that if it was like a really good deal for a meal. If it, you know, made me sustainable, right? But more likely it's better to stream in more places and be more discoverable that way. So we're going to stay with that for now.
More ways we need to showcase this for Fox's audience to begin to understand that they are being lied to by the people who trust them most. I mean, hell, Tucker himself even admitted that he lies on air.
I mean, I lie. If I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I really try not to. I try never to lie on TV. I just don't, you know, I don't like lying. I certainly do it, you know, out of weakness or whatever.
And of course, while the Dominion case is done and settled, just remember, Fox is still contending with another defamation lawsuit from Smartmatic, this time for $2.7 billion, and Fox is also contending with a lawsuit from its own shareholders, who will have a strong case regarding the fact that Fox violated its fiduciary duty to its shareholders by allowing these conspiracy theorists and liars on the air, including on Tucker Carlson's show. All of which is to say, it's become pretty obvious that Tucker's show, among others, has become a massive financial liability for the company. In fact, it was reported that Fox brought in just $1.2 billion last year, meaning that the network, having lost $787 in just the Dominion lawsuit alone, has resulted in more than half of their total profits gone in one fell swoop. And the upcoming Smartmatic lawsuit, again, is for 33% more than Dominion, not to mention the shareholder lawsuit. I spoke with former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner about what that signals for Fox on our YouTube-only legal series, The Legal Breakdown.
It could mean insolvency. I mean, you have to wonder if Fox can weather this financial storm. Think about this. Dominion sued for $1.6 billion. Now, presumably that had something to do with the valuation of Dominion voting systems and the amount of financial damage, including future earning potential, Fox's defamatory lies did to Dominion. Well, you know what? Smartmatic is...
This is a really interesting question. Like, where do they go from here? That's what they're asking, right? Now, like, that is, like they said, a very big portion of Fox's total revenue for that year, right? And they've got deep pockets. They've got Rupert Murdoch. They probably got more than just Rupert Murdoch, right? I think it's a public company, right? So it's not, they're not done. This isn't, you know, it for them. But there's a contradiction within the very operation of Fox News. The people that own it are put in a place where they have to support people that they don't like, right? They're conservative. They don't like the Democrats, but they want more of like the Bush Republicans. That's what they want, stability. Donald Trump is risky, and they don't like risk. They don't like somebody that just like shoots off and says some ridiculous stuff, right? When they feel like slow and steady probably does it better. That's why they want DeSantis. They feel like DeSantis might be a little bit more under control, right? So there's a contradiction that in the past was resolved by them just shutting it up. You know, MAGA it up. Act like you're you're there for Trump. That's what a lot of the Republican Party does. A lot of these Republicans don't actually like Trump, don't actually support him, but they know that's where the base is, and so they play ball. And Fox has been doing the same thing. Now we're at a point where them firing Tucker, even if it's because they had to, even if that was part of the deal, that was not their choice, they didn't want to fire Tucker, it's going to be perceived as a hostile move towards Tucker. And the only thing they could do that would be worse is a hostile move towards Trump. But this is going to be seen in the same vein as that. And because of that, you're going to have a situation where their brand isn't as strong as it could be. I don't know what state OAN and Newsmax and the other little... Yeah, Newsmax is still around, right? And I guess OAN is. But, like, I don't know what the other conservative, like, cable stations are like, you know, if they can step in there and really be a Fox News replacement. But they don't have a good relationship with their demographic right now. So it might make sense for them to just, like, cash out. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that means in terms of Fox News. But... They might have taken this like whole contradiction as far as they could, right? They might be at the point where going forward doesn't really make as much sense, and that if there's a way for them to lose less money, maybe they will. Maybe, I don't know. This is all up in the air, and I don't have any inside information. I don't have a source at Fox. I don't really know. OAN is San Diego, California. It kind of sounds like everyone lies, even me. I don't lie intentionally. It's weird if he thinks everyone lies. That maybe everyone at Fox News. Yeah, I don't know. There are going to be a lot of conspiracy theories. True. So yeah, good question. What's going to happen in the future? Crafty Kaiju, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Did not see you slip in there.
Doing for $2.7 billion. So if you figure Fox had to settle a $1.6 billion lawsuit for nearly $750 million. How much are they going to have to pay out to make the Smartmatic suit go away? And here's the thing. Fox is now operating from a position of extreme weakness, because once they settled with Dominion, Smartmatic is going to be so emboldened to go high, to go hard, and to really wring.
This is basic negotiation, right? If you're in a situation where you see somebody, you're in a pawn shop, right? And you're waiting in line, and the person in front of you brings up a guitar. A guitar is marked $350. And they say, the fretboard's kind of messed up. The volume knob, I don't like the way that it doesn't spin freely. Like, it seems a little rusty. You know what I mean? You just say some stuff about the guitar. It's not that good. I don't really need this guitar. I mean, I'm going to another pawn shop after this, right? I don't need this guitar, right? I can take it or leave it, right? And they say, okay, how much will you pay for it? And the guy says 125, and they're like, sure, right? And you've got a keyboard that's marked $250. Are you going to pay $250 for that keyboard? Are you maybe thinking now that you can get that keyboard for $100 because you've just seen somebody talk them down? All you got to do is say, like, the keys are smudged and it's ugly. I don't like this color, but I need a keyboard, and, you know, this can save me some time. I'll, like, right, you just say whatever, right? Anyway, I don't know why the pawn shop is my example, and buying musical instruments at the pawn shop that were probably sold by very sad musicians who wanted those instruments but didn't have the money to not pawn them. And I don't know, it's a sad thing. But anyway, that's negotiation, right? When you see somebody get talked down, right? And this is like, I don't know, talked down would be like a lower settlement. What it really was is that they're willing to make a settlement at all, right? This is like almost the reverse, right? You're selling stuff to the pawn shop. And anyway, metaphor is kind of screwed up, kind of not the best. I wouldn't pay a lot for this metaphor at a pawn shop, is what I'm saying. I hope they give up and decide there's more benefit to being truthful and making the world a better place. Yes, that would be awesome. The new Fox News with butterflies and stars and all kinds of rainbows and just wonderful stuff. Yeah, that's the new Fox News. Rather than contributing to the fear and hate and tearing things down. I've got 2 guitars and a bass guitar. I don't need another guitar, but I still want another guitar. And if you're in that position, you're that person that doesn't need the guitar, you're going to get it for cheaper, right? It's almost like psychological. I mean, the negotiation is an interesting psychological study in like motivation, right? Because the person who's the most motivated, the person who needs that guitar for a gig tonight is the one that's going to pay $350 for it, when they could have gotten it for $150 or whatever. But yeah,
every last
human nature,
penny
I guess,
out of Fox. So
make Fox
you've got
gay again.
another
Yeah.
settlement that is likely in the offing, the Smartmatic suit. You also have shareholder suits being brought by Fox's own shareholders against the Fox Corporation. You've got one of Tucker Carlson's former.
Yeah, that's interesting because Rupert Murdoch's explanation for why he allowed people like this to say stuff that they said, like the people to cast doubt on the veracity of the election and the technology that enabled it. Oh my God, where was I even going with that? I'm so confused because I've got I gotta turn this off. I've got my voice playing it in my headphones at like a 1/4 second delay, and it's destroying me. Turn it off. Wow. Okay, that's much better. Well, I still can't hear my voice, which is annoying, but I can maybe think.
Producers suing Fox.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say that he's talking about now the shareholders suing Fox, right? Now that is generally because people running the company have a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders. They're supposed to make as much money as they can, right? They're acting on behalf of the shareholders. If they don't faithfully execute that and they do something that the shareholders can claim, you knew that was going to lose me money, then, maybe they open themselves to a lawsuit. So now that was what Rupert Murdoch says that he was trying to prevent by listening to the brand consultants, by listening to the branding people who were saying that falling behind of OAN and Newsmax, in other words, being less chuddy than your competitors, is hurting your brand, right? He says that he allowed this nonsense to go on specifically out of fear for losing his brand. So he may have been in a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation there.
Really have to ask yourselves, can Fox weather this financial storm?
So it's not my OBS that's screwing me. It is the fact that I jacked my jack. I've got a jack in my microphone. It allows me to hear myself with 0 delay because it's coming right out of the microphone. Problem is that I got exuberant when I was dancing or kickboxing or something. I got exuberant while I had the headphones on, and I kind of like fell down on it and I pulled it, right? And so it's only playing on like one side of the headphones, and that's driving me crazy too. So basically I'm in a situation of less than optimal equipment right now, and that's what is messing with me, right? If I can replace this, once I can replace the microphone with a better microphone and an interface, I'll be good.
This may be more of a financial question than a legal one, but what happens in the instance that Fox has multiples of its own annual revenue just being wiped out with these cases?
Well, I know if it happened to me, I would declare bankruptcy, right? I would just go out of business. I would fold up my tent and try to find some new line of work. So, I am not an accounting expert, and I don't even play one on TV, but it really is an open question whether Fox is going to go belly up or, whether they have enough in reserve, whether they have enough insurance coverage to kind of weather this financial storm. But here's the thing. This settlement and these suits that are being brought against Fox, I believe, Brian, will only inspire more suits and more suits to be brought. And I would like to think that, this settlement and the others that may come will at least tamp down or deter others from engaging in the kind of blatant democracy.
So there was one theory that maybe this is part of the settlement, right? Maybe Fox News agreed to get rid of Tucker Carlson because he was, one of the issues there, right? There's another possibility that Fox didn't have to fire Tucker Carlson, but they're getting ready. They're cleaning house in order to minimize their exposure. Anybody who got them in trouble in the past is somebody that could likely get them in trouble in the future. So, if you fire the people who went overboard with this stuff, then you're sending a message throughout the company saying, do not do what Tucker did. Do not do what Maria Bartiromo did. Do not do what any of these people we fired did. It's a chilling effect, but it's a chilling effect that they might want, right? If they want to play it safer, if they want to not get an issue in any sort of defamation lawsuit again, if they're concerned about their financial viability, which, like I said, I don't think that these two cases in and of themselves are going to doom Fox to bankruptcy. But more than that, and yeah, I mean, it is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. It could. And like you said, if they don't have insurance, if they don't have, kind of like money stacked away for situations like this, they might actually have to look at some of those tough decisions like that. Bartiromo is gone too. True. What's up, Adadak?
Democracy busting lies that the Fox News was in the habit of broadcasting. So I think right now, this is a win in lots of different ways.
And like I said, it's not that the leadership of Fox News, it's not like the ownership and the management of Fox News wanted to be playing this loose with the facts. It's that they kind of had to maintain their brand. And that might be, if I had to put my money on anything causing Fox News to fold up as a venture, it would be that. It would, like I said, the fundamental contradiction between the fact that they're put in a position where they either have to do these things that are really dangerous, that give them a lot of exposure, that give them a lot of liability, or they're not going to keep up with the right-wing brand, which is moving further and further to the right. It's getting more, QAnon friendly. It's getting more conspiracy ridden. If you don't play along with that, if you don't play into these people's conspiracies, they're going to go somewhere else, right? So if they really determine that it's like, okay, so we're either going to be able to make money, be able to have a brand, but we're going to be at a lot of risk and we're going to get more of these lawsuits, right? Or we can stem the tide, we can fire the people that are offending, that are causing these lawsuits, and we could play it really safe, and then we lose our brand. And then, because like if you're Fox News, it's going to be hard to turn around and say, hey, Fox News here. We know in the past we've been extremely conservative. We've been in the tank for Bush. We've been in the tank for Romney. We've been in the tank for Trump at various times, right? Now we're different. Things are different, right? We're a new Fox News. We're full of sunshine, rainbows, and butterflies. And we've found a new calling, and that's to be a more centrist or a more progressive news outlet, right? Can you imagine that? That's tougher than the TYT trying to rebrand itself as conservative, right?
Not only for Dominion, but even if only as a byproduct, it's a win for the American people.
All of which is to say that the legalized
Crafty Kaiju, do not worry about Tucker Carlson, okay? Whatever you do, people, nobody needs to worry about Tucker Carlson's financial well-being. You may not know it, but yeah, he comes from money in the first place, right? And he married into money. He's the husband of the heir to the Swanson fortune. Swanson's, I believe, they're TV dinners. Maybe somebody out there has tried one. I don't know if they're good or bad. I can't really recommend them. But yeah, it's like a big food company that Tucker Carlson is, married into, right? So he's going to be fine. Even if he never works another day in his life, he's going to be fine. He's made a lot of money from Fox. He's got a lot of money from who his family is. He's got a lot of money from who, his wife is too, right? So he is totally good as far as money goes. He's not going to be penniless at all.
Ability posed by someone like Tucker, who will lie.
You're right, Adak. He's more money than human at this point.
Platform liars, who will traffic in unabashed white supremacy, who will advocate for fringe theories like the Great Replacement Theory, may just not have been worth it for a network that's now contending with a whole host of legal and financial issues. And of course, that raises the most important question now: what will Tucker do next? Now, this part of the video video is purely conjecture, but there are folks saying that he would run for office. And I know that that suggestion is chilling, but remember one thing. While Tucker gets a lot of attention on social media because he's got a big platform and he's a provocateur with no scruples and no shame, he is still an extremist. And what we've learned from Americans more broadly in 2018, 2020, and 2022 is that extremism is not a viable electoral strategy. So I have no idea whether Tucker would ever run.
So yeah, we're watching Brian Tyler Cohen, BTC, kind of a centrist, kind of, you know, like he's I don't know, no, I shouldn't call him a centrist. He's you know, he's a Democrat, he's a progressive, but he's definitely not a leftist, right? So you know, extremism bad, right? Extremism bad.
For office, and of course, if he did run, we know pretty well by now that anything could happen, but I would caution that Americans don't seem too bullish on electing ultra-wealthy racist liars whose sole goal is to incite a race war. Not exactly the...
Fox News will probably always be conservative because it's their brand. Huge difference between Wall Street Journal conservatives and spreading lies and conspiracies. That is true, but I feel like the demographic that we're talking about is a demographic that's moving, that in the past might have been Bush conservatives, right? They might have been, and like, you know, granted, there's a lot wrong with neoconservatism, the kind of neoconservatism that Bush embodied, right? You know, foreign policy is the first thing that comes to mind with those kind of Republicans, but they're being replaced at a pretty swift rate by, like, you know, conspiracy-minded QAnon supporting types of Republicans. So, you know, the problem that they'll run into if they try to be more of a Wall Street Journal type of conservative is there might not be any there. There might not be any audience there. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to explain that I feel like Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, these are publications that cater to a political class, and they sort of get they're able to sell to a wider audience through being the staples of that political class, but they don't really represent anyone, if that makes sense. Swanson TV dinners were bad, in fact. Pretty sure that they had one. I've had one, but they were not memorable, so they're probably bad. If Tucker picks the right seat to chase, he could absolutely get into Congress, but is that too small? Is that too small beans for him? Like, he's so well known that for him to go into Congress would almost be a step down. Now, we talked before about him running as VP, right? Probably not going to run with Trump. I guess he could run with DeSantis. I guess. I don't know. I don't know how their politics really compare. If one's more conservative than the other, if there's been any, you know, kind of Tucker said anything bad about DeSantis, but yeah, I mean, like, he could run as president himself, maybe, right? Because here's the thing, here's the elephant in the room. All right, DeSantis is not very likable. His campaign might fizzle out, not necessarily, but it might, right? If he doesn't find a way to adopt a public persona that people actually like, there's no point in him running, right? Trump might be too busy going to court everywhere, right? Because those court cases are only going to get more, you know, they're only going to get worse for Trump, right? And he's going to have a huge, like, time commitment, right? So does he even have time to run for president? Is he going to be running for president with the understanding that he's not really there on the campaign trail, but he's there on the ballot and he's on the news because he's going to court, and that's where people rally from? I mean, it's possible, right? Nothing stops him from running. Even my understanding is, even if he were to go to jail, he could continue to run for president, but it might make it just, like, practically impossible for him to do. So there is some chance, less than zero chance, in fact, a greater chance than anybody's giving it credit for. There's a pretty decent chance that Trump and DeSantis, neither of them are going to be on the ticket. That when it comes down to it, when the Republican primary actually happens, that there will be other people that we'll be talking about. Now, we should watch, what is that one dude's name? Vivek? Is anybody, have you all seen Vivek before? Vivek is running as a Republican. Steve Bannon just dropped the idea of Trump running with Robert F. Kennedy, who's running for president as a Democrat right now, but is pretty anti-vax and pretty, one of those anti-Fauci kind of people, right? And so, somebody like that could get in. There's other people that could run for president, right? Now, if Trump and DeSantis truly do not run in the primary, you're going to have a situation where you don't really have a big name person on the ticket. That's going to cause its own problem. But somebody winning a nomination, getting that press, going to the convention, giving the speech, it does have an effect of getting people's name, recognized. Like Sarah Palin. Sarah Palin was nobody before she ran for vice president. And mainly because she fell in the orchestra pit so hard, she became extremely well known by the time she actually, his supporters should be called the Vivek section. The Vivek section. I'm going to try to keep trying to make that happen. Yeah, you're going to make it happen. I like it. Vivek section. Yes.
Platform that swing voters out there in Wisconsin are looking for. What perhaps is more likely is that Tucker will join another conservative network or even start his own conservative network, leading to a further fracture
Interesting.
of the conservative media ecosystem. And that actually may be more dangerous considering we already saw how Fox responded to far-right competitors like Newsmax and OAN during the 2020.
Yeah, so this is what he's talking about. Fox doesn't necessarily like Trump. Fox doesn't necessarily like Q, but they end up playing nice with them just because they have to. Leaving the reasons for firing up in the air does extreme damage for Tuck's reputation. Yeah. Extremism is whatever I don't like. Zizek. Yes, this could be the year for Zizek to run as a Republican.
2020 election by embracing election lies that they knew were false. If Tucker appeared on another network, he would certainly bring some portion of Fox's audience with him. And because Fox's first, second, and third priority is market share, who knows how that network would react in their desperation to retain their audience. All of which is to say, we can't be sure what's going to happen next. But what's clear is that this is the biggest shakeup in the right-wing media ecosystem of the last decade at least. Tucker Carlson losing his platform is unequivocally a good thing, and the danger he posed to this country was unmistakable. What remains to be seen is whether he stays off the air for good or whether he figures out a new way to cause damage to this country.
Like I said, Spotify.
Right now, the media landscape is significantly different than it was just 2 hours ago, with two of the highest profile cable hosts out of a job. First, the news that Tucker Carlson, who was regularly drawing 3 million viewers a night, parted ways with Fox News.
Autocorrect did you dirty. I had your back, though, Sam.
And then, just an hour later, Don Lemon tweeting he is out at CNN after 17 years with that network. I want to bring in NBC senior reporter Jane Tim. Joyce Vance is a former U.S. attorney, professor at the University of Alabama Law School, and an MSNBC legal analyst. Eric Deggans is a TV critic for NPR. I'm glad to have all of you here. Jane, first get us up to speed on Tucker Carlson specifically. What?
Megyn Kelly. Now, where did she move? Did she move from Fox to MSNBC? She brought some of her audience with her, but she was too toxic for the new bosses.
Do we know?
So Tucker Carlson was, as you said, a ratings giant. His departure appears unexpected, at least last week on Friday. He said, "See you Monday," gave a major keynote address.
Oh, yeah, chat. I've got a throne now. Now, I think I put a microphone and a interface on there. It's a lot of money, though. Like, the step up from this, right? This is a pretty cheap blue Yeti mic, and the step up from this is pretty steep. That's why I put it as a community goal. That means that multiple people can donate. I don't expect anyone to like buy that outright. It would help me out a lot, but I understand that people have their limitations. But yeah, people kept on saying, "Do you have a throne? Do you have a throne?" I finally do. I have a throne. There it is. Go check out what I've got on it right now. I haven't really put much on it. The main thing I'm thinking of is a replacement for this microphone to get me out of the situation where I can't hear my own voice, which apparently I need. I need my voice in my ear, but one way or the other, I will find a way to make this work.
Heritage party this weekend. It does not appear that it had was planned, and Tucker Carlson's not out with a statement. Now, we have no reporting that indicates it's tied to the massive Dominion settlement from last week that we've been reporting on so
still nothing. Oh, yeah, SM7B is pricey, yeah.
So closely, but the timing.
The real, you know, kind of the worst part about the SM7B is that it needs it's called a cloud lifter. It's an inline gain, right? That gets it to the level that it needs to be at to run into an interface, right? There's something about this microphone that they just did not give it enough gain in order to do what it needs to do.
Is, of course, curious, and whether or not it's related to the alleged defamation and that massive settlement, or perhaps something we might have learned about Tucker Carlson or Fox News might have learned about Tucker Carlson is what people are sort of curious about now. The timing is, I said, curious. The idea that a lot.
You only need a cloud lifter if your interface doesn't have enough gain, but isn't the because the basic interfaces are like the, oh my god, what is it called again? The Sapphire?
Of emails?
No, not the Sapphire.
Communications and internal sort of workings of his show and other shows at Fox.
Can't remember what this is called.
Came out in the sort of the bathwater of this Dominion lawsuit. We also know that a fired producer, Abby Grossberg, alleged harassment and a toxic work environment in a lawsuit that came after the Dominion one. And that was there was an outside.
The Focusrite Scarlet. Yeah, that's the cheap one.
Counsel that investigated those claims and told her lawyers that they were unfounded, but that investigation did conclude recently. So whether or not it's something to do with that or something we have, you know, at this point, no idea about yet, remains to be seen.
Would it be fair to say, Eric, that this is shocking? It isn't every day. Whatever happened and that lawsuit and
can't you go to sound properties, listen to device? It's a whole issue with, like, I can put it on monitor in OBS, right? But because I'm plugged in through USB, there's a delay, and that delay makes it like I'm hearing myself at a slight delay. So it's like every time after I say something, I hear myself start to say something. It's really distracting. So I don't know. I try to do it. I try to acclimate myself to it, but I just can't do it. There's a latency echo when you monitor through the system instead of using the mic direct out.
$187 million notwithstanding, also not to minimize it, but to get rid of your most popular host.
Yes, it is shocking. And I think it's also proof that for people who are concerned about the misinformation and disinformation that appears on Fox News, perhaps the most effective way of combating it is to target the way the channel makes money off of these kinds of broadcasts. A big settlement figure, also...
So when right-wingers talk about freedom of speech, a lot of times this is what they're talking about, right? In their mind, freedom of speech means the ability to demagogue against vulnerable people. It means the ability to engage in, you know, stuff that borders on slander and libel. And it means, you know, basically producing hate content. The problem with hate content is that it's not a great place to advertise. And brands know this, you know, brands are aware of the fact that what you put your name next to affects your brand. And even if you get sales through, you know, through advertising in a certain place, if you're doing damage to your brand, if you're associating your brand with things that might be odious to some people, and that, you know, that advertising Fox News does that, right? Then you have a situation where it's only really worth it to you to advertise if you are only looking for that Fox News demographic. A lot of brands do not want to be stuck to the Fox News demographic. That cuts their potential market in half, right? So there's a natural, like, kind of cost to the kind of content that Fox produces. The second issue is that these brands, you know, sometimes get boycotted. Sometimes they get, you know, the brands themselves become targeted by groups that don't like what the hate content that Fox News is producing, right? So they've got that pressure on them. And then the last bit of pressure is the idea that cable providers have to bundle your network with the rest of their package in order to get you views, in order for you to have a reach, right? And, with some things like OAN and Newsmax, people have been successful in pulling them out of certain cable packages, right? So there are a lot of pressures that come with doing this kind of content. However, there's also a lot of rewards. The audience that likes this stuff, they really, really like this stuff. They really want this stuff. And once you give them this stuff, once you give them hate content, once you give them conspiracies, once you give them unhinged, defamation prone content, they're not going to go back to the regular news after that, right? And that was the problem that Fox News got into. OAN and Newsmax were going forward with, producing even more virulent content, and they had to either keep up, which they chose to do, or they had to get left behind, right? So yeah, this is a dangerous game for sure.
That there was another lawsuit waiting in the wings. There's also another voting machine company that is poised to sue Fox News. And if you think about other people, big stars who've been displaced from Fox News in recent years, Roger Ailes, the founder of the company, and Bill O'Reilly, who was then its biggest star, both got displaced following sexual harassment claims. And so, I'm looking at this lawsuit from the former booking producer Abby Grossberg, and I'm wondering if that was a factor as well.
Well, Joyce, again, as of right now, there is no
So we don't know for sure what, at least I haven't heard for sure what the nature of the charges are against Tucker Carlson. It may be, like they said, that kind of harassment. It may be some other form of harassment or I don't think we know that information, right? This is the kind of thing, though, that the people who have sources at Fox News, this means reporters who maybe know somebody who ended up working at Fox News or something like that, they're on the phone right now trying to find out what they can. Obviously, Fox News does not want that information getting out, but they're going to try to get it anyway. So we might know more. We might find out more about what the nature of the charges against Tucker are. We might find, for sure whether did this have to do with the Dominion? Did this not have to do with the Dominion? There's more information out there that will be coming in. I'll try to, if any of that comes out during my stream today, I will try to go back to that.
The connection between Tucker Carlson's departure and the defamation lawsuits Fox has faced and obviously just settled. So we don't know. Neither side has said that. But if you're working, for example, on the defamation suit for Smartmatic, a voting technology company, does his departure change your strategy at all? Does it change the legal part of this at all?
Right. So that could possibly be a motivation behind Tucker Carlson's departure from Fox at this point in time. The Dominion case is over. The pain of that settlement was already baked in. So why cause the company to lose value as it did after the announcement that Carlson would no longer be with them? And the Smartmatic lawsuit could be one answer to that. There's still redacted pleadings from the Dominion case. We don't know what's in them, but
Added access, freedom of speech for right-wingers means freedom to incite pogroms.
We do know that Carlson made a number of damaging comments, including the point at which he tried to get a fact checker fired because he thought that checking facts would cause them to lose viewers and to lose money. So that sort of information moving into the Smartmatic case, a $2 billion lawsuit, might be something that Fox decided that the freight was a little bit too heavy to bear and it was time to rip the Band-Aid off.
Eric, I mentioned Don Lemon is also out from CNN. Both sides agree he's leaving, but Lemon tweeted that he heard it from his agent and complained that management didn't talk to him directly after 17 years with the network. CNN then tweeted out a statement saying, quote, Don Lemon's statement about this morning's events is inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement on Twitter. Lemon also said, by the way, Eric, that there were larger issues at play. What do you make of this?
Well, I think it's going to take some reporting and...
Can we get 75 more likes for the YouTube stream? We're only at 25 right now. Look, here's the thing. It's a weird thing, right? If you don't like the stream, it's going to get small. If it gets small, there's more chance that an offer from Twitch or someplace else is going to pull me away from YouTube. So the stream will no longer be viable. So if you're watching the stream and you enjoy the stream, please do hit like. Now, I'm not trying to threaten to pull the stream away from you in the near future, right? But it's this whole paradox that if like nobody's in the stream, then nobody's there to like it. If it doesn't get likes, it doesn't get views, right? We don't want it to fall down the drain, so don't let it fall down the drain. We've been doing really good. YouTube has been giving Twitch a run for its money. I get that there's things that YouTube is more thirsty for. YouTube wants that debate bro content. They want Vosh to say something silly for me to take a look at and analyze. That doesn't happen every day. But there's a lot of hogs out there saying a lot of hoggish stuff, and it's still entertaining. So, you know, it's just giving like YouTube that concept that I appeal to both audiences. The audience that want to see debate bros trip over their genitalia, and the audience that wants to see right-wingers trip over their genitalia, right? Help us reach them both by hitting that like button.
Some time for this dust to settle to figure out exactly what happened here. But it seems obvious that Don Lemon's comments that were viewed as misogynistic and problematic earlier, that has continued to resonate, and that was making it difficult for the channel. The LA Times has one quote saying that they're hearing from unnamed sources that there was a backlash sort of building amongst advertisers and some people who might support their broadcast, and certainly their ratings, they were struggling for ratings, and they needed a big change to signal that things might be different and try to get viewers to watch the show again. So it's one of those situations where you may have seen a bunch of different influences.
So we're talking about CNN that's struggling for ratings. I can give you a little bit of background behind that. CNN has tried a lot of different things in order to get ratings, and they kind of position themselves in a strange way, because you've got Fox News that is obviously very, very right-wing, right? Traditionally, the media was actually really centrist. It was neither right-wing nor left-wing. It was straight down the center. But they tended to verify, they tended to err on the side of objectivity. And if you're Richard Nixon, objectivity is hostile. You regard objective media as being liberal media. Now, they're not objective about anything, and there's still a lot of conflicts of interest there. But in terms of, you know, trying to get away with, you know, dirty stuff that Nixon was trying to get away with, that objectivity, you know, was seen as really negative. The seed of what became Fox News was actually proffered to the Nixon administration by Roger Ailes. That's right, Roger Ailes used to work for Nixon. And Roger Ailes had this great idea, and he said, "Mr. President, we've got a problem, okay? You've got your message that the public needs to hear, but you can't get the public your message because we give it to the media and they tear it to pieces, and they expose us for lying, and they expose our deception. And so the thing that you wanted to say to the public comes with this caveat of like, Nixon says XYZ, but here is XYZ facts that prove that this isn't true, right? And that's not good for us, because every time they're reporting about us, they're reporting on us as being dishonest. What if we had our own television station to go to? We could call it GOP TV, right? Now, you could see why that might not sound like a good idea to Richard Nixon. And branding it that on the nose is probably a bad idea regardless. But that was the idea for Fox News. That's where the idea of the liberal media came from, right? It was a mythology created by Republicans that wanted to be able to just straight up lie. They wanted to be able to spin. They didn't want anybody scrutinizing their claims. And because of that, you got Fox News in the, I guess, the late 90s. Is that when it like kind of came into its own? And it really came into its own after the when the war on terror, Afghanistan, Iraq, all that kind of stuff, right? Fox News had all this patriotic like imagery in their branding, and you know they were seen as being more on Bush's side, right? When you're talking about the liberal media in the mid 2000s, to anybody who's like really in the tank for the U.S. military missions in Afghanistan and Iraq, that liberal media starts to look like an anti-troop bias. It's not true. Like, all of the networks embedded journalists with the soldiers to give people the basically think about what that does, right? You send your journalists in with the soldiers. They're being protected by the soldiers. All of the footage, all of what's being shown is shot from the perspective of the soldiers. And doing that kind of keeps the public on the side of that mission. Now, to a point, right? To a point, because obviously Iraq went hugely bad during the insurgency, and the American people ended up not supporting it long term. But in those early days, seeing everything from the perspective of the American forces helped keep the population on their side. And they, as you see in Vietnam, they needed that in order to continue a war. They needed the public to be more or less on their side. So Fox News, kind of just came into prominence through that. They were waving the flag. They had flag pins on their lapels, right? Everything about them screamed America, screw the people who did 9/11, which, depending, like, if you watched Fox News, you probably thought it was Saddam Hussein, right? That was, literally the excuse for going to war with Iraq, was the idea that Saddam Hussein was somehow involved with 9/11. That obviously turned out to be false, but people believed that. It sounded, like, yeah, I mean, sure, he would Saddam have a grudge against the United States? It makes sense that he would, right? So, I mean, like, that's where Fox got its identity. MSNBC got its identity maybe in that, like, kind of late Iraq war environment. Around 2006, things started to change. You had Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats come into power over dissatisfaction with the Bush administration, particularly for the war in Iraq, right? And MSNBC started to think, I mean, we were seen as hostile to the Bush administration. Maybe that's not a bad thing. So they leaned into that. They literally, I think their slogan was like lean into it or something like that, right? And they became known as the liberal network. They owned it, right? CNN, what's left for them? We're like neutral or something. Now, what does neutral mean? Because right in the past, I said neutral meant objective. It meant that you scrutinize what everybody says, and if somebody's like lying to you, you call it out. But to CNN, it's really important that you don't do that, because if you got more lies coming from the right than from the left, and you report that objectively, you look like you're in the tank for the left. You look too much like MSNBC, right? So you opt instead for just splitting the difference and being like, this one we're gonna side with the right, this one we're gonna side with the left. We're gonna back and forth and just kind of like appear to be in the middle. They thought that maybe that was a winning strategy, but it wasn't. And you can see that by the fact that CNN's ratings are low. You could probably see this. I mean, like they talk about this in terms of algorithmic, functionality too, that a position that is on either side is going to resonate more strongly than a position that's seen in the middle, that there's something kind of boring about that middle of the roadness. And when you have the bifurcation of audiences into two different groups, there literally is no audience in the center. So this didn't work out for CNN.
Coming together in one big move. It's surprising that it happened so quickly, and that it's happening in kind of a messy public way.
Hot take: debate bros are right-wingers. They were never centrist. They passed themselves off as objective, but they were always vaguely right-wing. They became friends. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, the media became like friends with the soldiers. The people, I mean, I don't want to mention anybody in particular, but some of you may have noticed that there are certain Twitch streamers who have done a lot of content on the Ukraine stuff, right? And they do it from a particular point of view. Now, granted, I'll be the first to tell you that Russia should not invade Ukraine, and you know, that's the situation there is messed up, right? But the sources you pick end up dictating the nature of the content that you present. And everybody wants to think that their sources are motivated by, you know, the right stuff. It's difficult to check up on that, especially if you're just a Twitch streamer, right? And you might end up, you know, picking some sources in Ukraine specifically. You know, there are elements within that military that you know, because of historical events, kind of have, you know, their anti-Russian allegiance is packaged along with pro-fascist allegiance historically, right? And even, you know, in some of the elements on the uniforms. And anyway, I'm not calling anybody specifically out, but I'm saying that there is some real danger to that kind of journalism where you're looking at it from the perspective of one of the sides. Obviously, it gets you access, you know, and journalism is all about access. And, you know, being embedded gets you access to the front line in maybe a more safe way, right? If you're on the front line by yourself, that's not very safe. If you're on the front line, you know, with forces, then that's safer. But at the same time, you're portraying the news from their vantage point. So yeah, it's a very it's kind of a catch-22 there. My sources don't eat with fascists. Well, I don't know. I've heard they cook very good food sometimes. No, just kidding, chat. Some people might even say the best food out there. But we're not talking about that, are we? We're not talking about that today. How is YouTube doing, by the way?
CNN, where it doesn't look like morning host Don Lemon got to say a goodbye either. He says he got the news that he was leaving after appearing on this morning's program. CNN offered no explanation, but 2 months ago, Lemon apologized for an on-air remark about presidential candidate Nikki Haley. Lemon seemed to support a notion that Haley was not considered to be in her, quote, prime. She is 51, and today Haley called Lemon's exit a great day for women everywhere.
The Rising. What does The Rising have to say about this? Oh. So this is Don Lemon that they're talking about here. I'm sure that they also talk about Tucker Carlson, right? And if you know The Hill, you know how they roll, right? They're gonna have a little bit more empathy, let's just say, for Tucker Carlson than you might expect, right? Glenn Greenwald has been the same way. Apparently, Glenn Greenwald has been on Tucker's show a whole bunch of times, and really does, like, he in his tweets today, Greenwald presented. You got the feeling that Tucker was anti-war from Greenwald, right? There's a lot of people kind of caping for Tucker Carlson.
Breaking news, we have yet another high-profile cable news host departure to announce.
Sorry, chat, the fascist making good foods joke is a reference to another streamer on Twitch. It is not what I think. It is not how I get down. You know me, I eat noodles, tofu, broccoli, and oats, and I don't ever go out to eat, so you don't have to worry about me eating from a fascist restaurant. That is I'll leave that for other Twitch streamers, right?
This just in, Don Lemon is out at CNN Of course, coming after the news that Tucker Carlson and Fox News have parted ways. So this is quite a day so far. In a statement posted to his Twitter, Lemon said, quote, "I was informed this morning by my agent that I have been terminated by CNN. I am stunned. After 17 years at CNN, would have thought that someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly. At no time was I ever given any indication that I would not be able to continue to do the work I've loved at the network. It is clear there are some larger issues at play. With that said, I want to thank my colleagues and the many teams I have worked with for an incredible run. They're the most talented journalists in the business, and I wish them all the best." Statement from Chris Licht, chairman and CEO of CNN, says,
like
to my colleagues,
oh my God.
CNN and Don have parted ways. Don will forever be a part.
Looks like we're we just missed our goal for the hour by 3 likes on YouTube. So if you could help me out with that, it would mean a lot to me, right? Anybody who hasn't liked the YouTube stream yet, I would massively appreciate you getting us back on track. That would rock.
Of the CNN family. We thank him for his contributions over the past 17 years. We wish him well and will be cheering for him on his future endeavors. CNN this morning has been on the air for nearly 6 months, and we're committed to its success.
Yeah, well, when he alludes...
Yeah, some of you know what I'm talking about like other Twitch streamers, you know, like implying that the fascist restaurants make the best food. It's
to other issues at play, I think a lot of folks are going to be thinking about some recent...
Definitely not any restaurants I know.
...controversies he's been mixed up in. Of course, who can forget his little colloquy about how Nikki Haley was past her prime. But what we learned is that that's maybe just the tip of the iceberg. Variety did a longer profile earlier this month titled "Don Lemon's Misogyny at CNN Exposed, Malicious Texts Mocking Female Coworkers and, quote, diva-like."
Now, here's what I want to watch The Hill for, right? This is their video about Don Lemon. I want to contrast that with what they say about Tucker Carlson, because I'm going to predict that they have more empathy for Tucker than they do for Don.
Behavior. There were a number of instances, including apparently calling one of his producers fat.
Although both of, like, you know, yeah, the stuff that Don Lemon did is inexcusable too.
To her face, getting into a weird spat with co-host Kyra Phillips, who was later taken from her show. But when she landed a gig on CNN, reporting on a reporting excursion assignment in Iraq that he really wanted to be a part of, apparently he sent her threatening texts.
Those fashy Ukrainian restaurants serve the best barbecue. Yeah, that's what's been said. That's what's been claimed. Apparently, Murdoch fired Tucker himself. Okay, so Stepan's bringing us new information. I did not know this, right? These are emerging facts here. Oh, I hope your fingers feel better, Shakespeare.
Anonymously.
Yeah, you're right, Stepan. All the profits from the past year were basically wiped out by this case.
That were traced back to him. People didn't know what the actual result of the internal investigation over that were.
What I want from The Hill is Olay owning bigots. Now, I just found out about this, right? And we're going to watch this next. We're going to watch the Leftist Mafia talk about Brianna Joy Gray. And watching that segment was the first time I found out that Olayemi actually has done some work in the past. Was it on The Rising, maybe? They've actually had Olayemi on before.
But they were separated as a co-hosting team after that, and it seems to be really part and parcel of a pattern of behavior. So perhaps it should not be so surprising that he was let go. Perhaps what's more surprising is that it took this long.
Sure, I don't think any of us were nearly as shocked to hear that Don Lemon was being let go as we were to hear that Fox News is parting ways with Tucker Carlson. Right. Even though, as we talked about in the other segments, there was the ongoing the legislation,
I'm actually a little surprised that Tucker was surprised, right? Because like we saw his last show, and you didn't get the sense that he knew what was happening. You didn't get the sense even that he knew that this might happen. You got the sense that this was a man going home on Friday with every bit the certainty, that he had previously, that he was going to come back on Monday, and yet he never came back. Olayemi sort of got on people's radar because of the segment where she roasted Robbie and defended Elliot Page. I never saw that. Maybe we'll have to take a look at that.
Lawsuit with Dominion. There was going to be future lawsuits.
Olemi is definitely good. It's definitely good at that kind of thing.
Potentially, it has something to do with that. The timing would certainly seem to suggest that, although we don't know for sure. Don Lemon is someone who's been a little bit mired in controversy, as you noted, as of late. Was someone who...
So there's stuff I didn't even know about it. Like I said, all I knew Don Lemon for was for milquetoast takes, occasionally a decent take, but just mainly for being a fence rider, just being very CNN.
Actually had shown kind of basic contempt for his colleagues in the realm of the journalism they were doing.
There was he very much bought into the Jussie Smollett allegations.
Yeah, that was so long ago.
Hate crimed. He got on the wrong side of a lot of black folks by participating in some of the kind of pull up your pants, stop sagging kind of shaming of, clothing and things like that as an excuse for why there were various disparities in the community. He, in 2014, got a lot of pushback when he told a Bill Cosby rape accuser that she could have stopped an attack by biting.
I remember this. Do you remember this, chat? Do you remember? I forgot. I just now remembered this. Brianna, like I had not thought of this, right? But this is true. I remember this, right? He had a weird segment where, and this is the stuff, right? Okay, so you know what's coming, right? Does chat know this? I'll go ahead and play it because I don't want to say it. We're gonna let Brianna say it so that I don't have to.
Being the comedian's private parts.
Bill Cosby, how do you stop from getting assaulted by him? You bite him in the eggplant. That is the weirdest advice, right? But yeah, I mean, you've probably heard some version of this before. Like, a lot of men do not understand sexual assault. And, oh my god, I shouldn't say these words that get me demonetized. I don't know how else to call it. I'm literally in the position where I don't want to euphemize it and call it like some code word or something like that, right? But yeah, this is, there's not a lot of understanding about that from some men, and you will get like comments like this where they think that it's like avoidable. You shouldn't have dressed so provocatively. You shouldn't have been in that part of town. You shouldn't have been yada yada yada. There's a lot of people that want to like somehow blame it on the victim. And there's another example, like he's like thinking, well, if I was in that situation, I mean, you guy's pretty vulnerable right there. What if I just bit down? And it's like, you might not survive is the answer. That might result in more, physical harm to you. And what a weird thing to say. But yeah, that's literally what Don Lemon said this on air. That's the difference between Don Lemon and just some D-bag on the street, right? Brianna, because it's not as if Cosby did. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah. So people are bringing up that with a lot of Cosby's victims, they were drugged. They weren't even in a place. But this wasn't Brianna making that suggestion, just to be clear, right? This is Brianna's talking about how Don Lemon made this suggestion on air. And that's the weird part. You would think that most of these people that have these weird ideas about how victims could avoid this would have the wisdom to not say this on air. But no, not Don Lemon.
Where will
not Don Lemon
we turn to now for that commentary that he's gone?
we were joking during the Tucker segment that, or not joking, but saying that he very easily could go somewhere else and hang up his own shingle and start a podcast or YouTube show or Substack or anything he wanted to, and immediately have an enormous audience, because that's
Tucker.
the power of him.
Right.
But Don Lemon is not in the same position. In fact, arguably, CNN has been shuffling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Don Lemon really has that many fans. I don't know. I mean, I don't know any Don Lemon fans.
Him around from show to show without recouping much in the way of audience shares. He doesn't seem to have the same pull as certain other media figures, and it is unclear why, especially given this long record of bad behavior, they've decided to keep him around as long as they have. For those of you who maybe have forgotten the latest controversy, I think we have a clip of that fracas over the Nikki Haley critique. Let's take a look.
Let's play that one more time, please.
This whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think it's the wrong road to go down. She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you talking? Wait.
That's not according to me.
Prime for what?
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime. If you look it up, if you Google when is a woman in her prime, it'll say 20s, 30s, and 40s. I don't necessarily.
40s. Oh, I got another.
I'm not saying I agree with that. So I think she has to be careful about saying that politicians aren't in their prime.
You need to qualify. Are you talking about prime for like childbearing, or are you talking about prime for being president?
What the facts are. Google it. Everybody at home.
Well, now, I mean, the sad thing is that in terms of the way that women are treated, especially politicians are treated, like, there's a truth to what he's saying. Now, it's like he's not doing enough to distance himself from, the way he said that, what is the prime? What are we talking about? The prime? Oh, go look it up, the prime. You know what I mean? The prime, right? I mean, this is misogyny. This is a very specific form of misogyny, right? And this is probably what makes it so hard to be a politician on the national stage as a woman. This is the sort of uphill battle that a lot of women face. I think there probably was a way of saying that without sort of because he's saying that and he's riding the fence. That's the problem, right? He's not saying, because the right way to say that is there's a lot of misogyny in society that limits the women that are taken seriously, the time in a woman's life where she's taken seriously, the chances that she has on a national stage to get elected for some big office like that, right? And it sucks and it's BS, but this is a tendency that we've seen with voters, and you can name a number of elections where that happens. But do you think about how much that sucks, right? Think about how much that sucks that this is true about the electorate at large. I mean, it's probably a subset of the electorate, right? Maybe not though, but so you're not allowed to run for president. I don't know if chat knows this, right? There's an age limit. It's a lower limit. You can be as old as you want to and run for president, but you have to be over the age of 35. Is that right? I think is it 35 or 38? But there's an age restriction, and it's in your 30s, right? Everything else, age restriction, you turn 18, you turn 21. I think for car insurance, it's 35. Okay. I think for maybe not car insurance, but renting a car, it might be a little bit higher than that. But nothing is 35, but presidency is, right? So you can start running for presidency at age 35. Now, there's another factor too, that on a national audience, for whatever reason, 35-year-olds are not taken that seriously. Getting to be a president means it's not only about being good at what you do. It's not only about being a good politician. It's about having a track record, and it's about having kind of alliances with other politicians. And traditionally, it takes years and years and years to build up these alliances to be able to be like Hillary Clinton and say, I've got next. And even, with her, that she thought she had next in 2008, and she didn't. So, you know, you've got like a narrow window now between when you are too young to run for president as a woman and when you're too old to run for president as a woman. And I don't feel like as a society we're doing anything to effectively combat that kind of misogyny. 35 sounds right. Lizzo will be 35 next presidential election. Just saying. You can rent a car at 25. Okay. Need a few years of sucking around and kissing the ass. Yeah, exactly, Raven. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Congress is 25. Senate is 30. President is 35. And like, you know, the few times that somebody's been like, does anybody know how old was Obama? I think Obama was like 40, wasn't he? And he was considered incredibly young to run for president. If I ever become politically prominent, I will be pushing to lower that shit down to 18. The fact that you can vote for office, but you can't run for office, yeah.
When is a woman in her prime? It says 20s, 30s, and 40s. And I'm just saying Nikki Haley should be careful about saying that politicians are...
Wait, was Obama in his late 40s?
...not in their prime, and they need to be in their prime when they serve, because she wouldn't be in her prime, according to...
Need to be in their prime... So it sounds like what he's saying here is that, like, he agrees with this, right? They need to be in their prime. Like, that somehow there's an expiration date on women. And I think he means, like, does he mean, like, mentally or something? No, this is some weird shit here. This is some weird shit.
Google?
I wanted to cut him the benefit of the doubt here, but I'm having trouble.
Or whatever it is. This whole...
Man, that never gets old. And when you read this...
But yeah, just so you know, it's not just that, right? It's not just that, right? If that wasn't a thing, if he was completely innocent on that, if he didn't mean anything bad about it and he just kind of misspoke, there's still a lot of reason for CNN to want to get rid of him, right? He's just got a track record of treating his female co-workers like crap, right? And like she said, it's kind of surprising that that this firing didn't happen before now.
Variety piece. It's wild how many of these instances he's had. Apparently,
he was 47 when he got elected.
He was on a panel with S.E. Cupp.
And yeah, that's considered young. That's considered young to run for president. Isn't that wild?
Last September.
So practically speaking, you gotta be in your 40s. But according to Don Lemon, you know, who's basically, you know, best case scenario, giving voice to, you know, describing the misogyny in our society and how it intersects, how it kind of, you know, has an age element to it too. You got like what, like, you got to be 40, let's say, but you can't be more than 40. You got 5 years. You got 5 years to run for president, according to this.
And she was stumbling over.
And I hate to say it, but I'm sure he's not, like, Don Lemon is 57. The sad thing is, I don't think he's the only one who feels this way, right? I think that there are a lot of voters who just have a weird hatred for women past like a certain age.
For a statistic.
And maybe even a weird hatred for women in general.
You know, was trying to come up with it. And he said to her, is it fair?
He's a frat bro, Lib.
Is it fair to say this because I'm not a mommy, but is it mommy brain?
Stop.
Just stop. So remember, CNN has asked a lot of people. There was the whole Cuomo.
Mommy brain. Is that, wait, did he say that? Oh yeah, good point. She's bringing up a good point. So there's a track record of there have been, and this is true at Fox News too, right? Both CNN and Fox News have had a lot of scandals with, you know, men that are in prominent positions at the network being inappropriate with their female coworkers.
Mommy brain.
Wait, who said the mommy brain?
Stop.
just don't. September, and she was stumbling over a statistic. She's, you know, was trying to come up with it, and he said to her, September.
In their prime, and they need to be in their prime when they, or whatever it is. This whole...
Man, that never gets old. And when you read this Variety piece, it's wild how many of these instances he's had. Apparently,
So Don Lemon,
he was on a panel with S.E. Cupp last September, and she was stumbling over a statistic. She just, was trying to come up with it. And he said to her, is it fair to say this because I'm not a mommy, but is it mommy brain? And apparently,
Stop.
damn.
A media brother helping a
Yeah, Roger Ailes, Bill O'Reilly. There's a whole list.
political brother kind of massage a very difficult
She mentioned Chris Cuomo.
over the brothers, a media brother helping a political brother kind of massage a very difficult political situation he was in during
Brian
the COVID
Stelter
years.
exiting.
Brian Stelter, and over again.
Brian Stelter. Wait, Stelter. Okay. Wait, chat, can you remind me? Who was the guy that was on a Zoom call? Does anybody remember? Toobin, right? Was that an MSNBC guy? Or was Toobin on MSNBC or CNN? That's pure misogyny, yeah.
Lemon has survived the axe. This is the end of an era. I will be looking forward to seeing what he does next.
Stelter was pointing out, with respect to both of these individuals, Tucker and Don, Stelter was saying that he got a final show. He was let go, but he was allowed to do a final
Toobin was with CNN
show, and this will not be the.
And of all these people, like Toobin's the one that like, I don't know. Does everybody know what happened with Toobin? Like, he was on a Zoom call and he thought he had hit end call, but he hadn't. And he was sitting in front of his computer. And there's other things that people do on their computers besides Zoom calls, right? And that was when Toobin decided to engage in one of those activity. Yeah. And like, so with Toobin, you could at least say that maybe, now that's a weird thing, right? Because that could be like that he legitimately did not realize that he was, like, he claims, right? He didn't realize that he thought he was still on, he thought he was off Zoom, right? But also a person who wants to kind of like, show that to other people might pretend that they thought that they hit it and not hit it on purpose. It's hard to tell with Toobin. It's really hard to tell with Toobin. In front of everyone. Yeah, everyone on the call. At least he was indoors. Yes, that's right. Jink approves of him being indoors while he's doing that.
Case for either of those individuals. Again, we don't know exactly what the Tucker situation is. The Don Lemon case, we do know. He was fired.
Yeah, and Don
Very
Lemon seems
abruptly.
pretty chatty based on the statement we read out earlier that he just tweeted out a few minutes before we started rolling this. So I suspect we're going to hear more from him about how he perceives that he was wronged here. So we will give you updates on that when it happens.
These White House correspondents' dinner parties.
You can tell when Brianna doesn't like someone, right? And a lot of times it's somebody that I don't like either. She really hates these centrist people, like, right? She has a special, you can tell she's enjoying this a little bit, like, right? And I'm right there with her. But, this is part of what's messed up about Brianna too, is that she hates the centrists so much that she's always like looking for a right winger to work with. Like, that's how she goes after the center, by trying to make deals with the right. And it's messed up. It's not good. It's what I don't like about Brianna, right?
This weekend are going to be.
But I do hate a lot of the same people that she hates, right? So I have a weird parasocial relationship with Brianna, right? I really want to like her, but obviously I disagree with her a lot.
They're going to be fearing for their jobs and their lives. Something is happening.
Do you think that there's a relationship between these two huge firings happening on the same day?
I mean, no.
Or not firing. We don't know what happened with Tucker, but.
Oh, that's the question I was asking, right? So chat, I am putting I'm going to put the Twitter thread into YouTube chat. There it is, chat. If you want to help me out by boosting my Twitter thread, bringing more people into the chat. If you want to help me out by hitting that like button, if you haven't done that yet, Both of these things are a great deal of help to me. I'm gonna put this on here as well. This Brianna Gray take on Lemon isn't part of the Leftist Mafia versus BJG thing. No, it is not. The BJG thing versus Leftist Mafia is all about check marks, right? Brianna's using one, and she doesn't see the problem with it, right? Matt, you know, Matt got into a little back and forth with Brianna.
I don't know what the relationship would be. It is a...
We'll take a look really quick and see if the Hill has covered... I'm curious if the Hill's covered what they said about Tucker. I'm sure they covered Tucker, right?
Wild coincidence that these are... I mean, Don Lemon leaving is not as earth-shattering as Tucker leaving is. It's still a pretty big deal.
I mean, the scuttlebutt in the news space is to say...
Maybe Jimmy Dore will hire Tucker Carlson to cover him for when Jimmy goes on vacation. Anything's possible, Chad. Anything's possible.
If you want to bury something, you release it on a Friday.
Yeah.
So these are both coming out on Monday.
So maybe the Tucker thing happened, and then
they're trying to
decide,
bury
here's
this.
how we bury it. We fire Don Lemon. We are
interesting.
Go on Operation past his prime.
I mean, it very much is the lesser of the two stories.
Yeah.
But there is this other way in which it becomes attached now to the Tucker Carlson story and might have more legs. What we need is...
Okay, so the only relationship I could possibly imagine is this, right? When a company is firing workers, sometimes their competition will fire workers too, right? Because these companies are thinking about their stock prices, and one of the things that reliably makes a stock price go up is some firings, right? They get the sense that the company is saving money, spending less money, you know, forcing fewer workers to do the same amount of work. Basically, that's how that usually shakes out, but the investors usually like that, right? So, you know, the only thing I could think of is it's because they're in competition with one another, but this isn't the same. Right? This is one, you know, these are singular personalities. Like, if a company fires 500 customer support personnel, right? And they implement some kind of automated, like, you know, phone labyrinth to keep you busy, to keep you from actually getting to customer service, right? And they have like less customer service, then that's a pretty big savings, right? Because it's not just one person. And even though some of these people like Tucker probably gets paid a lot, you know what? Actually, it might. At that level, it might actually be equivalent. I didn't think about this, but these people are getting paid a lot more than customer service reps. So they might be getting paid the equivalent of X number of low-level workers. So I mean, yeah, maybe this is it. Maybe it's a stock thing. That's the only thing I can think of. There's a difference between layoffs and getting fired.
For these things to happen in 3. So who's next, Robbie?
MSNBC has to cut someone.
Offer up someone as tribute.
Not us. The 3s will not be on this little mini Rising network. All right, more Rising right after this.
Here it is. Stock owners like layoffs.
Here's some major break.
Wait, so what's the difference? Are we talking about like a severance package that comes with a firing that firing doesn't have the same? Are you saying firing as in a individual act of like getting rid of one employee? Tech is laying off. Oh yeah, Tech is laying off a lot right now. Yeah.
Media news, Tucker Carlson is out at Fox News.
Okay, I think I get the difference, Jules. When you're laying somebody off, you're kind of like eliminating the position. They're not doing that. Fox, now, interestingly enough, though, Fox has not hired a permanent replacement. I don't know if either of these companies have hired permanent replacements for their personnel, but...
News. They just released a statement. His last show was last Friday, so
yeah, layoffs are just cutting costs. Well, think about it this way, though, Jules. With Fox, they're cutting liability. And with Don Lemon, they're kind of cutting liability too.
Will be no episodes of Tucker Carlson tonight or any other night. He is.
So the liability from Tucker being, greater chance of getting hit with defamation suits, greater chance of in these, in these court cases being seen as not doing anything to combat the spread of untruthful statements, right? And with Don Lemon, there could be some lawsuits given, his behavior as well.
Parting ways with Fox News entirely. Brianna.
I got laid off a few months ago. They gave me pay for the first half of this year.
This is huge.
You get a severance if you're laid off.
News. Tucker Carlson has the top-rated cable news show. He's had that show now since about 2016. He was a Fox News contributor going back to 2009. Prior to that, obviously, he had a show on CNN. He had a show on MSNBC. He helped found the Daily Caller in between, which I actually worked for in its kind of much earlier inception.
The Daily Caller.
And then
does that exist anymore?
Committed fully to Fox News, became really their most prominent opinion anchor, being someone.
So, getting laid off gives you access to unemployment, but being fired does not.
Ideologically connected to Trumpist populism and Trump's foreign policy and all of those issues. This is huge news, totally unexpected. Obviously, we had the Dominion settlement last week, so we can just speculate about why this is. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of speculation that this is connected to the Dominion lawsuit, although really Lou Dobbs, who no longer works at
So realistically speaking, there's not a lot of chance that there's a connection between Tucker being fired and Don Lemon, unless it is like they said to bury the story, right? That Tucker getting fired is the big story. If they want Don Lemon getting fired to not get as much attention, maybe they fire him at this time. It's not likely that this is an example of a company following another company's lead, right? There's a good chance that it is just a coincidence. There's also a decent chance, I guess, that it's, burying the story.
Fox News and Maria Bartiromo, who still does for now, and Jeanine Pirro, another Fox.
Oh yeah, it's harder to get a new job if you're fired versus laid off.
Person were more significant in the Dominion stuff than Tucker, but nevertheless, wow, I'm speechless.
So, right, the implication is, I think the obvious implication is that this is somehow connected to the fact that Fox News just lost nearly $800 million as a consequence of the Dominion lawsuit. And to be clear, it's not just what aired. It's not that Fox was trying to avoid potential liability for airing things that ended up not being true.
I love that, Chat Alpha. A lot of people are saying that Tucker Carlson was fired for harassing the green M&M in the break room. In most cases, especially in right-to-work states, you are an employee at will who can be fired at any time with barely any severance. Yeah, and they don't even have to give you a reason. Tucker will likely be treated better due to his contract with Fox. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Like I said before, don't anybody worry. I know none of you are worried about Tucker, but don't get excited either, right? He's not going to be penniless. He's not going to be hurting. He's not going to be in a bad way. He comes from money. He's married to money. He's gotten a lot of money from Fox News. He's probably got, like you said, stepping on a large severance package. I wonder if he's gonna shine UV rays on his severance package, right, to keep it in good shape. I don't know, but yeah, he's probably got a pretty large severance package.
It really was the text messages and behind-the-scene conversations from people like Tucker Carlson, although not exclusively Tucker Carlson, that lended credibility to this argument.
Oh my God.
And legal liability.
Chat Alpha knows what I'm talking about. His first job is trust fund baby.
To this idea that they knowingly put false things on the air. That's what the liability is for. Not the idea that sometimes newscasters make mistakes or that facts end up being wrong. Certainly, there's been no shortage of fake news on networks that are liberal-leaning, Hunter Biden laptop story, all of this that we've covered even earlier in this show. But that Tucker and others texting about how they didn't believe that the voter fraud claims were real.
So yeah, it's really funny the way she's talking about this, right? She's like, there's a lot of fake news, like the Hunter Biden laptop. Is she saying that the Hunter Biden laptop story is fake news? I mean, I don't think it's fake news. It's news that's the point of it, which is to question whether people should vote for Biden versus a Republican candidate, right? The reason that it's being brought up is that, like, it's a political story, but she's not saying it in that case, right? She's not saying it in that way at all. When she says it's fake news, she means that calling the laptop she's a pro laptop story kind of person, I'm pretty sure, right? So she's saying that calling the laptop story a nothing burger, that's the fake news. She should be a little bit more clear because you can't actually tell, but I'm pretty sure that's what she's trying to say.
But still airing segments about it was libelous and something that made them legally accountable. So people have also been pointing to the fact that his Friday show seemed to be rather run-of-the-mill 420 style show as evidence that maybe he didn't know this was coming and that this was sudden.
Bill O'Reilly.
The date was 420, right? Was Friday 420 or was it Friday or was it Thursday? I can't remember. But like 420 style show? I still don't know what she means by that. Did he talk about cannabis during his show? Oh wait, is there a certain way I'm supposed to say these words? I don't know. I don't know which words get me demonetized and which ones are. It was Thursday.
When he was pushed out over sexual misconduct.
Wait, why would that be a 420 style show then? Because it was 421. It wasn't I don't know. I don't know what Brianna's saying.
Conduct allegations. He was not given a final show. He was, taken off, and maybe that was phrased as kind of a suspension, but then it was never. Then that was it. His poster went dark. So right, that would lead one to speculate that it wasn't planned any more recently than this weekend. I mean, look, we don't know for certain that it's connected to the lawsuit. They didn't have to admit. They had to admit that things were said on the network that were not true, but it wasn't. There wasn't a lot of apologizing going on. There was a massive amount was paid to settle the case before it gets to the point where a jury orders them to do something even more painful. So in some sense, I don't know. They weren't totally out of the woods because there were going to be additional lawsuits, but it's not like they weren't made to do this. I don't know.
So,
I truly
for
don't know.
example, because I know I was speaking in rather vague terms. So, for example, the kind of thing that I think might have gotten more focus on Tucker Carlson specifically is he sent a text on November 9th of 2020 saying, referencing Powell's Dominion claim, saying, quote, the software, SHIT, is absurd. Later that night, Carlson said on television, quote, we don't know anything about the software that many say was rigged. We don't know. We ought to find out. So again, that's more of this kind of evidence that I think might have been really difficult for Fox had the case gone to trial, where you have newscasters saying, I don't actually believe this. I don't think it's credible.
But,
and then having a different
didn't
approach
go to trial.
online.
They avoided.
Because they settled for nearly $800 million. And so if you're internally thinking, is Tucker Carlson worth the squeeze? He's very profitable to the network, but the question is, do you want to continue to have exposure that can get you having to pay $800 million nearly?
I mean, it could be on his.
Yeah. So Natalie Marie's bringing up the fact that they paid $787.5 million, right? That is definitely a loss, right? But you see the difference between how Brianna handles the story with Tucker Carlson and how she handles the Don Lemon story. Now, right, like, I don't like either of them. But Brianna has this way of hating the centrist more than she hates the far-right demagogue that's putting people's lives at risk, right? Brianna has that way about her.
His part, he was, again, I'm just totally speculating. Maybe he was unhappy with how things were handled on the Fox News side of it. Maybe he didn't like maybe he felt like he was being thrown under the bus, or Fox wasn't doing enough to protect him. Something of that nature. Maybe he felt muzzled by them and he wanted to speak out more about it. Maybe, or the other way, or maybe he felt pressured to play to these claims when he didn't really want to because they put pressure on him and he's mad at them and now he's getting blamed. I really don't know. But this is earth-shattering. This is something I would have never expected at this point. He's their top guy.
There definitely was, as we learned from the Dominion lawsuit discovery, some tension about how to handle.
We are at 36 likes on YouTube. Can we push it to 40? Can we push it to 40 by the top of the hour?
Donald Trump, with Tucker Carlson expressing a lot of frustration with the network's view that it had to embrace Trumpism despite differences of opinion about things like Stop the Steal. So 2 days before the Capitol riot, Carlson wrote to a colleague that, quote, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait." Now we just had Trump and Tucker Carlson sit down a week or two ago for the first long-form interview that Donald Trump gave. And I think there are some interesting questions about how much Tucker wants to be in the position where he continues to kind of carry the banner for Trump.
That's really interesting because you get the sense that even though Tucker doesn't like Trump, Trump is somewhat forced on him. Little thing about Donald Trump, he has a huge ego, okay? Huge ego. And if anybody ever disses him, he basically never forgives them, right? Neither of them like each other. Neither of them like each other, and yet both of them need each other. This is an interesting situation, right?
Trumpism, whether or not he feels like it is imperiling his own journalistic credibility to have to continue to play that role, whether or not he actually does want to and thinks it's profitable and good, but it's Fox News has decided they're no longer going to do Trumpism all the way.
He just interviewed Trump. He just interviewed Elon.
His types get filled to the brim.
The show was feeling, to my mind, very much focused on not backward looking, very where's the Republican Party heading? Is it going to be Trump? Is it going to be DeSantis? It looked to me like Tucker and his hour of television every night on Fox was set up to play a pretty significant role in that. So this is
what's going to happen going forward.
It's wild.
If you believe that Tucker Carlson was genuinely frustrated.
So conventional wisdom is that Fox really wants DeSantis. They don't like Trump. I mean, it's not just conventional wisdom, right? The text leaks indicate that, especially Tucker does not like Trump, and I don't think that Rupert Murdoch, like a lot of the Fox News honchos are not fans of the Trumpster, right? They would rather have somebody like Ron DeSantis, who, while he's still pretty far right wing, they feel like he's able to sell himself as a more reasonable person. He's not given to the kind of fits of emotion that Trump is. And that's where the real risk is for that branch of the Republican Party, for the conventional establishment branch. Although I don't even know if you can call it that anymore, right? The only reason that Fox has influence anymore is because people in the Republican Party do not realize how lukewarm to Trump and to Trumpism and to MAGA Fox really is, or maybe even not even Luke cold, right? Is Luke cold a thing? I think I just made it a thing, right? How Luke cold they are, how they would rather have almost anybody other than Trump, but maybe they're stuck with him. And the MAGA base don't quite get that yet, right? Because they're playing, to the base. So yeah, it's an interesting question.
With having to, support Trumpism and support Trump, as it were.
Raven, I am right there with you. Yeah, I'm very scared of DeSantis. Trump is incompetent. The only reason he espouses proto-fascist ideas is to grift the barking seals who love Trump.
Does him departing from Fox News mean that you're going to get a more unfiltered, critical position on Donald Trump? Does this bode well for Ron DeSantis? Is there another person who Tucker Carlson might kind of get behind politically, or are we just going to get a more impartial, fair critique of all of the
It really depends on who.
we're looking at Elon Musk right now. Now the question is, why is that? Now I think it's probably because Tucker and Elon had a sit-down interview recently. But what about Elon? Oh wait, no, Elon Musk, not born in the United States, cannot run for president. Can he run for vice president though? Can Elon Musk run for vice president? Because he is definitely somebody who's also very popular with the chuds.
Ends up getting that. I mean, if, for instance, if like Mike Huckabee was the one who suddenly got that slot, I'm not saying that's particularly likely, then it would be all Trump all the time.
But I guess I'm saying
he has
something
like
different.
A theological belief.
I'm not asking what Fox is going to do. I believe that Tucker Carlson's influence is independent and separate from Fox's influence, and what Tucker Carlson chooses to do going forward, presumably.
I'm not sure what exactly she's saying, but I agree with, I agree that there's a difference that, that like Tucker Carlson is a far right white supremacist weirdo, right? He's not, I don't think he's faking that. I haven't seen anything that points to like him grifting and not really believing that stuff. I think he's serious about that, right? But yeah, he also doesn't like Trump. So that's what he and the Fox News honchos have in common. Neither of them like Trump. He might be a little to the right, I think is what Brianna's saying, of the head honchos at Fox.
That he's not going to go sit in his house in Maine and just play Wordle for the end of all.
He can't run for VP because he'd be one stroke away from president. Oh, that's right, because the VP has to replace the president.
Maybe he's going to run for president.
That he is going to continue to have influence in politics. And if he continues to have, whether it's a podcast or...
Okay, so I haven't said anything about this yet, chat. But we do have the top of the hour ad break coming up. You might have just experienced the bottom of the hour ad break. That's right. Unlike Hassan, who has 3 minutes of ads at the top of every hour, we split it between the top and the bottom of the hour. And I know that's not ideal. I know that takes you out of your immersion a lot of times. I know that I might be saying something important, or the person I'm watching might be saying something important. There might be something going on that when you get back from the ads, it's kind of hard to figure out. There are ways around that, though. The first way, the cheapest way, the dirtiest way, is to hook up your Amazon Prime, if you have one, to Twitch and claim that free sub that you've got. You can park it anywhere that you want to on Twitch. And if you park it with me, I will massively appreciate that. I actually appreciate Twitch Prime subs quite a bit because I know that you only have one of them. And when you park it with me, that means something to me. That says a lot, right? So that's the cheapest and dirtiest way. The quickest and dirtiest way is to shell out $5. If you've got $5 that you don't need, don't feel obligated to buy a sub. Don't feel like, anybody thinks any less of you if you don't. This is strictly for your viewing pleasure, and I know that gets kind of compromised by not having a sub. So if you do have $5, if you can spare that $5, right? I don't want anybody, donating or subbing or whatever when you've got, other places that money really needs to go. I totally understand that, right? But that is the quickest and dirtiest way to solve that problem. And the last way might take a little longer, but I promise you, if you're active in chat, if you are contributing to the community, you will be much more likely to get given a gift sub out of the goodness of somebody's heart who's giving out gift subs. So those are the 3 ways that we try to handle the ad break, as onerous as it is.
Independent news show or a Rumble show or whatever it is, I'm very interested to see what political takes he's going to have and how much it diverges from the point of view that Fox News has. And is Fox News, as a consequence of what happened in the Dominion suit, going to have a different approach to the primary than they might otherwise have had?
If he wants to still have a significant effect on the discourse, you're right. He absolutely has that ability. And again, from watching his show over the last few weeks, it didn't seem like his enthusiasm for doing this has dimmed whatsoever. So, and as I just said, it's possible. People have wondered. Every now and then he gets included in a poll about who would you support for the Republican nomination. It is possible that he would maybe like to run for president. People have speculated wildly. He's always denied it. He's always said, no, absolutely not. I would never do that. But something like this, again,
there we go. I forgot to put a little sub goal there. So that is a goal. That is 10 subs. for today. I don't think a sub has already happened, so that is in fact a 10 goal sub goal, and if we hit it, I will try to do something a little special. I'll try to go a little bit longer, even at the expense of being able to edit my VOD.
Because it's seismic, makes you really wonder what's going on. So, you know, I'm sure we're gonna get.
Because we've got some Minecraft Legends to play.
More details on why this might be in the coming days, but this is really big.
Yeah,
Wait,
look,
hey, I didn't know this, right? DeSantis condemned the Capitol riot. Trump didn't. I didn't realize that.
Last thing I want to say is that people really.
It's weird though. You can see him sort of playing catch up. Now, obviously, he's known for being like the nation's top transphobe, right? He's known for that. He's known for hating gays. He's known for running a little dictatorship. Dictator DeSantis down there in Florida, right? He's known for that. But he's known for fascist Florida, right? But the things that he's done recently, like the abortion order that he put in under the cover of night, I keep wondering if this is to build up his credibility, that he, like, because he and Trump are sort of in a race to, you know, which one of them has the allegiance of the far right core of the Republican Party. Wait, that's an eggplant and a peanut? Little Rhonda DeSantis, little Rhonda trying to pass the abortion restrictions in order to make himself look like a real conservative, like Donald Trump. But we all know he's not a real conservative. We all know he was against the riots.
Value Fox News. Obviously, it is the most popular news show in America, and Tucker Carlson's was the most or among the most popular of Fox shows. So,
a potato?
When there is a division, when
These are both
two
nightshade
parties are at odds,
these are both nightshade vegetables.
It's going to be really interesting to see what the audience decides, who the audience decides is in the right here, and if that creates some kind of faction. So I'm very, very interested to see what you guys watching think is going to happen, what is driving this, and whether or not you would continue to want to follow Tucker Carlson and take his advice.
Is my impersonation good? I don't know. I feel like Trump's one of those people that he exists in your head. For most of us, you've got a Trump in your head. Like, for anything that Trump would say, you can imagine Trump saying it. But then when I try to put it out, when I try to do the Trump thing, like, I usually have to get my hands into it to make sure that you drive home the point that I'm trying to do Trump here, because I don't think I really sound like Trump. I mean, I'm trying to get the way that he talks right. I don't know. It's a little hard. It's not super straightforward to do a Trump impression.
Advice as a newscaster.
Dictator Boyle. Oh, dictator. Whoa! I didn't even get that.
More or less than the institution of Fox itself,
I will
if
say,
they end up having any conflicts of beliefs or interests.
I mean, he gave a platform to some kind of, you know, contrarian that is, for instance, on foreign policy, that is now very much associated with the right, that was to a significant degree his due. Like, it was his personal attitude on those matters was very much not in step with, like, the old kind of neocon consensus. He did.
So we're talking now about the difference between Hannity and Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, I think, occupied the 8 o'clock hour. Sean Hannity occupied the 9 o'clock hour. Sean Hannity is more of a traditional conservative. Oh my God, Polly people! Thank you for re-upping your sub, and welcome to the stream. How are you doing, Polly? So Hannity and Carlson, they're two. I won't say they're two sides of the same coin. They're really not. They do represent, like, a newer form of Republican thought in Tucker and an older one in Sean Hannity, right? Sean Hannity, you know, has been there forever. He's very much like a, you know, he's very much of like a George W. Bush. No, I won't even say that. Because he goes along with the reactionary Trump stuff, but where he doesn't go is when it gets in the way of the sort of neocon foreign policy goals. Tucker, especially in a situation where you don't have a Republican in Congress that's trying to start a war with Iran, that's trying to, saber rattle with North Korea, etc. When you don't have that person in there, Tucker is willing to, oh my God, a hype train coming in there is very close. Okay, thank you, Zara, for getting Mixsecular. Mixsecular, you just got a gift sub from Zara Zarex. You're doing great, good to hear. I myself have had a little tummy ache today. I made the mistake early this morning of following up my breakfast smoothie with some hummus. And chat, just never do it. Never eat hummus anytime near when you're drinking a smoothie. It's just, it doesn't work. I don't know. I got a tummy ache, but I'm starting to feel better. We've got some Minecraft Legends coming up. I'm going to play some Minecraft Legends, so I'm looking forward to that. And, it's starting to look up. I'm happy to see Tucker go. I don't know what it means long term. Like I said, he might land in Spotify. He might, work for some other right-wing online organization. He might start up his own media company. We don't know. We don't even know if this is necessarily gonna be sort of the beginning of the end for his voice. It's going to get in the way of his continued prominence. But overall, in the long term, it might actually, increase. Hype train is close. Oh my God, keeping that hype train really close. Thank you for the gift sub to Adidak, Sarah. So, we know that he's gone. We know that there's going to be a little bit of a catch up for wherever he goes. His audience isn't necessarily going to come right with him, especially if he goes online. But at the same time, the easiest spot to be as any kind of pundit or content creator, it politically is on the right. There is so much money on the right. There are so many people that, that want to grease the wheels for a guy like Tucker Carlson. Now, he doesn't need the money. Understand, right? I've driven this point home. I think I don't have to repeat it too much more. He's a trust fund kid, right? He's coming from money. He's married to money. He's earned a lot of money at Fox News. He doesn't need to ever work another day in his life, right? So it's not about the money necessarily. Hype train incoming. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Buffy. Thank you. We've got a limited time to earn exclusive emotes. We're almost done with this. I will
meaningfully shift the foreign policy.
Should we do some Weasel right after
consensus
this?
On the right in his direction, in the libertarian or populist or not the non-interventionist direction.
So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know how real the non-interventionism is, right? You see this from Jimmy Dore. You see this from a lot of, like I said, it's a newer form of right-wingism. Sean Hannity is not like this. Sean Hannity is very pro-military establishment. And even in a Democratic administration, he'll support the U.S. foreign policy goals, right? Writ large, because, there is, as much as there's a neoliberal consensus on politics, there's very much a neoconservative consensus among a lot of the establishment politicians in terms of foreign policy. Tucker will at least virtue signal away from that. He puts it out there, and this has started with Hillary. Started with the Republicans saying that Hillary wanted to start World War III. Hillary's definitely in the tank for the military-industrial complex, but the idea that Trump is a peace president was always weird. Oh my God, what happened? Sarah, gift sub to Alt Miss Frizz, gift sub to Wolfglen99, gift sub to Lorelei. Right-wing non-interventionism is mostly motivated to cast Democrats as wanting to do another Iraq, which is super weird. Now, there is a certain degree to which the new breed of Republicans just hate neocons. They look at George W. Bush and they'll literally say that he's a big spending liberal. And they don't just mean in terms of military spending. They also mean that he didn't cut social programs the way that they wanted him to, that he was a little bit moderate on things like immigration, right? There's things about George W. Bush and the old guard of the Republican Party that the new guard, the Trump guard, does not like. Anyway, I gotta get through this so we can.
I was on
actually
I was on his hour of TV
Weasel.
A bunch of times back in 2018, 2019, I think.
Weasel.
When the Covington scandal happened, he had me on the next night to talk about it. Some other thing.
The Covington. I love what these people call scandals. Do you remember the Covington thing? Covington is like a conservative religious school, and their activity, my understanding is their forced activity for their kids is to go and protest like against abortion, against women's rights to choose, right? So they would bring their kids around and just, basically use their kids as like protesters. And at this one event, there was a First Nations guy there with a drum, and there was an incident where he came over and, played drum near these kids. And there was one kid in particular that had just like a very smug look on his face. And that became the story that these kids were harassing this drummer. And in reality, I guess the real story is the drummer came closer to them. Anyway, the right-wingers like to make a scandal out of this, that that it was sort of the context was misinterpreted at first, and make it seem like, that this was this great injustice done to the Covington High kids. But it's literally an effect of being prominent in the media with a smug face like that. That's what did it.
He had me on to talk about some foreign policy things where we really did see eye to eye. Obviously, I don't agree with everything that was said on the show or all the guests he had.
We're on level 3 of that hype train. If you want to keep it going, I'm gonna.
But he did give a platform on foreign policy to me and some people of my views. So. Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, in so many of his comments that were explicitly critical of Fox News, saying maybe Sean and Laura went too far. And this is what Murdoch wrote. I mean, I
want to point out that the people that I blame for this strain of conservatism, for the ability of conservatives to claim themselves as being pro-peace, as being anti-military industrial complex, the Democrats have been so in the tank for just the mainstream State Department policy. Thank you, Yolkio, 200 biddies. The Democratic, they basically, when you tack so far to like the other side, you open up a space to get flanked, and that's exactly what's happened here with the Democratic. It's a failure of politicians like Hillary Clinton, right?
All of this internal.
Barack Obama too.
Dissonance, where people were sniping at each other, making judgments of how each other handled various news items over at Fox News. So perhaps it shouldn't be so surprising that there are staffing changes that are the consequence of this. It would be naive to think that the only thing about this lawsuit was that it was embarrassing for Fox as a whole. There are also private emails that are being known to other colleagues, and there's going to be implications for kind of talking badly about each other and potentially about the boss and the broader.
I mean, if they're getting rid of all, Hannity said things about January 6th stuff at the day that wasn't being said.
Let's get this
it was
hype
different
train
than what was on
on
the show. It's true of Laura Ingraham, so I don't know.
Yeah, one leftist Jeet here actually pointed out that he thinks it's unfair to make Tucker take the fall for the decisions that came from the very top of the network. I think there's something to that, but the top of the network is the top of the network, and they're the ones that get to make the decisions.
And to be clear, I'm not sure that that's what happened, but we'll know more certainly in the coming hours, and I bet we'll talk about this tomorrow and all week. More Rising right after this.
Weasels, assemble. What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! Weasel! I feel like the weasels aren't loud enough today. Wait, they are loud though. Just have to turn them up in my ears. Weasel! 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 What a weasel! Weasel! Shakespeare reminds us that Covington High is a conservative Catholic school. Yeah. Weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! Weasel! Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Oh my god. 20 weasel combo?
Fuck.
That's a lot of weasels.
Giving my cat an abortion, I gotta go.
That is a lot of weasels right there. That is so many weasels. Okay, so I feel like, is that the right one? No. I feel like it's time to pay a visit to the Leftist Mafia. I don't understand combos. All your weasels are belong to NCC. Matt Benzer calls out. Okay, so that's the Vanguard talking about it. My god, am I gonna have to go to my... God, Brianna Joy Gray's SEO is strong. Look at that. I'm literally gonna have to go to my history to find this. Oh wait, I feel like we need this though.
Come here, baby. Come here. No. You be nice.
Look.
Can I pet you? Be nice. Don't wrinkle. No wrinkle nose. Can I pet you? Ouch. Ouch. Can I pet you?
Why would you do that? That's a coyote.
Let me pet you.
Why would you let a coyote bite you?
You little shit.
Why would you let a coyote bite you? I don't understand. That seems so dangerous. Here we go. I forgot Humanist Report was the one that posted this.
Next question.
Right, Iron Orchids? That's what I was thinking too. Not a fox, not a fox, not even a fox. That is a coyote.
Yes.
And it's really cute. I didn't realize that coyotes were this cute. They are so cute. They are so incredibly cute.
Next question's kind of geared towards Matt. Asking about your blue
And unlike weasels, coyotes actually exist in nature, right? Coyotes are real, not mythical creatures like weasels.
verification tiff today.
Oh, the tiff or the tick? The tiff, right?
The disagreement. Yeah.
Oh yes.
There was a bit of a tiff.
Let me pull it up so I get it right because I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want
I'm
to
sorry.
get any.
You saw a lady doing that same thing to a fox, but with success.
Does Matt want to talk about the blue check kerfuffle with Brianna Joy Gray?
We all want to talk about the
I want to talk
kerfuffle.
about that. Why wouldn't I not want to talk about that?
This is your battle, buddy. I don't want to get involved.
So
in this.
I have not. I have not.
nothing to say. I like Brianna.
All right,
I take no part in this.
I've had a problem. I've had a problem with Brianna for a little bit, but nothing in terms of like direct. She had that debate with Sam Seder years ago about force the vote, and decided to use one of my deceased best friends as a shield in that debate, and claiming she knew him better than his own.
So yeah, I mean, he's talking about Michael Brooks
team at the Majority Report, and tried to use him against Sam.
And you could see why that would make you could see why that would,
which was honestly one of the
like Matt and Michael were really, really close.
Grossest things I've ever heard. But time goes on. I'm a kind, forgiving individual, so I just let it over the years slide. And I recently noticed that she was liking or retweeting, I don't remember, but she was interacting with some of my Twitter reporting. So I thought, oh, maybe we'll let bygones be bygones and interact over what's been going on at Twitter, because clearly she's been.
Weasels are real in Colorado? Real? Where's this mystical land of Colorado you speak of?
Enjoying my work.
Is Colorado real?
And she was getting attacked today for being a Twitter Blue subscriber. And we all know my feelings on that. But I just simply pointed out, because she said that she signed up for Twitter Blue because as a content creator, she likes the ability to post long videos. So I just basically pointed out that, like, why are you paying to post long videos? Because it makes no sense. Twitter is like the one platform that doesn't pay you for the content. And you're giving away all your content, the long videos on Twitter. Shouldn't you just use Twitter for its short form content, which is free to post, to direct people elsewhere? Completely was not an attack. I was interested.
So yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing about Brianna. She does all this kind of LARPing about being anti-establishment, right? And on some level, she is, right. Like I said, she hates some of the same people I despise, right? In terms of the centrists out there, but then she does things like she, as a result of hating centrists so much, she kind of likes Elon Musk. That's the real reason that she's a check mark, right? It's not real. I don't think it's because she wants long form videos. I think that's just an excuse, right? I think she's on board. I think she's a check mark writer like anyone else, right? But the question, Shakespeare, is, can the centrists stop us from getting to from getting to 40 likes, right? Because we're at 39 likes. I don't know if the centrists can stop us, right? I know fishhook theory is powerful, but I don't know if it's that powerful. Can we get to 40 likes on YouTube?
Having a discussion with her about it. And so she chimes in, why do you...
That's right, Cariel. Colorado is just an urban myth.
You care, and why would I take
or maybe even a rural myth?
Advice from someone who's been less successful in growing their Patreon than I have. I mean, I thought that was very telling. I mean,
listen, Lucy Haze, if you're out there, okay? The next time that Chud Logic talks about your Patreon, you should tell him that he's just jealous that you've been more successful at growing your Patreon than he has.
I don't know why anyone would think that's a diss to me. I mean, I'm not like delusional. It's quite clear Brianna Joy Gray.
What do I like better? I mean, I probably watch more stuff on YouTube, but mostly it's videos. I don't have time for a lot of other streams, but I do appreciate Polly's stream. I do appreciate Cryptid Mage's stream. I appreciate Nabil's stream. I recently got to hang out with Rotted Ranch a little bit. That was a lot of fun. Vitingale's stream. There are so many streams. Inked Sexy Lexi's stream. Kai Pewter's stream, Amanda Panda Sensei's stream. There's a lot of good streams on Twitch, right? But I just kind of have to jump in and jump out. I never get to spend too much time on there.
Right.
Xerex's stream as well. Yes.
Makes way more money than me on Patreon. That's indisputable. So I don't.
Which you might see me on one of these days.
I don't know why that's such an issue, but I thought it was interesting that instead of
we might have to get together and play some Minecraft Legends.
Interacting with what my actual point was, she just wanted to diss me, which is fine. So I pointed out that personally, I don't care how big my audience is. I'm talking about something that my audience is interested in. And that and it's important to me to choose who and what I support. And based on her focusing on the Patreon number, I just said, I guess for you, it's about the hustle and cloud. Message received loud and clear.
Shakespeare stream.
And so she did not take lightly to that. And she goes,
"You were supposed to do a co-stream with Lucy on YouTube about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising's 80th anniversary. Oh, but your hands are kind of like not doing well." Yeah, Shakespeare sounds like is taking a short sabbatical, but Shakespeare's stream will be back soon.
Oh, now you call me a grifter? Well, and then she goes, "If you hadn't spent the last 2 years sniping at me, I'd be happy to help boost you in whatever way I can, because I agree with 95% of what you fight for." So I replied,
but yeah, I mean, there's a more complicated reason that I'm more of a YouTube girl. Like, obviously I started out on YouTube, and a lot of the research that I do is looking at videos on YouTube. But beyond that, there was a period of time, about 2 years, where I couldn't go into another Twitch stream without getting harassed, right? And like, I was getting harassed in my stream. It was really scary. People were, whoever it was saying some really gross stuff about me, about my friends, even like they dug up information about like people really close to me and stuff like that. I think they were trying to dox me with that information, right? But it was this horrible experience. And I got maybe to the point where I associated like Twitch with trauma, just because I'd been through so much trauma in my stream. And what it felt like was that whenever I hung out at anybody else's stream, I brought that harassment along with me, right? Because the harassers would pop up wherever I went. And, I couldn't reliably hang out in somebody else's stream without, not only getting harassed there, but, having that, be, I don't know, it felt gross, right? It felt like every time that I was hurting people just by watching their stream. So there was a while where I really didn't do that at all. Yeah, it was scary stuff. Sometimes it can get very scary. Yeah, definitely. It's been, it's been decent recently, but yeah, that was, so, I mean, I'm just kind of getting over that now. And, like having all these really cool communities, all these really cool people to hang out with has helped me immensely, right? Because like, I just didn't, I don't know. I was in a bad way for a little while.
I replied, "I was bringing up how this platform and especially its current owner views creators. You viewed my point as an attack. I don't care if you choose to boost."
So yeah, this is Brianna like replying to Matt. I don't think that Matt was really trying to light her up that much. Matt just doesn't like Elon, doesn't like the check marks, and doesn't like people buying into that stuff, right? And that's what he was saying. But it got really personal. And she kind of went after Matt's, well, I guess you're just not a successful creator like me, right?
Me or not, I don't do quid pro quo. I had you on my podcast long before you had your platform, and I expected nothing in return. And then so she then decided to focus on the fact that she thinks I'm just in her mentions because I'll get something out of it.
Oh,
I want to make it
you're right, Shakespeare. He did get a trim and a cut.
Loud and clear. I have no interest in Brianna Joy Gray's audience because her
So my YouTube is no comment chick on YouTube.
audience, quite frankly, is
If anybody from Twitch wants to give a like.
shit. I've seen her audience in her Twitter mentions. They're not an audience I want, quite frankly. If she wanted to have any sort of discussion with me and wanted to have me on her podcast, I'd be happy to do that in the same way I went on fucking Tim Pool's show or went on, what's her face?
I love the backhanded compliment, right? I love comparing Brianna to Tim Pool. That's beautiful, Matt. I love it.
That a conservative, I went on her show, the election night things, because I'm willing to talk to anybody, quite frankly, because that's just how I am. I had no interest in, getting right-wing viewers from those shows. It wasn't about that. So, I don't really care about that sort of thing. I just thought it was an interesting discussion to have. But she apparently did.
Do we think that boycotting Twitter Blue will bankrupt Elon Musk? Oh my God. If only. I mean, Elon's lost a lot of money on Twitter, kind of like regardless, right? And the Twitter Blue thing is it's not working out for him, right? That whole stunt he did about disabling the legacy checkmarks, which I don't know if he thought that people would want to buy their check marks, but I think it netted him like 26 subscribers, right? So it's not really doing much at all, right? Now I don't know, what is the current situation? Yeah, is that kind of mean to compare it to Temple? A little bit, but it's good. It's a good kind of mean. The argument, that was the argument against boycotting Hogwarts Legacy. I haven't checked lately, but I heard a little bird told me that they got rid of the physical check marks. Is that right? There's no more like the physical. There's no more like you don't see a check mark on people's Twitter anymore, right? The system knows that they're verified and they're still getting that boost. They're still getting that 4 times boost for all their reach and stuff like that, right? But I think they might have changed it so that you can't, because what was happening is that they were getting bullied. They were getting 26 subscribers. Yeah, Brianna isn't as bad as Pim Tool, but yeah, that's true. That's why it's insulting. That's why it's insulting, right? It's a little bit of a fudge, right? She's not quite Tim Pool, but I think he said that to get. Yeah, I think he's kind of saying that to get her goat a little bit. Your dogs are pouty? You're gonna fill the Tim Pool for them? You still see check marks. Okay, so maybe that hasn't happened. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving Elon's ideas, and I shouldn't be. Maybe I shouldn't be giving Elon ideas, right? Because like that would be the smart thing to do. He should hide. Oh my God! Thank you, Carrie Len. Thank you for the membership. Meow. Welcome to YouTube membership. The Tim Pool. Yeah, we got a Tim Pool. Well, it's more of a skate ramp actually. Usually we just use it as a skate ramp. But yeah, thank you. I'm naming. You're naming the pool after Tim. Oh my God. I named a Minecraft building after Tim Pool because it kind of looked like it was wearing a beanie a little bit. So the pool is now Tim.
So, I mean, she's very defensive about paying for Twitter Blue. Personally, this is my feelings on it. If you want to pay for it, that's fine. But
I really didn't feel like he was going that hard.
The thing to me, my opinion, is that this is different than any other shitty corporation or product you have to pay for. Because quite frankly, for the most part, the shitty companies...
We're at 44 likes now, YouTube.
You have to pay for.
That is awesome.
I would say about 90% of those shitty companies provide a service that you're kind of forced into buying. I saw one guy who I respect, who's a Twitter Blue subscriber, compare him paying for the edit function on Twitter via Twitter Blue as the same as like how we pay for fossil fuels for our heating at home. I mean, there's a huge fucking difference. The vast majority of people...
I feel like I saw that meme.
Can
So why does everyone tell me that to hate Brianna Joy Gray? I haven't seen much to get upset about in general. So okay, so there's stuff to like about Brianna Joy Gray, right? The good thing about Brianna Joy Gray is that she calls out centrists, right? That's kind of cool, right? The bad thing about Brianna Joy Gray is that sometimes she'll kind of like work with right-wingers or you know, talk nicely about right-wingers in order to own the proverbial centrist, right? So we saw her do a segment on Don Lemon. We saw her do a segment on Tucker Carlson. Overall, I think it's pretty clear that she's got a lot more empathy towards Tucker Carlson. Now, both of those people are disgusting. Both of those people are despicable. But Brianna Joy Gray is just kind of, she was a Bernie campaign person, right? And like at various times, like I appreciate her. When I saw her debating Vosh, I thought she got some good points in on Vosh. But overall, you know, she's one of these Hill people. She's one of these, you know, her whole thing is, I don't know. The Hills, like, it looks like a crossfire kind of thing. You got your lefty and you got your righty. But what always happens is, because the Hill's a conservative outlet, is that the lefty is further to the center or is more, you know, the lefty will see more points to agree with the righty on than the righty will see to agree with the lefty on. And that's the issue with the Hill. And that's why Brianna Joy Gray is kind of a perfect fit. She's not, how would I even place her? She's not as bad as Jimmy Dore. She's not as bad as Tim Pool. But, you know, she's got a reliable consistency of bad takes that you will see from time to time. So, yeah, there's things I appreciate about her, right? She's definitely, she's true to herself. Let's just put it that way.
Not actually choose the type of heating their home gets. The vast majority of people in this country rent, or if they...
You've been trapped in Hassan... Wait, what is this? So I'm catching up with chat here. I've been trapped on Hassan's channel for like 2 hours because of puppy. Oh, the new puppy. Yeah, his new puppy is very cute. It's like a bear dog, but a very young bear dog, and it's adorable. Put pictures of the dog. Oh, the dog's in the pool of the Discord. Yeah, so if you're not joined up to the Discord already, let me grab that link for you, not from you. It's this link right here. Like, I appreciate watching Brianna Joy Gray's content, but partially for the fact that I know there's often going to be something for me to disagree with. Right? There we go. That is the Discord link. Hassan supporting... Oh, is he? Wait, is that true? Hassan supporting Puppy Mills? That's an accurate description. Who hasn't debated Vosh at this point? Good point, yeah. I need to get Minecraft so we can play together. That would be awesome. Shakespeare, we should clean up the skulk from some world, or like face the warden together. That would be a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on with Hassan's puppy. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the YouTube chat to be able to give you access, which I don't post this in you nearly enough. That's the Discord right there. Boom. That's the Discord. Join the Discord, and you can too see pictures of the puppies in the pool that Iron Orchids is about to post. So very excited to see that. Hassan is not supporting Puppy Mills. Yeah, I literally don't know. I literally don't know. I know that Hassan got a new dog. That's like all I know. That's literally all I know.
Do buy a home, unfortunately it's set up to you know, for gas, and you probably can't pay to gut that out and change your whole entire system. That is much more of a hardship to deal with than the fact of, oh no, what will I do if I don't pay for a fucking edit button on a social media platform? I mean, listen, just pay for it if you want to. Don't give me these shitty excuses. You don't care about the issues that come with paying for that platform, which is fine. We all make these decisions all the time. Just, that's what it is for you. Personally.
Oh, he's complaining, but he's on the panel with Illuminati. We didn't really talk about this, right? We didn't really talk about this, but there has been a scandal with Illuminati, And the first issue was Illuminati alleging some plagiarism that had gone on. Now, it turned out that this plagiarism was Illuminati's editor, or sorry, Legal Eel's editor talking to Illuminati's editor and saying, hey, I kind of like that effect you did on that last video. Do you mind telling me how you did that? What did you use for that, right? What plugins, what this, what that, right? And there was, it was a simple little like tear transition or something like that. It wasn't, there wasn't much to it, right? And Illuminati actually kind of came out on Twitter and talked about that and was like, yeah, I didn't like this plagiarism that went on. Now, it's ironic that Illuminati would bring up plagiarism because it wasn't long after that till H Bomber Guy posted a video of Illuminati basically line for line, not word for word, right? But line for line repeating what was already a documentary, what was somebody else's documentary. It looks very much like Illuminati watched that documentary and basically, sentence for sentence, like, just use the same like outline, basically, like kind of ripped the outline. So, you want to talk about plagiarism? That looks an awful lot like plagiarism. And Lance from the Surfs, I think, came in to support Illuminati in that. Olaimi did too. I don't know if Matt Bender has said anything about it or not. But yeah, they are sitting on the panel together.
Twitter is different than any other platform to me.
Because you're reminding me of this, Zara. Yeah, so Bad Faith is Brianna's debate show, right? And it's mostly just people coming on to debate Brianna. But in the past, it was Brianna and Virgil Texas. And I think that if you look at the Twitter for Bad Faith, Virgil's name is still on there. So does that represent that she's waiting for things to cool off with Virgil, for people to forget what Virgil Texas did in terms of, creeping on an underage fan or what, right? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe she's taken it off by now, right? But yeah, that's the other notorious thing that Brianna was involved with. But yeah, nobody's coming out of this smelling like roses. Obviously, I've pointed out issues with Lance in the past in terms of the debate with Lauren Southern. I'm very realistic about, I like that the Leftist Mafia called out Anna Kasparian in no uncertain way. That was in large part due to Olaimi. Olaimi was kind of at the front of that, and we're gonna get more into that, right? Because there's some people who feel like the majority report hasn't called out Anna Kasparian enough, and it's mainly to do with Sam, right? Because I feel like Brianna, after her back and forth with Jink, I feel like you can't really say that. Sorry, not Brianna, Emma, after her back and forth with Jink, I don't think you can really say that about Brianna. But Sam was on vacation or was out of town or something while all this was going on. So Sam hasn't said as much about it. Obviously, Sam has, made it clear that he disagrees with Anna's sentiments on that tweet. But there are some people that feel like that there's a larger thing going on at the Young Turks, right? I've been calling this out for a long time. The Young Turks are taking a reactionary turn. How far will they go? Where will they land? We don't know, right? But we have seen this before, and this is at the very least a pivot, right? There's a lot of content creators that haven't really recognized that TYT is making a pivot, that it's not just one bad take from Anna, it's not just one bad take from Jink, it's not just Ben Glebe, it's not just right? It's not just any one thing. It's like a pattern that's emerging, and the pattern is that TYT, on some level is leaving the left. Sam doesn't seem to get that yet, but the caller, well, we'll see. We'll see what you think about it. The question that I'd ask you is, do you think that the caller that we're going to listen to, do you think that the caller was fair to Sam, right? That's the big question.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Yeah, Jeff Bezos sucks. They suck in the same way every other, billionaire corporate CEO sucks. The difference between them and Elon Musk is that Elon Musk is directly using his product to himself use it.
Yeah, I think that's very likely, Polly, that if Brianna was white, she'd take less heat. That's a pretty universal statement you could make there.
To promote and push far right wingers, he's advocated openly on his platform to vote.
You want me to bring Matt Bender back on my platform?
Vote for the Republicans.
But would it be responsible to platform somebody that's that's on that's working with a plagiarist like Illuminati?
He's out there being as transphobic as possible, telling people to misgender, and he just removed.
Didn't they just change that? They changed.
Yes,
the policy,
they just
right?
changed
That
the policy. It's not against
yeah.
specifically the transgender policy. It's no longer against Twitter's policies, just to attack transgender people. You can misgender them, harass them in that way, all you want, just for trans people. That rule has been changed. Personally, that's a line crossed to me that no other platform has crossed. And so for me personally, I view Twitter now as something different. You might say, Matt, why don't you stop using Twitter altogether? Aren't you providing Elon Musk money by using the platform? To that, I would say that's just not how the internet works.
That's a question that people have asked me, right? That's a question that people have asked me, and it's weird because you end up in these situations where something like Twitter becomes part of my content strategy just because of the way that it functions, the way that it drives traffic, right? And I'm in a position where I can't really not do it. Now, Matt's explanation, I would say, leaves a little bit to be desired. Matt's going to say that he's on Twitter a lot, but he doesn't buy any of the products. And Twitter's really making money, or in other words, the advertisers that keep Twitter afloat, they're making money off of people clicking through on their ads and buying products. So he doesn't do that, so he doesn't contribute in that way. Now, I could claim the same thing, but I think I'd be being a little bit disingenuous, right? Because Matt to a greater extent, and me to a lesser extent, we make content on Twitter. We provide content on Twitter. Content creators being on Twitter is part of the reason that Twitter has any attraction to people in the first place. And we may not be like buying things from ads, but with somebody that's producing as much content as Matt does and is successfully producing content, getting the reach that Matt does, I think it'd be hard for him to claim that he doesn't sell any products, right? So, I use Twitter, and I don't really have a problem with Matt using Twitter. I don't even have a problem with certain people. If you're like a sex worker and you need to have Twitter Blue in order to operate, then I'm kind of okay with that too. I'd rather not give support to that, but I don't judge people for being in a position where they need that. Apparently, Olayemi even now Brianna's got Twitter Blue, and I told you before, I think that's because she kind of supports the sort of free speech mission that Elon's on about, right? That's that's her agreeing with the right wing to own the centrist. That's what I don't like about Brianna, is that sort of tendency. Olayemi, I guess up until really recently, had the check mark, but then Matt convinced her not to do it anymore, and for the reason that like a lot of people are getting blocked for check marks, and a lot of people like on our side of the political spectrum are getting blocked for check marks. So while it makes sense for Brianna Joy Gray to have a check mark because her demographic, her audience is one that largely supports Elon's free speech mission, it doesn't really make sense for Matt. It doesn't really make sense for Olayemi, and it definitely doesn't make sense for me to get just almost out of principle, I would never pay for a check mark. But it's an interesting discussion nonetheless.
And internet advertising works. Listen, if you watch Fox News,
wait, who's saying Brianna's a transphobe?
Do you aid in their TV advertising? Actually, you probably don't, unless you have a Nielsen box and count it for their ratings, or however Nielsen is dealing with how they work out the ratings nowadays. But even in that sense, let's take TV advertising versus internet advertising. In TV advertising,
wait, did Matt say that Brianna? I watched this once before, and I didn't pick up any implication from Matt that Brianna was a transphobe. Definitely like her program platforms transphobes pretty frequently. Matt was saying that checkmark is transphobic? What? Did I totally miss that? Did I totally zone out? I did not get that. Oh, no, he's talking about Elon, the policy change, right? I'm trying to remember what he could. I know what you're talking about now, Polly. Yeah, he talked about the policy change. In the past, if somebody called you the T-slur, if somebody misgendered, or I think still if somebody calls you the T-slur, right? But if somebody misgendered you, if somebody dead named you, if somebody, did something like that, that was an infraction that would force them to delete that tweet, right? Elon specifically changed that. And that was one of Matt's arguments against paying for the checkmark.
Every other, billionaire corporate CEO sucks. The difference between them and Elon Musk is that Elon Musk is directly using his product to himself use it to promote and push far-right wingers. He's advocated openly on his platform to vote for the Republicans. He's out there being as transphobic as possible, telling people to misgender, and he just removed.
Didn't they just change that? They changed.
Yes,
the policy,
they just
right?
changed the policy. It's not against specifically the transgender policy.
So as much as I've had, I've had disagreements with Matt Bender in the past. I'm sure I'll have disagreements with Matt Bender in the future, right? I don't see where he implied that Brianna was transphobic, at least not here, right? I don't have the familiarity with the depth and the breadth of Brianna's content to comfortably characterize her position on trans people. Obviously, I have a lot of problem with the Rising as a platform, with the Hill as a media organization in terms of who they platform, what kind of transphobes that they platform. But yeah, I definitely don't see Bender, calling her out for that here. But he is connecting the purchase of the checkmark to Elon Musk and to Elon's new rules on trans people, specifically changing the rules to allow misgendering, to allow dead naming, and carve out an exception to say that's just free speech, right? That's not hate speech. That's not TOS. That is free speech. That is a policy position, a legitimate take that somebody could have. And if we start banning people for that, we're punishing free speech. We're not allowing free speech. So that's what he's connecting it to. He's connecting Brianna and her wanting to buy the checkmark, her being sympathetic to Elon's free speech project, to the things that Elon does with Twitter. But I don't think he's directly connected Brianna, or attributed intent, really, is what we'd be talking about here. Transphobic intent to Brianna.
Policy. It's no longer against Twitter's policies just to attack transgender people. You can misgender them, harass them in that way all you want. Just for trans people, that rule has been changed. Personally, that's a line crossed to me that no other platform has crossed. And so for me personally, I view Twitter now as something different. You might say, Matt, why don't you stop using Twitter altogether? Aren't you providing Elon Musk money by using the platform?
So there's where the nuance starts. If you want to see it that way, you could say it's hypocritical. I find myself using the platform despite having similar reservations. I don't let myself off the hook as easily as Matt does, though, by saying I don't buy anything from them. I kind of don't buy that.
To that, I would say that's just not how the internet works and internet advertising works. Listen, if you watch Fox News, do you aid in their TV advertising? Actually, you probably don't, unless you have a Nielsen box and count it for their ratings, or however Nielsen is dealing with how they work out the ratings nowadays. But even in that sense, let's take TV advertising versus internet advertising. In TV advertising, advertisers cannot directly put their sales, what they sell, to the ads. There's no way to judge that action. They have to just basically estimate by audience that the station they're advertising or the show they're advertising on tells them they have. They have to estimate, this has given us maybe this amount of sales. Some of them do it for just simply brand building. Oh, our ad is during this show. It'll help, it's a popular show. It's worth the money to get that brand, our brand in front of this many people. But internet advertising is different. Advertisers can directly tell.
Yeah, I would say that if Matt has a problem in his argumentation, in his rhetoric, right? Because that's what he's gotten himself into here. It was a little back and forth with Brianna Joy Gray. It feels like this goes on a little too long, though. And the net effect of it is to make him seem defensive about this take, right? And to pull him out there where he's got to justify his use of Twitter. I don't think that he needs that as much as he thinks he does. I don't think he's like he's literally like proposing, it's probably something that he's got a lot, right? And it's an extension of what he's saying here. Well, you don't like buying Twitter Blue. Well, then why do you still use Twitter? If it's a transphobic platform, if Elon Musk is a bad man, then why do you use this platform? And he's going to say it's because he uses it in a way that he's exploiting it rather than contributing to it. I don't entirely agree, but I do understand the pragmatic need to utilize platforms that you don't always agree with.
But ads are bringing them money. So if you use a platform nonstop and you don't pay any money for it, you don't buy anything from the advertisers, if you click the ads but don't buy anything from those advertisers, you actually are not a boon to the platform. You are actually costing that advertiser money with...
Well, Paulie, if Matt rubs you the wrong way, I mean, you're not the only one. Like, right, I've brought him on before. He was like a hero of mine, actually. Like, right, I really liked the era of the Majority Report with him and Michael, although obviously I've got some differences of opinion with both of them. But I didn't expect to get a debate, and that's actually what I got. Like, I didn't realize that, like, I think he thought I was... Now, this was a long time ago, right? So I feel like his politics have changed. I feel like he's more on the left these days. But yeah, I think he thought I was a little bit of an SJW. I think he thought I was a little bit of a far lefty.
No action that brings them revenue that they can see. So they will then decide, hey, you know what? These ads, it's got all these impressions, all these clicks, no sales. This is just not worth our time. We're not.
Do you see what I mean about him getting defensive here? He just didn't need to go there, right? It almost seems like the rest of the panel's a little bit bored too.
Advertising here anymore. So just using that platform, unless you're paying for it or buying things from their advertisers, you are actually, in fact, not providing revenue for an internet platform like that.
I don't know. I have a different perspective on this. I mean, as somebody who doesn't monetize any of their endeavors, so let's all keep that in mind. I don't monetize shit that I do. Everything I do is for free. My Substack, my this, all my things. Twitter is a vehicle by which, as an advocate, you get your message out, right? And no matter what I do on anything I've ever been on, the most views, most this, anything I get is on Twitter. My most successful, even on being as someone who was on Rising and hosted Rising, if I do a radar that I could go viral on Twitter, it ain't getting no views like those kinds of views on YouTube or something like that or whatever. I could reach a lot more people. There's a lot more I've been able to do as far as Rikers and Eric Adams and things like that.
Polly,
and I was somebody who...
I will recommend some content to you if you want to drill into like why some of these people like Matt Bender don't like and Sam Seder don't like Brianna Joy Gray. A lot of it stems back to because they were pretty close together at one point, right? Like I said, Brianna worked for the Bernie campaign. It was the force the vote issue, right? The same issue that Jimmy Dore pushed, Brianna was pushing. And I think that might have been Vosh's problem with Brianna too. It all goes back to the force the vote debate. If you want to, if you have time, if you have the interest, you could maybe do a react to Sam Seder versus Brianna Joy Gray on Force the Vote. This is going back to 2016, I think. Yeah, it's got to be like 2016, right? And kind of give it a watch, see what you think. It was a long time ago. It's an issue that I don't completely even remember, but I do remember that was the point at which a lot of people soured on Brianna Joy Gray.
Subscribe to Twitter Blue because factually, before Elon Musk came into the picture, it made it much simpler for me to do that. And I remember feeling very much so like when Elon Musk took over, like, okay, I'm going to get rid of this function that literally makes it exponentially easier for me to do the advocacy that I seriously do, because I've gotten locked into this internet perspective on this Elon Musk shit. Like at the end of the day, the kind of work that I do, I'm like, there are far more like the structures inherently that I'm up against that I must always contend in as a defense attorney, as a public defender. There's always a bad institution there. There's always a bad guy. There's always an Elon Musk. There's always this like bad white man institution is always present. So this idea, like every time we decide on the internet that we put some flagpole in the sand, this thing, I don't think that's necessarily fair, like the way it's become this marker. Like I don't think it's always just everybody's just making excuses.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. I don't completely remember what all was involved in the force the vote issue.
I think people legitimately can feel like whatever. I that was my perspective on it. I wouldn't have personally. I was not pressed against.
I'm a bit confused about what it was that made FTV so controversial between everyone.
But my Twitter Blue, I didn't give a fuck about all of this.
Well, I mean, so this wasn't just the point at which people soured on Brianna Joy Gray. This is what the point that, you know, the beef with Jimmy Dore, because Jimmy Dore, going back to the Young Turks, right? He was somebody that I think up until the primary, he might have been further to the left on some issues than Jink, but you know, he had a show on TYT. He was friendly with everybody on the left, right? It was after the primary where Jimmy Dore wanted to find a third-party candidate to vote for, right? You know, you had a split right there, where you had people that were like, okay, Bernie said, you know, he endorses Hillary. That's it. There's nothing we can do. And you had people that were saying, like, God, Hillary's such a shit sandwich. There's got to be something that we can do. So it wasn't just Brianna Joy Gray that split off. Then that was actually, I think, if I remember correctly, that's when Jimmy Dore started to go that way too. Obviously, Jimmy Dore went a lot further, right? Jimmy Dore at this point is basically a right winger. Brianna Joy Gray is not. She's Brianna Joy Gray is Brianna Joy Gray, right? She's got a pretty unique set of takes on things.
I'm a team player. Y'all remember y'all bullied me. I succumbed to bullying, and that's why I kept it real. I kept it real. I said it today. I even commented on Rihanna's thing. I was like, I literally said it. I actually shared these sentiments, but I am just too tired to get jumped. I'm not gonna get jumped. I am like, listen, I'm on a team, so I got rid of it.
I do wonder now, though, if it's even beneficial anymore because of what that check mark now signifies, and people are automatically blocking everyone with check marks. Like, exactly. I wonder if it would help.
I have an extension. I can share it with you. It's just going wild right now. I'm just like, I'm looking at a screen going like blah 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 blah. It's nuts.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's another thing. So the app is breaking.
Lance is talking about an extension to an extension to block Twitter Blue people, right? And so like basically the conclusion that Olaimi comes to is that it just doesn't like at this point it doesn't matter whether it was a good idea, whether it was a bad idea. Like she's explained why it was worth it to her in the past, but she also recognizes that, like, just what I was saying, that like Matt's viewers, her viewers, my viewers, right, are not going to be Twitter Blue people. So you kind of got to pick a side at this point, right? If you keep the blue. And I don't necessarily think you should block all blue users. Like I've said before, I carve out a big, exception for sex workers or other people that kind of need to use that the functionality of Twitter Blue or whatever, right? But you know, if for me to use it would be choosing to get blocked by a lot of people. For Olay to use it, for Matt to use it, would be choosing to get blocked. So whether or not you think that the extra, you know, you get 10-minute videos that you can upload, you get the edit button, you get all that stuff, whether you think that plus the 4 times reach is worth it at this point, unless you're, and you know, I mean, that is something to notice about Brianna Joy Gray, right? The audience she's courting is an audience that's cool with Elon. That's why she's stuck with the blue. And that, you know, Matt, I don't really understand why Matt even felt it necessary to make an argument to her. I don't see any world in which, you know, he was gonna change her mind. Obviously, you know, these two are not friends. There's been bad blood between the Majority Report and Brianna ever since the Force the Vote thing, and it's only gotten worse. So, you know, I don't know what was going on here. It doesn't seem like it was a very productive conversation, though.
Breaking down in general, there are millions.
Matt is not paying for it. No, Matt is very much against the Force the Vote. Matt got Olay to stop paying for it, right? Convinced Olay that the blocks that she would get were not worth the, you know, benefits that you get from having blue. So
glitches. So that has
it's so bad.
Yeah,
it's so bad. It's so trash now.
Yeah, that was the reason why I couldn't fight for it. I just took my bullion and I just canceled the subscription because it wasn't applicable anywhere. The app doesn't fucking work at all. So Twitter Blue doesn't do anything other than make you have a corny ass chat mark and be associated with a bunch of losers. So listen, I took my bullying. I succumbed to King Matt Bender on this one. I also listen, Bender, I name drop you in my episode tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
I did. Yes, I name dropped you.
I'll have to check it out. Listen, Ole, I obviously would have given you a pass if you stayed with Twitter Blue. I was personally trying to save you from all the blocks.
Yeah, that's my thing too. I never went out and just randomly blocked people with check marks. I always kind of check on who they are, right? If it's a chud thread and there's a whole bunch of people like liking the chud thread and being like hell yeah in the comments, that's a block list for me, right? If it's somebody putting out bait there to tease the chuds, that's a block list for me. But I don't just go out and block random blue check marks.
Box.
I appreciate it. No,
but,
I appreciate it.
Listen, like I said, like I don't care what people do. I'm just letting people know why I view that in that way. And yeah, I do view people who, this is my own personal thing. You're free to subscribe if you think it's so important, but I will personally view you in a certain way. And I'm not saying you should care about that. I'm a nobody to you. Maybe it doesn't matter at all, but I'm just letting you know how I'm personally viewing that. And I can tell you, judging by the reaction, that a lot of people view it that way too.
Bender said, what Bender is saying to you is, if you have Twitter Blue, you're a corny motherfucker, a bozo, if you will.
You are. I mean, they are on the leftist mafia. You know, they're you can see what's going on here. You can see that there's a lot of maneuvering, let's just say, that goes on to keep a team like this together, right? I don't think that they said anything about Illuminati's controversy, right? Whether like Olay defended Illuminati and Lance defended Illuminati. I don't know if Matt jumped in there. I feel like maybe Matt did. And so that's like a negative example, right? You know somebody, you like somebody, you want to believe that somebody, they come over and explain to you this horrible person, Legal Eagle, plagiarized me, stealing my transitions, like I can't believe it, right? And you want to go in there and jump in for them, and especially if they're getting dogpiled, and Blair was getting dogpiled, you want to jump in there. However, if you did jump in there for Blair, you were defending somebody that's making spurious accusations of plagiarism, but that is at the same time doing, I don't know what else to call it other than plagiarism, herself, right? So yeah, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, like what they've got going here.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I'll go so far to say, if you're paying for verification on Facebook or Instagram too,
Twitter blue users are bozos. Many people are saying
You're
this.
a loser. Why are you
No,
paying
that's
for
an
that?
Instagram thing, yeah.
Why are
I
you
saw that.
paying for that?
Wait,
That
you can
is-
pay for
So
that?
let
Yeah,
us
I didn't even know
start.
that you could.
Instagram just recently enrolled.
The reason Facebook and their Facebook Instagrams are a lot more expensive. It's $15 each. So if you want to verify both your Facebook.
Yeah, she was telling with herself on Legal Eagle, and now Olay and Lance are caught up in that, right? They've gone on record, supporting her.
On Instagram, it's $30 a month.
Jesus Christ.
But the difference, I think the reason they haven't got so much shit is because they're actually verifying people. Like they're actually contacting people and checking. They're asking for like verification, like an ID, and then you actually have to use like your real name. But also though, you don't get anything special like Elon's promising. Elon's saying like we're gonna just fill your feed with Twitter blue people.
My other question about this, like, right, the leftist mafia. Now, to the right wing, these are all leftists, right? The right wing will play fast and loose with that term. In fact, they like to call liberal. They're in a habit of calling liberals leftists, right? Because it makes them sound more liberal. You're not just a liberal, you're a fucking leftist, right? Look at you, you leftist. Now, leftist means something, and generally where I cut the line is that if you're leftist, you're some kind of post-capitalist, right? You've got a structural critique of some sort for capitalism. That's, that's where the line is drawn there. I don't know all of these people super well, and I don't know which of them I would consider a leftist or not a leftist. Like I get the sense with Lance, yes, Olay, yes, Illuminati, probably. Matt Bender, I don't know. When I talked to him, he was definitely not a leftist. He was definitely not somebody that, like I said, had a structural critique for capitalism. He might have changed. I don't know about David Doyle. I don't know about Mike Figueredo, but Legal Eagle is, I'm pretty sure, a progressive, like, lib, is not a leftist, right? So, I mean, this isn't exactly leftist infighting that's going on here, although I will agree it's pretty cutthroat. It's pretty cutthroat to make an accusation of plagiarism on somebody that just asked your editor, how'd you do that cool transition, right? That's not exactly the same thing.
Facebook and Instagram saying we're just basically verifying so people can know that you are who you are.
Not My Warrior Princess has put out a hatchet video on ContraPoints accusing her of lying about Vosh. I heard this. Illumin Hoggy. Okay. That's a new name for her. The hogs are like, Matt thinks it's LGBT representation. They were right. Wait, we're talking about something that Natalie Marie said. Bender tried to own the transphobes on the Mario movie because he thinks he knows what drag is when people who do drag are disagreeing with him and telling, I did not, what was that on? Natalie Marie, are you talking about on the Majority Report, or are you talking about on his podcast?
Giving any special like platform push or reach.
See, now I'm curious about, like, I don't know. So have people seen Not My Warrior Princess? I should say this in a different way. It was on Leftist Mafia. Okay, so that was episode 20, the 420 episode, on both, on Twitter and on Leftist Mafia, and on Doomed. Okay.
So I think that's why they haven't got.
Well, so now that might be the like that's kind of the problem that somebody, we're gonna watch in a second, a caller that Sam gets. That's kind of the problem that the caller seems to have with the Majority Report, is that they're well-intentioned, but maybe end up commenting on subjects that they don't know as much about if they were to have, like, let's say, more trans people on their platform.
And so much shit for it. But all in all, you're providing content for these companies. The trade-off has always been they provide the platform, you provide the content, they let you post as much content, all these videos, gigs of shit if you'd like, and in return, they'll monetize it so they could let you do it, and then they'll also, if you get really popular or you hit a certain mark, they'll then also share that revenue with you. It was you scratch my back, I scratch yours. It was everyone was getting something out of the ordeal. This now is not that. This is basically, we want you to pay us to post content. And that's just, and you're not, it's not like, okay, if you pay us, we will no longer sell ads on you now, because again, when you don't pay, you're the product, which again, the trade-off was, fine, you can use my data for advertisers, but we get to use this platform to make money too. But with this, it's, you pay me, and I'm still going to sell your data and still show you ads. So that trade-off is no longer there. So I think paying for these platforms in any way, sense, or shape, or form is bullshit. You shouldn't do it. It's a big scam.
Oh my god. Okay, so we got another cute Fox video to watch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's get to this, right? Oh, this is Biscuit. I've heard of this Fox.
You don't want chicken. Do you want another stroke then? Should we do another stroke? Another one? Good girl. Yes, you are. There. Is that lovely? Is that lovely?
That's Biscuit.
Hey? You're a good girl. Right, should we try chicken again now? No? What do you want then? Do you want another stroke? That's my fingers. You don't want chicken. Do you want another stroke then? Should we do another stroke? Another one? Good girl.
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh, there. Is that lovely?
Biscuit.
Is that lovely? Is it? Hey?
Oh my god. Biscuit doesn't really want any chicken after all. Basil with Biscuit in her... Wait, there's two of them? That's Basil.
Okay, Basil's back.
Basil.
Do you want some more chicken?
Yeah, they're both, I think they're wild foxes.
Come on then. Basil. Come on. You coming? Honestly, I have to do such a balancing act with you guys. My fault, probably, for not having it near enough to the door. Now you've got down.
Yeah, so Sarah and Polly are on to what I was saying earlier, right? That the issue is that even if you don't, like, and this is why I can't quite acquit myself with the same argument that Matt uses, is that even though Matt's not buying ads himself, like, or he's not, you know, clicking through, he's not like he's not putting money in the advertiser's pocket, which is at the end of the day the reason that they buy they pay for advertisement on Twitter, right? He's making content which brings users to the platform, which allows Twitter to advertise on him, and thereby, you know, like, basically, yeah, he is creating their... He's creating their content, like, right? Twitter doesn't have any content other than people like Matt, you know, doing what they do on there.
Right, come on. I'll come back inside. Come on then. Do you want this? Here. 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 Take two. Take two.
Two chickens?
Seems that you're taking them off and then you're coming back for more, so hopefully you're taking them to Chip and the
Oh, gonna get both at the same time? Oh my god.
There we go, folks. That was Basil back for more chicken. Get off the road. Okay, Basil's back.
There goes Basil.
You want this? No? What do you want then? What do you want? Do you want another fuss? That's my fingers. Look, they're my fingers, okay? Let's go like this then. Let's try you this way.
Aww.
How you doing? There, good girl. Look at that. Oh, you beautiful girl. Yes, you are. You lovely girl. Are you? Hey? Is that lovely? Look at that. Lovely girl. Hey? There. Lots of scratches. You like your scratches now, don't you? How you doing? There, good girl.
Anyway. So, like, I pre-watched this just to spoil it for you. Sam addresses Anna's tweet 4 weeks ago. No. Is Anna Kasparian trans 1 month ago? That's not what we're looking for either. Sam responds to caller upset over coverage of Anna Kasparian's tweets. That's what we're looking for, right? And the thing that frustrates me here is the missed opportunity. That there is something that Sam and the Majority Report are missing about TYT that I think it is important that they understand. But the way that this caller puts it forward, it's not coming across in a way that's going to reach Sam. And so my prediction is this. When he realizes that this isn't just an aberration in TYT, when he realizes that Anna's statements on birthing people really do represent a turn, a heel turn for TYT, I think he's going to be surprised.
For the most part,
and you know, it's like for people that are online enough to know where Anna's going, to have read enough of Twitter to kind of know where Anna's coming from, and to know what this is not, which is, it's not just Anna misunderstanding something. It's not just Anna, you know, having one bad take, right? But, you know, this person's trying to reach Sam with that knowledge, and they come across as criticizing Sam for not saying enough. I think he has. I think that the Majority Report, Emma and Sam, as far as Anna goes, they were slow on the uptake, and they didn't want to believe that, you know, this represented transphobia. But, you know, Emma's interaction with Jink kind of makes it clear that she gets it. Sam's statement, you know, I don't think Sam's statement is lacking. I think what's lacking is his understanding of the overall situation. And it's probably representative of a lot of people in this ecosystem. A lot of people that have dealt with TYT in the past, a lot of people that think that they know TYT, and they are just going to be surprised when they find out where TYT is really going with this. So,
hey, this is John from Indiana.
John from Indiana, what's on your mind?
Sorry about that. I had a business call come in, so I apologize.
Well, la-di-da. I also had a business call.
You only use it to bully the check marks because your tweets go nowhere. Yeah, it's really tough because, like, Polly's, you know, if Polly's just like me got like a regular Twitter account, no blue check mark. It's not just that the check marks are boosted, right? Because there's no such thing as just boosting in a vacuum. There's a set number of eyeballs. There's a set number of views. There's a set amount of time that people use Twitter for. So when you boost the blue check marks, that has to come from somewhere. And that's coming from the reach of people like me and Polly and Matt and Olay now, who do not have that boost, right? So yeah, like we, you know, that you're not imagining things like that. They really are kind of, you know, stifling your tweets in an attempt to get people to adopt like a subscription model, which just isn't going to happen with Twitter. Like the only thing that Elon's going to do is, kill the platform. But I mean, it's kind of been done. I mean, it wasn't doing that great before him. It's definitely not doing that great now.
It was with you. You just didn't answer.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, Sam.
Anna's on a mainstream white lady turf arc, but 3 years too late. 3 years late. Sam just dismisses it with I don't have to follow every single. Yeah, and what's frustrating too is if you read the I read the comments, and like, they're very anti the caller. They're very anti the caller.
Thanks for taking.
I feel like I understand what the caller is trying to say. I think it was important. I just feel like the way that it was put forward, this is going to be a hard thing to tell Sam anyway, and it does suck, right? There's a real cost to having a platform where you don't have trans representation, and that is that you're going to be missing part of the picture when you cover trans stuff. I think this is an example of that, right? And it's not to say that, it's not to say that having some trans representation gets you out of this, right? You have to still listen to the people. And it was pretty obvious that, Jink wasn't going to listen to Benny C on the birthing people issue, right? So you also, there's two parts of it, but Majority Report, is a pretty small operation. And yeah, there's not, I don't see anybody who's gonna make Sam aware of what the caller was trying to make him aware of. So it sucks. It's a missed opportunity.
My call. I really, I've had a lot of thoughts over the last few weeks, and I've been trying to call in to kind of get them across. And
yeah, I mean, it's understandable that the controversy is kind of over, and jumping on it now would just seem, I don't know, weird, right? But trans people that watch your content do want to know that you get it, right? And I feel like that might be what the caller's looking for. You also have to create an environment where marginalized people can challenge senior people. Yeah, and that's what TYT did not have, or in leadership on issues without having their career jeopardized. Well, I mean, I don't feel like Benny C was, put in jeopardy of firing, but it also doesn't feel like she was really listened to either. Demon Mama also bent over backwards to defend Vosh over the contract. I've heard that there's more to the Demon Mama take. Am I right about this? Does chat know about this? I've heard that there's more to the Demon Mama take, and there's more to the Xander Hall take, and that at some point we're going to have to get back to those, I guess.
I don't know. I guess what I would really like to talk about ultimately, because I've spent a few weeks thinking about this, is I think your show has a bit of a blind spot that I think
just one
fill in the. Well, I mean, I think you guys do really good coverage on trans issues for the most part. I think you guys need to have more trans people on.
Let me read some YouTube chat here. Sam isn't familiar with TYT because he doesn't watch the show and he isn't savvy with the online media. This is a problem. As a content creator, this is a problem that I run into, right? There are shows that I would like to watch, that I would like to at least know what goes on in. And oftentimes I don't have the time to do that because I'm making my own content. I can somewhat relate to this, right? That's why I count on you, my community, to fill in the gaps. And when you think that I'm missing something, I really do want to hear about it from you. And I'll try not to be, dismissive like this, even if it's something that I'm not, even if you're pointing out something that I'm lacking, right? Especially if you're pointing out some information that I'm lacking.
On your show, though, and more callers, or, I mean, I don't know.
Why is he being such an ass to the callers? I mean, it's just kind of how he is.
I called you out on Twitter. I imagine you saw that. I was being inflammatory so as to capture your attention. So, I'm sorry for doing that, but I don't know.
I did not, but go ahead. All right. So what?
So you already kind of lost him with the assumption that, you put out a tweet, calling Majority Report out. You say, I apologize if that was a little inflammatory. And Sam's like, You think that I read every at that I get? Like, no.
Say what your point is.
So my biggest point is that this whole Anna Kasparian thing came up.
I'm going to drop the Discord link again
in case anybody's
not in there yet.
Have sort of got some whiplash from this and have not really wanted to call it what it is. And I think only really one person in that leftist media sphere, which is Oleami, I can't say her name right, just called it out as being a grift, which is immediately what I thought it was. And I don't know. I feel like you guys kind of dropped the ball on that because you never put the tweets up, you never showed the context, and you've got a lot of listeners.
Didn't I address this like before?
It would be helpful if the caller didn't make so many assumptions about Sam's intentions and the way that, you know, a media operation like the Majority Report runs, right? It would be helpful.
I mean, I wasn't here.
I mean, I understand. Like, I mean, they literally, like, why would they know that? Like, right? That's, you know, it's. I don't even understand like what it's like to deal with social media at the volume that Sam deals with it, right? But in absence of understanding of that, I feel like it's important to just kind of keep your assumptions to a minimum. And there's a few too many assumptions here. You know, that being said, like, I sympathize with the caller, and I would like to get the information. I feel like they're trying to impart some important information to Sam, and I would love to see that get to Sam.
Understanding is that things progressed somewhat last week when I was out, but 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought I addressed it, didn't I?
You did, and that was me that had called in. You spoke to me.
Okay.
And so, like, I was trying to call in because people kept talking about the tweet as if it were a tweet, and it was actually a lot of tweets.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I saw that one tweet from Anna, and that's what I was responding to.
So do you see the miscommunication here? The caller wants to impart that it's not just one thing, it's a pattern, right? But Sam's hearing, you have to pay attention to every tweet. And I'll be honest, I don't pay attention to every tweet. I don't know how anybody can pay attention to every tweet, right? So that's the disconnect.
I'm not on Twitter as much maybe as people want me to be.
Sure.
I don't, there's this sense that like, I won't talk about TYT because I'm friends with them or because I do business with them. Like, I've known Cenk for, a long time, but he lives in LA. I mean, I've probably spoken to him in person, I don't know, maybe 10 times over the past almost 18 years.
Sure.
I've been on that show at one point.
So what you're getting from Sam a lot is, am I my brother's keeper? Am I... Do I really need to, like, do you need me to keep tabs on TYT?
We were, part of the YouTube network, which, and just to make this clear to people, the relationship that we had in business was I was their client. In other words, I paid them money to optimize our YouTube channel because, and we did that for far longer than I think like a business person who had a business sense would have done it, because I didn't want to have to manage somebody doing that for us. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't care and this and that.
Oh my God, are we, we're a little broken up here. Let me see if I can do this.
So I was never getting money from them. I don't have some reason, nefarious reason not to criticize them. But I also don't feel a huge compulsion.
I understand what the caller is trying to say. However, their big mistake was assuming that Sam has high online media literacy. Zara and Oh, Xers. Sorry, it doesn't say. Xers and older usually have little to no online media literacy.
To observe every tweet that they do or what's on their show. I cannot express to people how misguided they are in terms of what they assume I watch on a daily basis. I don't have enough hours in the day for me to monitor what TYT is doing. And I think, like, on balance, my sense is, and, I've always, considered myself to the left of, like, of Cenk. Like, I had arguments with him 18 years ago or 15 years ago about the Bill Clinton administration. And, but that was just like, I was invited onto the show or I was on the show or whatever I was. And
yeah, Sam does get super defensive here.
That came up. I mean, it's not like I'm, monitoring them. And so I think, like, I thought that tweet was ridiculous. Do I know
that's
why?
Just the tip of the iceberg.
Okay,
because
but
she had a lot of responses.
Okay, if she's tweeting all this stuff out, I'm not defending her, but I'm not
saying you are, but I'm saying that
you're saying it's incumbent upon me to be polite. Wait, let me finish. You're saying it's incumbent upon me.
Oh, Chad, you're talking about what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. What if Twitter finds a way to get the benefit of the blue checkmark without the appearance of the blue checkmark? I was saying, if Elon was smart, that's what he'd be looking to do, right? I thought maybe they'd done it. Somebody said that they'd, like, taken away the physical checkmark or the visible checkmark. That would be the smart thing to do. Let people keep their, like, preference status, but don't show them as checkmark users right now. Like, I'm giving advice to the opposition here. Obviously, I don't want Elon to succeed. I don't want the checkmark subscription service to succeed. I don't want to pay $8 for Twitter, right? But if he wants to get around the blocking of the other thing that he might do is make blocks a paid function or give you, like, a limited number of blocks, right? Make it so that you can't block more than a certain number of people without paying for it. So I don't know. Elon is never smart. Yeah, you can't count on Elon to do the smart thing. That's probably good for us, though. That's probably good. Give people the option to show it or not. That would probably be
to be monitoring her tweets,
probably be smart,
so that I can provide a super accurate representation of what her ideology is. I criticized her tweets.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if
I mean, look, my take is that I don't need Sam to, like, follow Anna Kasparian's every move. But, I would hate to see Sam assume good faith, assume good intent from TYT based on their track record. And then, that's not something you can assume. That's not something you should assume, right? That would be wrong.
If you're going to weigh in on it, you should have all the facts. And
Sam needs to shut up and listen.
I just weighed in on one thing, and that was the tweet.
But the show's waiting.
Yeah, it's not what the caller's asking for, but it's what Sam is interpreting from that.
Been on it 3 times. It's very clear it makes Emma uncomfortable.
Well, of course it makes Emma uncomfortable. I mean,
but she didn't have to address it. She could have said, "Hey, you know what?
We were getting 20 IMs about it. We didn't have to address it."
I think. Listen, I think you do have an argument. Hold on, John. You have an argument.
Yeah.
We could have said, and I've done this at times, like with something with, like, some of the Louis C.K. stuff. I said, Louis. I mean, I'm not in touch with him in the same way I was, but Louis was a friend of mine, and I know this from a different perspective. I don't want to weigh in on it. And I suppose that, Emma could have said, I'm not going to talk anything about it whatsoever, but it's not like, but hold on, John. Hold on.
Okay.
The responsibility we have, okay, in talking about this stuff, and I don't even like, I like going after right-wingers, but when I do a segment on.
Yeah, so now I'm wondering, like, what is the deal with the Louis C.K. thing, right? I wasn't aware that Sam was friends with Louis C.K. Now, I don't judge anybody for being friends with somebody who turns out to there's something about your friend you didn't know. But he needed to kind of bring that home. What was it? Where did he land on Louis C.K.? Right? Because that's not an issue where you can just be like, oh, you can't fence sit that one. That's not
on Jimmy Dore. When I do a segment on Steven Crowder, I like there to be some
Holy City 2012. Thank you for the follow.
Something in there that I can also, that is around an issue that I can pivot off of. There are times we're not, 100% faithful to that. There are times where we dip into what's the psychology behind this? A guy like Dave Rubin is just such a joke that we would do that for a while. But I don't see as my responsibility to provide the TYT report. Okay?
I'm not
and
saying,
hold on, John. Let me finish. And it is not like Emma has hidden the fact that she used to be on TYT, that she works with TYT, that they're friends of hers. So everybody has it's a full disclosure. When I talk about Matt Taibbi, I make it clear. Matt used to be a friend of mine. Matt did part of his podcast when he started his podcast with Green. They did it out of this office. And to the extent that I make any speculation as to what he's doing, I do it based upon what my firsthand knowledge is. I have no firsthand knowledge of what Anna or Cenk. And to the extent that Emma does, she's said what she's comfortable with. I didn't see, what her responses were. I was out of town. But maybe the issue is you want the show to do something differently than it is. That's not our responsibility.
I want the show. I feel like this is a disingenuous framing because I want the show. The show's addressed it 3 times, never put up a single tweet, never mentioned the fact that she's liking tweets from transphobes.
I don't know what she's liking tweets.
I know that you don't know that. I know that you don't know that, but your viewers, people are pointing it out. I tried to hop in your YouTube chat.
See, so yeah, here's the problem. So if you don't know, this might sound petty to some people. I don't know, the tweets that Anna's liking, it's actually not. It's actually not. The tweet that the caller has in mind is one where it said, oh my God, they talked about, Anna Kasparian is brave for standing up to trans think, right? Comparing trans people to Big Brother from 1984, right? It was a really gross tweet. And so it's, if it's just any tweet, if it's literally a random tweet that Anna liked and oh my God, how can you expect me to know the tweets that Anna likes, right? It does sound petty, but it's given the tweet that is being talked about, it's actually not petty at all. It's totally understandable. She's liking GC and turf tweets. Yeah, that's what Anna. Yeah, exactly, Natalie Marie. That's what I'm talking about. That's the tweet that the caller's talking about. Sam seems to think it's there's some expectation of following every tweet. It's not just that Anna liked a tweet, right? It's Anna liked a tweet in a certain context. People became aware of it. That you didn't have to go to Anna's. You didn't have to go to Anna's Twitter to her timeline. You didn't have to look through Anna's tweets to find this, right? This was something that happened that made waves. That's something that happened that people were talking about. I think that's what the caller would, is kind of worried that Sam isn't aware of, is that, what Anna's liking of that tweet became part of the discourse. So it's not that the caller is expecting Sam to be familiar with every single like that Anna has, which would be ridiculous. It's that this was kind of a notorious like.
Last week to tell viewers who don't know this, and your mods muted me.
Okay.
Because people don't know this.
Okay.
People aren't on Twitter. They don't know this. And her birthing person inclusive language shit goes back to February.
The caller is in the building.
February of 2022 when Sandy Lovis went on TYT and explained it to them. So when this whole grift happened...
there's large parts of the MR audience that don't even know what happened. That's really apparent from the... Maybe we'll scan the comments after this, right? Because from the comments, that's really apparent, and it's really sad, right? This caller is literally trying to, just kind of blow the whistle and let people know what's up, and it's just not being received at all.
Sandy is
It's not petty because the caller points out that this was shared with TMR viewers. TMR didn't have to. Yeah, that's right. It was shared all around. Like, this was a big deal. When it's not just a random tweet. It's a tweet. It's a like. It's not just a random like. It's a like that's like really stands out, and there's no good explanation for, and that people on various platforms, including it sounds like TMR viewers, have pointed out.
MR contributor and was writing on Twitter about my whole point is.
Your point is that I have not done enough homework on monitoring her tweets, and I'm telling you that's not my job. That's not my job. I know you want it to be my job, but it's not my job. I can't go through every single YouTuber and give an assessment.
You could raise your YouTube comments where people said this kind of stuff.
Wait, dude, do you think, let me ask you a question. Do you think that I have the time to go through all of our YouTube comments?
I mean, you could go through a fraction of them.
Well, which fraction? Which fraction should I go through?
My point is
just yours.
You guys run a business, and that's fine. But you act.
It's not a business. This is not a business decision. This is not a business decision at all. That's what I resent, is the implication that somehow I'm not doing this because I'm afraid of offending TYT or somebody else. I'm saying I'm not going to read every YouTube comment.
You never even explained properly why the inclusive language was important. You went about.
Whoa, what? Are you serious?
Yes, because Sam, I
You're saying that on this program, I've never said why inclusive language is important?
I never said that you. Okay, what I'm saying is. And what trans people were saying is the malicious compliance aspect of what insurance companies will do to them and how dysphoria will keep, you talked about it as sort of this polite thing, like, it doesn't cost me anything to use inclusive language. That's great.
Hire someone, you do. Who is this? Okay.
But it costs trans people their lives when the language is not used.
Well, wait. I didn't just say it cost me nothing to use inclusive language.
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with the chatters that are saying that this is, Sam's going to make the argument later that, he runs a ragtag organization. He doesn't really have, when the light bulb, he's going to talk about the light bulb getting broken, a light bulb going out, and who replaces it, who fixes it? Sam fixes it. The toilet gets dirty, Sam cleans it, right? That they don't have a big operation. However, you do have a big operation. You have a big platform. You have a lot going on in social media. You do need to figure out some way to get that stuff to filter through, right? And whether it's hiring someone or paying more attention to callers like this. Despite the fact that, it might put you on the defensive, there's got to be some way, because right now it's the information's out there and it's just not getting through. It's just not getting through. What does this have to do with? Oh yeah, discussing the importance of inclusive language is important in the segment where they're dealing with the tweet, complaining about inclusive language instead of relying on osmosis, because a lot of viewers will not have seen every episode of the TMR. True.
I'm saying that's one half of the equation. The other half of the equation is
let's read YouTube chat. My point is that he didn't explain inclusive language deeply enough for normies to understand. Malicious compliance by insurance companies is something he didn't mention, and that cis people by and large don't know about. Wait a minute. Somebody said, wait a minute. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something important. I am the caller. What is up, John? That's what I thought. Oh my God. This is like that Katie situation where we were going over that Katie's debate, and didn't even realize that that Katie was in that chat. I didn't realize that, because Vosh doesn't do a good job of identifying who he's debating with. This is John M in YouTube chat. Let me read your chats at the very least. Sorry you didn't get through to Sam. I do, like I said, I sympathize with you in that you're trying to put this information that he's clearly missing in front of his eyes, and that, at some point it's going to be important for him to understand that what TYT is doing is not just Anna randomly getting something wrong. It's not just a misunderstanding. It's a heel turn. There's something majorly going on with TYT, right? The fact that Anna didn't just like any tweet, it was a very turf brain tweet. It was a tweet talking about trans think, right? It was basically a gender critical tweet, right? If you're treating Anna like she's somebody that just doesn't understand it, if you're treating Anna like she's somebody that had a bad take, you are going to be, I don't know what to say other than media malpractice. Like, this is going to come back to bite Sam unless he finds some way of letting this filter to him. I know that Sam himself doesn't have media literacy, but his staff does. True. Yeah. But did you get the feeling that there was just too much defensiveness for this to get through? There are large parts of the MR audience that still don't even know what happened. John, if you want to come on, we're almost through with your call with Sam, because I think he hangs up on you at 13 minutes. I've got a Discord. I don't know if you if you have that software, if that's something that you use, if that's something that you'd be comfortable with. But I do feel like you weren't able to say your piece on that program. And even though I don't have the same size of a platform as Sam does, I am willing to, let you come on and talk to chat if you or talk to me and thereby be heard by chat if you so choose. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this link down and put it right into YouTube chat. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, Zara's already beat me to it, right? Okay, well, in case that link doesn't work, there's a link. We're on Twitch and YouTube, so you'll be talking to more than just the YouTube audience if you come on.
Talking about, almost on a daily basis, we talk on this program about the legislation that is happening in over almost over 20 states. We talk about the attacks on trans people. We talk about what it does to trans kids. I mean, I'm sorry if we're not doing the job.
Yes, and Iron Orchids wants to point out that you'll be able to see the doggos as well.
Job you want us to do in policing Anna's tweets or Jank's tweets or anybody else's tweets, and I'm not reading enough YouTube comments for you. But
they've been running a 3-year grift at this point. Like, it's pretty obvious.
No, it's not. Listen,
I'm not saying
it's obvious to you. It's not obvious to me.
It's obvious to a lot of people that they've been running a right-wing grift for 3 years at this point.
Good. I mean, you just want me to do something different than the show is doing. And
what I wanted was for Emma and you to either not address it or to bring on a trans person to address it or to do your homework. It's been addressed.
Also, John, thank you for suggesting that they bring on more trans people, because I feel like that's a big part of the issue. Like, there's two parts to it, right? Because TYT does have some trans hosts. They don't really listen to them, though, right? So it's a two-part process. It's like, having trans people that you're talking to and actually listening to them, right? And I think that would help Sam out a lot. And I think that more people, if they're like, look, I get that Sam is good intentioned. I get that he wants to do right by trans people, but there is an unprecedented attack on us right now. And to really understand what's going on the ground, you're going to need, and I'm not just saying this because I want to be on the, I'm not saying bring no comment chick on the Majority Report. Bring any trans person on the not any trans person. Don't bring Blair White, okay? Don't bring Blair White. Don't bring Kelly Cadigan. But bring a trans person who gets this issue on. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. The doggos are super cute. Yes, I agree.
3 times on the show without showing a single tweet.
Did we not put up the tweet?
No.
All right. Well, you know what, dude? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, you're downloading Discord just for me? Thank you, John.
Well, but you would do it, but you.
No worries. We've got the rest of this call. So if you take a little while to get it installed, it's you know, it's a little bit involved.
Done it for plenty of you'll spend all this time.
I'm hanging up on you. I gave you 13 minutes. Listen, here's the.
I can't tell. Was he mad? I mean, is that how much time? Like, does he go? Is that just how much time he has for a caller, or?
Here's the bottom line.
He's definitely acting defensive here.
I'm sorry. No. I just want to make this absolutely clear. That like this policing Anna or TYT is just not one of my priorities. And I understand that there are people who watch the show who want us to have different priorities. If the issue is that we have in some way been bad on trans issues, then that's, I think, a legitimate, I would disagree, but that's at least a critique that I can address. But I've been doing this now for 18 years. There's always people who want the show to focus on one thing versus another. And it's just, I'm sorry. Find a show that is focusing on what you want it to focus on and do it. It's just, there's nothing more frustrating. And listen, if you think that I'm not saying enough about whatever MSNBC because I haven't really gotten paid from them in quite some time, but that I'm, if the critique is that you're not being critical of TYT because of a business relationship or something like that, that is at least a critique that I can address. But I cannot address the idea that I'm not policing what tweets Anna is liking, or I'm not reading enough YouTube comments to find out that she's liking these tweets. It's just not a priority for me. There's, a lot. I don't even know. I will not even make this assessment. There are actors out there that I perceive I can address better or maybe worse than what I saw. We talked about the tweet. I think we read the tweet if we didn't put it up on the screen. I don't, it's not a conscious. We don't have a big operation here. I mean, do people understand? We don't have this
Well, I just wanted to say
the light goes out.
Yeah,
I fix it.
Sam changed the light this morning.
Well, the bathroom's dirty. I clean it. Not enough, but I do try and do it. We every day. And it's a race to organize this shit. 2 minutes before the thing, I'm still writing stuff out. I don't know if people have this perception of we've got some ocean of people here working. We're putting up graphics. I mean, it's pretty obvious. This is pretty lo-fi here.
But I also just want to say I think it's a kind of from my perspective, because I was here when we were doing a lot of the reaction because when you were out, Sam.
I apologize for taking vacation.
No, you should be. I don't. Emma. If the critique is that we didn't show the tweet, I just think that is a kind of a granular critique when Emma did absolutely address the substance and her position on it multiple times, and I also reject the idea that the entire viewership here or anyone keeping track of what was going on Twitter or online or whatever would have been okay with Emma not saying something. I can see the messages.
Well, of course,
I can see the messages we get. I can see the emails we can get. I can see her Twitter mentions. You can see her Twitter mentions. If she's damned if she did and she's damned if she didn't, she'd be seen as keeping silent or being complicit if she didn't say something, and anyone's going to critique or nitpick everything she did say. So it's not fair to say, oh, you shouldn't have said anything and that would have been better, because that's not true, and it wouldn't have been true for Emma either.
No, I mean, I think that's, I think it's just unreasonable. Frickin' Freak says, I think that person is saying that TYT is actually a right-wing centrist project that we should probably highlight more than we are. And all I can say is that, look, the TYT has been doing this for 20 years. There are, again, I don't watch their show. I don't watch really any other show. Except I don't even watch this show. But I don't think that they're a right-wing project. I think that's absurd.
And,
they may not.
And here's the disconnect. Now, do I want to call them a right-wing project? I don't think I could make that claim with 100% certainty, right? I am 100% certain that TYT is doing a pivot. I am 100% certain that TYT is becoming right-wing. But are they going to go full right-wing? Are they going to go full Dave Rubin? Are they going to land around, where are they going to be? Somewhere to the right of where they are now, right? That might, is becoming a right-wing operation might be a little bit of a, I can't guarantee that's what's happening. But I can guarantee that they are going to the right. And I can guarantee now, based on Sam's reaction, that he is underestimating where they're at. He is making the assumption that, I don't always agree with Jinka and Anna on everything. And this is one of those little things where, they're a little bit wrong on this, right? I wasn't a fan of this that they did. I wasn't a fan of that they did. This is just one of those times. No, this is not. This is something fundamentally different. The caller was trying to, John in chat was trying to, kind of let Sam know that, and he's just not getting it. So, yeah, it sucks. Let me check in welcome. It looks like we've got. Oh, you're already. Somebody already gave you follower. Okay, that's right. Okay, so let's see. Waiting room. I'm gonna go in Bird Brains. All right, John, if you can get into the the way that Discord works. If you haven't used it before, I don't want to assume that you are totally unfamiliar with this, right? But there's a bunch of channels with pound signs, right? Those are text channels, and then there's a few channels with volume signs, right? If you can jump into one of the volume channels, general would be the perfect one. It's right underneath mod applications, right? Right in the very top. You'll see general, and it's got the volume sign next to it. Then I or one of my mods can pull you into the voice channel that I'm in. And that's a channel that we can be assured that nobody's going to come in and say the N-word, right? Because that's the issue when you're just in any old channel, anybody from Discord can jump in. And yeah, I have had it before where, somebody not so good faith has jumped in with somebody that I'm trying to talk to. So we're not trying to have a three-way discussion between you and me and some rando on the internet. We're trying to have a two-way discussion. And if you can just jump into general, you'll see actually Zara's name right under there you are. Okay, so we can make this happen. Let's see. Move to Bird Brains. Okay, so you're in Bird Brains with me. Can you say something and I'll see if I need to add. I might need to add some permissions to you. Panel member you've got. Yeah, you should be able to talk. Hello? Hey, John. Okay, so chat, this is the person that was just on with Sam Seder, has graced us with their presence, and I thought that they kind of got cut off shortly at 13 minutes. And so, John, I wanted to give you a chance to say the rest of what you were trying to get across with Sam, and just give any sort of impressions on, what was going on there. Sounds good. Stream can't hear Discord. Okay, is that still true? No sound? Okay, we'll fix that. We've done some tech things recently, and now that's interesting. So stream cannot hear Discord. Zara, say something else. Okay, that's interesting. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna mute that, and we're just gonna go back to all right, try saying something now.
Something now?
There we are. Okay, so chat, can you hear? Can you hear Zara and John now? Are we good?
Perfect. Working great.
It'll take a second for it to catch up, but yeah, John Sushi. All right. So
yeah, it's working great. Everybody can hear. Thank you so much.
All right, so I was just talking. So basically, John, you were about to sort of orient us to where this all came from. The fact that a lot of people were surprised by Anna's tweet. You weren't surprised, right? You kind of saw this coming.
Yeah, so like when this tweet came out, I didn't expect her to necessarily do that, but I had been keeping an eye on them because, ever since they got that Katzenberg money, they've been on a whole. I mean, there's plenty of good stuff written about the tough on crime demagoguery, the bail reform, et cetera, et cetera. So when this happened, like I saw the language of it and immediately was like, oh, she's doing that to drive engagement because, she's not stupid. She's been doing this for 20 years. She knows. And of course, you dive into those replies for 5 minutes and you see two things. One, you see that she's getting real combative in these replies and doubling down, tripling down.
We kind of lost you for a minute there. Sometimes Discord audio is a little tricky. Okay, well, John is still in the VC with me. I think it might be one of these things where you have to like leave and rejoin. I know I've had that happen to me, especially if you're on mobile. Anna knows what she's doing. So,
especially with Discord on mobile, if you have your screen and you let it power down or go into power saving mode.
Oh, okay.
Or if you have power saving mode and you switch to another app while you're simultaneously talking, those can all disconnect you from.
Oh, did I hear something? So we're just have a little bit of beg your patience, everybody. We're just trying to get Discord set up. Sometimes it's who's Katzenberg? Chat is asking. So we're talking about donor. Go ahead.
Katzenberg invested in TYT. Big time producer, like related to a lot of big productions in Hollywood. But that definitely, typically comes with expectations of performance.
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak to what the Katzenberg, investment would have entailed. I'm sure that's a lot more private than. Okay, it was probably an internet issue.
It's an internet issue, yeah.
It looks like it.
Okay.
He should be back in just a moment.
Okay, I'm gonna take this chance to take a pee. If you want to continue on that line about Katzenberg.
Oh, welcome
Welcome back, John.
Are we back?
Oh no, have I been gone the whole time?
Sorry, yeah, that's really frustrating. I've done that too.
You got disconnected.
Discord is weird. No. Discord is like so. Sarah, you want to go over the things that you go? Sorry.
Yeah. I'll bring up the.
No problem. Gosh, I feel like I told the whole story there because I just was rambling and not really.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault. I just
no. I feel your frustration. I've had Discord do that same thing to me, and it's very frustrating. So.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I guess the long and short of it is there was just clearly a pattern of, MR kind of walking on eggshells around this because it's Emma's friend. There was this whole, I felt like just every time they kept framing it as, these are just people making a mistake, but it's not. Like, it's very clearly not. And I don't know. I feel really bad about this call because I wasn't prepared. I wanted to talk about, for instance, her doing a segment on her show legitimizing Riley Gaines, which I thought, that seems like something worth covering. So I don't know. The whole thing's a little frustrating, and it's not great to have that clipped and be in front of hundreds of thousands of people, having Sam just beat down on you because he's good at it.
Yeah,
it makes you feel dumb.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating because I could tell how he was interpreting what you were saying. I could tell that he was, missing your point, but it's almost like he didn't know enough to know that he was missing something really vital. And like I said, this is something that could easily come back to bite him in the ass, right? He's sort of, he's going to misinterpret Jink and Anna's actions. He's going to misinterpret where TYT is at, as long as he's at this place where he's interpreting this as an aberration. But as you said, it's not an aberration. It's a pattern. It's a pattern that I've been noticing for a few months now, right? But when I looked further into it, I saw, you mentioned, what is their name? Sandy?
Sandy Lovis. They were a contributor to Rebel HQ. And they were brought on to TYT in February of 2022 to explain it because they were, I don't know, their segment was something like, the left is losing us with this crazy language or, something. So, Sandy came on and explained it perfectly. And then Anna herself even defended inclusive language against Josh Hawley sometime later. So, when she's doing this, it's like, what more evidence do you need? And that's why I've been feeling like I've been taking crazy pills. As soon as Olay said, hey, y'all, this is a grift, I'm like, oh, thank God. I needed to hear someone say that because I just felt like I was going crazy.
Yeah, Olay's a breath of fresh air in a lot of ways. Olay really kind of started the engagement that the leftist mafia did with Anna. That sort of blew the lid on this for a lot of people. It wasn't really widespread. And I've been saying TYT's kind of a reactionary platform for a long time now. I've been laughed at. I've been looked at with scorn, right? And I'm sure that if I said it to Sam, I'd get the same thing. And that's what he said to you, was like the idea that, or it wasn't to you, it was about somebody, I think it was like maybe a chatter or somebody else mentioned that TYT is, taking a right-wing turn. And Sam was just like, look, I've known Jink and Anna for years and years and years. I can assure you that's not what is happening. I know why Sam would think that. I know the track record that he's kind of thinking of. And just like you said, at different times, Anna understood inclusive language. That doesn't make it better. That makes it worse. That means that, like you said, this is engagement. And that's what Matt
Bender had said too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like viewers deserve to know what was going on. You can look at, comments on the videos. You can see, all kinds of questions about, well, wait, what happened? And people getting filled in poorly by other people because they had an opportunity to I don't want, the frustrating thing is people are like, you just want them to talk about this forever. No, I wanted them to talk about it twice, exactly twice.
Mm-hmm.
Once when it came up the first time, and then twice when she dragged it up again out of nowhere. And then if they had just done that, and done it properly and spent 10 minutes researching. But my feeling is because it's Emma's friend, they just sort of they went soft. Emma probably had conversations where she's like, look, she's a great person. I know her. We can, trust me. Let's just be patient. And like, it's fine, I guess, to play defense for your friend. And yeah, I mean, you got to look out for friends, but I don't know. The whole thing just rubbed me the wrong way. And one of the things that I guess just really annoys me is, Sam's just general, like, well, yeah, we have very few resources. We have to focus on things that are important. But today they did a segment on Matt Taibbi being interviewed by a second stringer on Jimmy Dore. Like, Matt Taibbi is clearly not relevant anymore. So it's like, I mean, great use of time. Now, but that's the thing. If you want to just say, hey, this is a show and it's for fun, then say that. Like, nobody goes to Hassan or Vaush or Destiny and thinks like, I mean, maybe some people do, but some people don't. They don't go there thinking like this is a news show. People go to the Majority Report thinking, oh, this is a news show. And like at the end of the day, they're just entertainers and Sam's a millionaire. And, it's a pretty decent one, but he's still a millionaire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a lot of there's a lot kind of working for him, not wanting to know, wanting to hear your message on TYT. This is a very inconvenient message, not just for him, but for a lot of people. For a long time, the left ecosystem, the left sphere online on YouTube, right, has been somewhat static, right? I mean, you did have like Jimmy Dore, that was a part of TYT way back in the day. Going even further back, you can find like Dave Rubin, but you had like this sort of stability, and the Majority Report and TYT represented that. Now, I'm a leftist, right? I'm a lot. I'm to the left of either of those people. So, they don't exactly agree with my politics, but I generally know where they're at. I generally, can kind of like make certain assumptions about, where they're coming from, what they believe in, what they're about at the end of the day. And Sam has got those assumptions, but what he doesn't have is the update, because we have seen something that is fundamentally different than the reputation that Sam is basing his understanding of Anna and of TYT on. We've seen that doesn't hold anymore, right? Something's changing, and I don't know where they're going to land, right? Because I don't know what your interpretation of them is. Whether my interpretation is there's a pivot, right? There's a definitive pivot, and they're not going to be the progressive left, like sort of pillar of the community that they used to be. Like you said, they're going for engagement, they're going for drama, they're going for conflict, and I think they're also probably going for staking their brand on a slightly different ideology that's going to look more like, at the very least, centrist, if not, worse, right? What's your opinion on that?
My interpretation's a lot starker, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
I've done a lot of digging into their takes. I mean, you go back to 2018, they're fear-mongering about the caravan. You get to 2020, they start ramping up the talks against the homeless, which, as I like to point out to people, you can't be for trans people and other minorities if you're against the homeless, because disproportionately, that's who the homeless are.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, to say, like, I support trans people, but not the homeless, is kind of like saying, I support, like, half of trans people. It just doesn't, like, that's how you look at it contextually. So when you really look at those takes, people keep saying centrist, but like they run these segments on dudes getting arrested, getting out of jail, on bail or whatever, and then just going and doing some horrible violent act. And then they're like, look, guys, prosecutors aren't putting the dirty criminals away. And it's like, how's this any different than Fox News? People keep saying centrist to me, and I'm just like, I don't see centrism. I see like hardcore, I mean, I don't know what else to call it. Just Jimmy Dorism.
Yeah, well, this is classic. Like I was joking about there's going to be like a reunion with Dave Rubin and Jimmy Dore at some point, given their trajectory. But I was kind of joking. You're the way you're talking about it. It sounds like it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Chat is legitimately surprised about the caravans thing, as am I. I didn't hear that take. I guess I sort of checked out.
Keep in mind, I don't have
TYT.
a primary source on that. That's something I read in passing. But I believe it because I've watched, I've been going on a bit of a rabbit hole with them because I'd written them off a long time ago. I was under the impression that their audience was smaller now, but they have roughly like the same audience as like, Ben Shapiro does. It's probably not like as big as their heyday, but that's kind of what set alarm bells off for me because they do still have this sort of, lefty street cred, and they're going to burn through it fast because if anyone's seen her interview with, well, I say interview, debate, quote unquote, with Ben Shapiro recently, like it looked like a job interview.
That was February, right? When that happened?
Yeah. I mean, that was just, I don't know what else to call that other than like her just being straight up chummy. Oh, Ben, you're a good faith actor. And, I hate the crazy left, but I've enjoyed talking to you. And I'm just like, what's centrist about that?
God, I need to catch up with that. I actually need to watch that at some point. So Dave in YouTube chat says the pivot started after Me Too started. That's when Dave noticed it. Polly is saying that Anna was going off about climate change the other day. Yeah, it was something about
she went off
electric
about
cars,
stoves.
right? About what?
Well, so she was complaining about how she's going to have to put a charging port. I mean, just typical, suburbanite stuff. I mean, rich lady stuff to worry about. But she started going on about, well, and we won't be able to have our gas stoves anymore. She knows full and well no one that has a gas stove has to get rid of it, and that you can replace it if it's a home that was already built with gas hookups. It's just new constructions. But she went on the whole right wing, like, well, they're going to take them all away. It's like centrism to me. When I hear centrism, I think of like David Pakman, whose politics I don't agree with by a long shot because he's a rich guy. But like when he says stuff, I believe that he believes it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, whereas with TYT, you've seen that they understood stuff, at least at one time. We're talking about inclusive language, for instance, being a great example of that. That they did understand it. It's not that like this is just too newfangled for Anna to really get. Anna's, she's, the Young Turks aren't exactly young anymore, but she's not like a boomer. She's not like a literal, boomer and feigning ignorance of stuff that she has not only understood from others, but has voiced, right? Opinions that she has voiced. That's not it. It's one of two things. Either she's changed her mind, she was not being truthful in the first place, or something has changed in the situation that makes it beneficial for her to, like you're saying about the, we're talking about the electric cars and the stoves and stuff like that. That is her appealing to a fundamentally different audience than the traditional Young Turks audience. That's her appealing to people that are like, the government's coming in here trying to make me use these light bulbs that are energy efficient. What if I like my old light bulbs better? That's that kind of person. And that's who TYT is courting. Now, my big question is, can they get that audience? Because as it was brought up on the Leftist Mafia, TYT has been a punching bag for the right for a really long time. They have been this like kind of default go-to, liberal news outlet that was pretty successful on YouTube, and just it's made them a target. And the right wing hates them, has hated them for a long time. And at the same time as the right wing was hating on them, you had people on the left kind of going a little bit further left. You had a lot less liberalism, a lot less center left stuff, and a lot more, people embracing leftism to a greater or lesser degree. And they've absolutely been left behind on that. So like you, I kind of thought maybe their audience had shrunk, but you're saying not so.
Well, I mean, I don't have any numbers to say what it is compared to, say, like a couple of years ago. I do know that, for instance, I've been trying to diversify my media diet a little bit. I watched some stuff from the Vanguard where they were kind of addressing how like their production's gone down, like their sets are smaller, and I didn't watch close enough to pick up on any of that. But they got that 20 million, several years ago, and have probably burned through a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because like their milquetoast takes on stuff were just not spicy enough to make anyone care. So they just and I guess what really bothers me and makes this thing so insidious is there's plenty of creators that sort of play both sides of the fence, and do that to just keep their careers going. But I feel like with TYT, like their credibility and audience is so much larger than say like your Ben Burgesses of the world, who will go on Joe Rogan and be like, yeah, trans women in sports, whatever, Joe, whatever you think. But like he doesn't have an audience, and he doesn't have a big following like they do, and I just, I mean, it was pretty clear how they were used to launder right-wing ideas. All the people retweeting them. I mean, and you're seeing like, even like in those replies, her apologizing not to the trans community, but to Trump supporters. So I don't know. I guess my biggest thing with calling in Demar was that like, that took me like 15 minutes to figure out, and I'm just a dude. So either you guys didn't care enough to know, or you knew and didn't feel like talking about it. And either way, I think that's a problem.
Yeah, and like I think I'm trying to remember the word that you used for it, that you felt like everybody in the lefty, or I won't say in the left YouTube sphere is kind of got whiplash, right? This has caught them by surprise. They didn't see it coming. They didn't notice the things, and I gotta admit, I didn't notice like the caravan thing. I've been kind of disengaged from them. My first, the first time I recognized there was something weird going on at TYT was honestly with Ben Glebe and Jink talking about Governor of Virginia Youngkin's model transgender policy, and kind of splitting the baby on that one, kind of saying, well, we support trans people's rights to go to the bathroom that they feel most comfortable in, but trans women in sports, really, we've been getting left behind on this one a lot. It's actually more insidious than it seems, because I do understand why some people are getting left behind on this issue. They're misunderstanding this issue if you don't really understand the nature of HRT, and furthermore, if you don't understand the history of like the International Olympic Committee and the sports science involved in making those decisions. You might legitimately not get this answer. It's not really a subject that lay people have a great track record on. However, this is where they wedge the idea of the biological male as a subject of fear into the conversation. And what that does is dehumanizes trans women in a big way, reframes the entire discussion. Whether we're talking about are trans women allowed to participate in women's sports, or whether the conversation is are biological males. And I've been seeing Anna and other members of TYT using this language over and over again. And it's one of these right-wing talking points. It's one of these areas where it sounds like I'm being very petty about what language somebody uses, but in actuality, the language makes the framing. And when the framing shifts from trans women in sports to being biological males in sport, that's the Trojan horse right there. That's where all of their army comes in and just destroys us. Because once that becomes mainstreamed, and we've already got the mainstreaming of phrases like transgenderism. You heard Michael Knowles when he attacked trans people, when he fomented G-side against us, right? He said transgenderism. He hid himself. He hid his murderous intent behind the velvet glove of the phrase transgenderism, which sounds like a philosophy. It sounds like an ideology. It sounds like that's just your opinion. But really what he means is transgender people. They can't say the things that they want to about transgender people, but they can use the word transgenderism and they can have the same effect. They can rest assured that it will be understood as trans people without actually, getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar. So, there's so many levels in which TYT is not just not understanding trans people, is not just like not where we'd like them to be on the issues, but is actively harming trans people and is actively enabling the people that want us gone from public life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you've pretty much said it all. I mean, I guess, I don't know. My biggest concern, and this is like, I don't think this is even unique to TYT. It's just an observation that I've got that I think is hard to get across to a content creator because, like, they make content for a living. Like, they have to, they're beholden to that algorithm. And so, like, it's kind of like, arguing with someone about their job. Like, you shouldn't do that job almost. But my big concern is that, one, leftist media on the internet, much more burgeoning industry than it was, 5 years ago. As it gets flooded, it gets stale, and, people just kind of move rightward to keep the engagement going. And here's the other thing. The right has moved so far to the right that you have all this breathing room in the middle, which is why CNN is now owned by a never-Trumper and is, going on a much more hardcore, moderate Republican style, tilt than they used to, which was more of like, we're going to straddle the line and we're going to show you both sides. I mean, you know what I mean? So, like,
when you were talking about the Young Turks earlier, I was thinking the analogy of it's almost like the Young Turks is the CNN of the online left sphere, like of online left content creators, right? They have the same issue in that they got stale because they were like they were just kind of crammed into the middle, and that their solution, much like CNN's, is to turn towards the right. Now, how far they go to the right, I don't know. I can't.
Well, because I think at the end of the day, like, if Anna Kasparian burns too much lefty cred, Ben Shapiro will hire her in a heartbeat. Pretty woman to have on the Daily Wire. Like, yeah, that the audience will. And when she does her whole like, hey guys, I'm so sorry, this is why I left the left, it will be so much more powerful than when Dave Rubin does it, because Dave Rubin's an idiot and everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Like, even if you go to like Reddit, the Dave Rubin subreddit is just for making fun of him. Like, he doesn't have fans.
Right.
But Anna Kasparian does.
People who watched the Young Turks back in the day, people who paid attention to what Dave Rubin would say on the Young Turks, they weren't that surprised by Dave's turn. He always was somebody that the TYT used to kind of play off of, and he would be the person with the furthest right opinion back in the day. Anna's not known for that. Anna, more than anything, Anna's known for sometimes pushing back on some of Jink's more reactionary takes, right? So you're right. Yeah, when you say that she's going to have much more of an impact than Dave Rubin did with her PragerU Why I Left the Left video, I think you're right.
Yeah. And I don't think that she'll be nearly as dangerous there as she is where she is now, because, like, for normal people, they see, Ben Shapiro's hired someone from the left and they're like, I mean, those guys are, making woke chocolate now. I don't care. I'll just watch, something different. But I think before then that, she can be used to launder a lot of garbage. And so she's laying low. She hasn't tweeted anything for weeks because she got a lot of blowback. But I don't think that they're done. I think they're going to do more anti-trans coverage on their show. And she's going to figure out ways to maybe be, I think she didn't realize how effective this was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think she dipped her toes in the waters and was surprised by how well it worked. And I think that's definitely what, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to look at her attack on Olay as just like her being mad at 2 a.m, because all of the vitriol, oh, LOL, being a biological, it's like she wanted to say that again too. So I don't know. It looks way too manufactured to me. It looks way too much like a business decision. And I think we can't put our heads in the sand.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, it's definitely not something to sleep on. And unfortunately, it feels like a lot of the people, a lot of the outlets that weren't directly involved, and Majority Report was fairly directly involved, but like you pointed out, and like has been said, Sam was on vacation at the time. He did address the things that Anna said, but that that conversation didn't really go very far past just the tweet. And when Sam talked to you,
which
he was
they
focused
never read
on the tweet.
Right, but like they never even read like half of it out loud because it was a long tweet, the first one, and so so there's just tons of viewers who are like, I don't get it. She wants to be called a birthing person. That's fine. And then Sam and Emma even said, if someone in your personal life, blah blah blah. And all I'm thinking is, if I'm a right winger, if I'm some idiot like Jimmy Dore, here's how I frame that. Well, look at them tripping over that. They're telling people that if you want to be called your pronouns in public and you're trans, that's fine. But if you're a woman who doesn't want to be called, like they just opened it up to that by not having the right context. Which was why I was like, Emma didn't have to be the one to say anything. They could have easily said, like, look, we'll let someone else handle this. This is Emma's friend. And we'll put just 15 minutes of work into this. That's all I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that being said, like I did feel like although Emma was kind of slow to to register what was going on, and definitely was way too good, assuming too much, giving too much charitability to Anna, like she does seem to have turned, fundamentally on that. The problem is that the thing that you were trying to bring that to them, which would have been kind of like the key, like to understanding everything that's going, because it's kind of weird. You got to admit, if you're just a person and you're used to like, this is what TYT is, this is what the Majority Report is, right? This kind of take is not something that you expect. And when you have multiple of these takes, when you start to recognize that it's not just that, if you remember Jink's debate with Hassan, if you remember Anna's tough on crime BS, if you remember any of this stuff, then you start to get in this position where instead of just being like, well, this is just one aberration, you start to ask yourself what's going on, and understanding that the sort of progression of this actually does make more sense than just thinking this is an aberration. At some point it becomes apparent, but getting not just Sam, but like you said, the MR audience, which is probably even more important, getting to them to that place of understanding that you don't think of TYT now the way that you thought of TYT in the past, right? Don't, like, those assumptions that you've made about them are not going to hold, right? And the sooner you become aware of that, the less confused you're going to be with what's going to happen. Because like you, I think, yes, she's laid low. She was Twitter's favorite person for like a week, but she's going to go back to that well. They've seen that it drives engagement. They've even sort of measured it out. They've seen, this kind of tweet gets this kind of reaction, and now they're going to use it a little bit more, strategically. Now they're gonna gauge the response, right? And they're gonna use it to drive the engagement that they need, to get themselves out of that CNN position. I don't remember who it was that said this, but somebody basically talked about the way that TYT had taken a lot of shit from the right wing, had been like a punching bag, and they didn't feel appreciated by the rest of the left online in some ways. They felt like that they had been like the pioneers, that they had taken a lot of the punches, and that some of these people out there that were sort of moving further to the left than them didn't really give them the credit that they were due, and sort of attributed that to their not just their strategy to drive engagement, but maybe a little bit of like, maybe it does feel like with Olay, with Anna's reaction to Olay 2 weeks after it happened, it feels like Anna was mad. Like there was some real emotion mixed in there with the calculated grab for attention, right?
Well, sure, but I think the fact that it was commented on Olay talking about Angel Reese was just like, I mean,
random.
You were so mad you couldn't even wait for like a good pivot into this conversation, and just had to go off, and that's one of the other things I was hearing even from people in that leftist sphere. Well, when you double down, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, well, then what good are they? Why do they need to be media figureheads if they like can't act like adults?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There's,
I guess, I don't know. I'm glad I got to come on and talk to you, though. It does.
It was
feel
lovely
nice not
talking to you. Yeah, and I after what happened, after getting shut down after only 13 minutes, when you were trying to tell Sam something that should have been important to him, I couldn't just I had to offer you a chance to go come on and expand upon your thoughts, because this is something that needs to get talked about. This is something that needs to get through to other lefty content creators. This is something that I would hope will eventually get through to the MR audience, and maybe to Sam himself through there. But yeah, a lot of people, like you said, are absolutely they're absolutely whiplashed by this. Like, they're not ready for it, and they're not responding appropriately. I don't want to keep you on for too long, but do you have an opinion about how the Leftist Mafia as a group handled all of this?
Yeah, I think they did a pretty good job. I mean, I know there's kind of a smattering of TYT fans in there. I know that David Dole did a pretty good job, but he was even still kind of on the, well, I don't think they did this on purpose train. And it's like, well, I mean, okay, yeah, think about it some more and it'll come to you. But no, in general, I think they did a good job. I think Olay nailed it. Particularly with the, the cuddle the white lady hour comment, because it was like, well, yeah, why are we treating this woman with kid gloves when she knows she's in this media space? She knows all these very honest, that was just my thing, is if someone says something with a right-wing framing, don't accept it. Don't answer them on their terms. That's something leftists just need to get better at, because there is this just sort of need to I'm going to meet them on their terms and argue their point. And it's like, well, no, because if someone says to you well, I'm holding this ball up in the air, which means gravity's not real, you're just not under any obligation to answer them. It's like, okay, neat story, and move on. You don't need to start describing because if someone argues something that's obviously a lie, they don't care about the truth, so don't waste your time trying to tell them the truth.
Yeah, and the people on the left have got to get it through their heads that framing is so important, and that framing can be as granular as the language that you use, right? Especially when you're dealing with a marginalized group, right? Pay attention to them. Pay attention to trans people when you're having the term biological male introduced to the argument, because trans people will let you know that is ground that you don't want to cede. Some people might be tempted to be like, okay, that's your terminology. That's, you're dividing up sex and gender. Sounds okay to me. Biological males. And then you end up in Ben Glebe territory before you know it. And kind of enabling what Youngkin is doing when you think that you're being reasonable somehow. Now, to his credit, Ben Glebe is the only one of TYT, the TYT crew that came out and gave bad trans take that walked it back. Ben Glebe walked back his take on trans women in sports, and I don't remember what it was, but on the same episode, he then had another had another bad take on trans issues. So it's definitely one step forward, two steps back. But this language is important, framing is important, and being connected. One of the first things you said to Sam is you need to talk to trans people. You need to have trans people on. You need to have more, maybe even more relationships with trans content creators. So
right, Sandy Lovis brought that up, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
They said in one of their videos that trans people can call in, but I've called into the Majority Report. It's not easy. They do not activate the phones at the same time every day. They forget, and then they'll turn it on, and you're never quite sure when it is. It's a long wait. It's easy to call just a little bit too late and get knocked out of the queue. And they only take 4 calls a day. So out of the hundreds of callers, some trans people do get through, but it's that's not a good system for interfacing with that. And also I don't want to hang up on this too much. I'm just finding it just kind of gross and lazy to hear a major YouTuber say, well, I never read literally any of my YouTube comments. And it's like, I mean, dude, I've seen accounts with big followings who will at least scan the top comments of like their best performing videos in a month and leave 2 comments.
Oh yeah.
Just so that they have like you know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be Sam, just like, get one of your producers to just, hey, it's Friday afternoon. I'm going to spend 20 minutes on this. I mean, just even play like, well, we don't know what the clips are going to be titled. Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
It's got your name on it. That's your brand. Why would you not want to know what that is? So
I mean, obviously I'm at a different level of volume here, but I rely in a lot of ways on feedback, like my YouTube comments, like my comments in chat. I need that feedback from people that are on the receiving end of my content to even know, how it's being received, right? So if I'm going to be effective at all, I've got to have that. Now, obviously, there's less of his comments that Sam's going to be able to read. But like you said, having one person kind of go through there and find, hey, Sam, this is what you need to pay attention to. This person brought up a good point. Maybe address that. Just have, somebody that's bringing to him.
Particularly if it's a contentious call or like when Ronald Reagan called in about Ukraine, they had a pretty good discussion and there was tons of feedback in the IMs, but if you go to that YouTube video, the support there is just overwhelmingly, going one way. And it's like, that would have been easy to figure out. That could have, I don't know. I just find that whole idea kind of weird. I'm not trying to bash Sam, but I don't know what they do all day. I don't know how many hours a week they work. Maybe it's 60. Who knows? But it sounds like they got a skeleton crew. And
yeah,
that's
Sam's
fine.
changing the light bulbs and cleaning the toilets, and there's not
right, and that's fine. But it's like when you say, well, our time's valuable, and then an idiot from India calls in to talk about how men have it worse than women, and he is men's rights activists have called into the show before, but that one was just like, come on, guys, just hang up on him. This is 35 minutes. 35 minutes that call goes on. Right. And it's like, look, man, I mean, you could say you got limited time all you want, but sometimes the fun half is just you guys dicking around and having fun. And if you would just say that's what you're doing and just not hide behind this veneer of like, we're a news show, it's like, just be a fun show. And that's fine too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, look, don't hold yourself up as like some noble warriors of the left if you're not going to do that. At the end of the day.
Yeah, you're right, because that's how they present themselves. They don't present themselves in a way of just like, we are here doing our job, bringing you the news. You get the sense that they care about this. You get the sense that they're involved, they're invested, that they care about the outcomes, right? That's what Sam keeps on hammering home. He doesn't care, necessarily what a politician thinks in his heart of hearts, because how is he going to know what that is? He cares what the politician does in terms of voting. So, he's very much like, outcome oriented, both in terms of, the electoral process and then the follow-up, which you don't get from a lot of shows. You don't get from, a lot of like, emphasis on holding politicians' feet to the fire to actually keep their promises and paying attention to, like, is Joe Biden going to greenlight the Willow Project, for instance? And that's something that I've appreciated about MR. And so, yeah, for them to kind of just, give you that, I'm just a, entertainer here. I'm doing the best I can, but this is above my pay grade to and like the way that Sam responded was like that you had to that he had to like go through every single like that Anna had, and that wasn't the point. It wasn't like and
also I don't believe that no one else there knew what any like. There's no way. There's no way.
Just a like. That was a like that got noticed. That was a like that got
but like,
picture retweeted.
Are you telling me that Emma never looked at any of those tweets from Anna, her friend?
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, and again, like, if she had just said, "This is my friend. I'm not talking about it publicly. Letting other people take the reins," that's fine. But they kowtow to the pressure of, well, this is what the people on the IMs want. This is what they want. But then when I call in, it's like, well, you want something we're not going to give. And it's like, well, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't think you were calling to try to micromanage or micro-produce the show.
No, I was just
from you.
Right. I feel like plenty of people have said, like, Majority Report did a great job with this, just like everyone else. And from what I saw, I don't think they did. I think it was worth calling that out because I think they're a show with value. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted my time. You know, I don't know. I hope it did something.
No, like I said, like although I do recognize that I'm further to the left than them. They're a social media platform that I've always valued and I've always thought of as kind of another tier, as like a TY compared to a TYT or one of the other outlets. But yeah, I don't want to hold you on here for too long. Do you have anything to shout out or to boost?
No, not really. I'm just some dude. So nothing to boost really. But if anyone hasn't watched Sandy's most recent video on TYT,
we need to get to watching that. Yeah, that's on my agenda actually.
That's a very good watch, very emotional, and like clearly not easy for her to do. And so yeah, for anyone that hasn't seen that, definitely recommend.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by. I'm a random small streamer chick myself, so I'm also nobody, but I appreciate talking to you. And it sucks that you didn't get the time that what you had to say really deserved on the majority. Also, as a trans person, I appreciate you sticking up for us. Right? That means something. So.
Yeah, I mean, my wife has trans family, and I can tell like after they transition, they're clearly much happier. I never saw them smile before they transitioned. I was thinking about it like, oh, they never, every Thanksgiving they looked miserable. And now they smile, they laugh, and so like, it's not, I don't know. I see that, and I see people with big platforms kind of being a little blasé and patting themselves on the back and saying, hey, we always do right by trans people. And I'm like, that's great. But like, that doesn't mean you can't be a little better. So
true.
I guess that's all I wanted to get across. I didn't do a good job of it, but I'm glad I was able to clarify that a little bit here.
I'm glad we were able to give you a little bit more time to express that, and good luck on your future endeavors of trying to get a hold of people that just aren't listening. I appreciate what you tried to do for Sam. It's too bad he wasn't a little bit more receptive to it.
Well, it's out there, and when Anna and Jenk do this again, I think Sam will have all right, maybe I should pay attention moment, and I wish he'd had that by now, but he's a smart guy, and I'm sure he will. So
true. All right, everybody.
Oh, yeah, it's lovely. I'm gonna hop off here and get some dinner, but hello to everyone. Just know I love you, and I'm thinking about you, and for what that's worth. So
that's really sweet. All right, everybody, John Sushi. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. So yeah, that was fun. And I wanted to I had a lot of questions, so I hope I didn't keep John too long. But what's up, chat? What's up? Sorry, I didn't. I just when I have a guest one-on-one, I like to give them my full attention. Emma had a decently long Twitter argument with Jink. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we covered that. So if you haven't looked at that yet, that is my video. Oh my god, we've had several videos on TYT. I think Emma versus Jink. I think that was. Oh my god, I'm having so much trouble with it now. It's not TYT Chaos. I think it was the cooked one. I think it must have been the cooked one. Anyway, check back. All the VODs are available. If you are a subscriber on Twitch, you can watch them on Twitch. If you are not a subscriber on Twitch, you can watch them on YouTube. Just follow No Comment Chick on YouTube, and you can watch them there. They will have ads on them, but it's a small price to pay to be able to see the VODs after the fact, right? And we've been covering a lot of. We've been really pretty complete coverage of the TY thing, the leftist mafia, and the back and forth with Anna, Emma's back and forth with Jink, and even Hassan's take on the whole situation, which was really interesting. I've covered it's a lot, right? But I've covered all that stuff. So if you've missed any of that, make sure to check it out on YouTube, right? In the future, right? Here's how it's going to work, right? No Comment Chick on YouTube, right? The main channel. That is going to feature the VODs, and that is going to feature the video, right? So it's going to be both kind of like the rawest form of content, just the VODs like what you're watching right now with no editing on them at all, as well as the content that we've taken and we've curated and we've edited and we've pared it down to make it more viewable, more consumable, more clickable, more watchable, etc., right? Then the other channel, No Comment Clip, is going to feature more kind of raw, like segments of the VOD, right? So, oh my God, I'm doing such a bad job explaining this, but what I'm saying, the takeaway from this is it behooves you to follow both No Comment Chick on YouTube as well as No Comment Clips on YouTube to make sure you're getting all the content. Ben's too arrogant, Candace is too greedy, Shapiro, we're talking about Candace Owens, obviously boring is too boring, not a media head, everyone else at the Daily Wire is just not that bright, Walsh being too dangerous. Daily Wire would love new blood, like so we're talking about like Anna possibly getting a job there, and yeah, the interaction between Shapiro and Anna was pretty friendly, so wasn't there a debate between Jink and Shapiro? I feel like maybe Jink got rinsed in a debate against Shapiro at some point. Either that or it was just a heavily Shapiro crowd, so it felt like Jink was losing. But the Daily Wire is a stale dumpster fire. At least PragerU is hilarious. True. Toilet Paper USA is also super cringe. Oh, Turning Point USA Contra coming to terms with this fact, or she wouldn't have put out that video she did a week ago. Sam hates actual good points. Look at how he treated Scorpio. Hey, now I wasn't aware that there was an interaction between Sam and Scorpio. That's interesting. I remember the Indian MRA caller on the Majority Report. None of the people at TMR have any experience dealing with MR Asians, because if they did, they would know to just ignore, or like the chat was saying to hang up on the MRA. MR's main value. So yeah, MRA as in men's rights activists, not just to distinguish between that and MR, the Majority Report. MR's Majority Report's main value has always been the non-fun half. It's actual interviews that actually interviews professors, and Sam's concern about understanding Reconstruction. Yeah, they do some deep dives, and we did a little deeper dive into what John was saying. I'm glad we got a chance to talk about that and get a better sense of that. She was on Twitter kissing Blair White's butt. Wait, who are we talking about? Used to follow Kelly Cardigan, okay, until she started with her villain arc. I didn't realize that I never saw Kelly Cardigan until the debate with Nominal Naomi. That was my first experience. So I didn't realize there was any other way. She's on Twitter kissing Blair White's butt and calling her the Nicki Minaj of trans people. That's embarrassing. But then again, that's Kelly Cardigan for you. More like the Benedict Arnold of trans people. Actually, now that I think of it, what am I saying? I was in chat during that stream. It's good. You know what? If you're forgetting things that happened in my stream, I'm right there with you, right? Because I was about to tell you like what VOD it's on exactly, and then I realized I have like at least 3 VODs on the subject of TYT's, whatever the hell you want to call that, right? TYT's circling of the drain. They're doubling down. All that stuff that we went through last week, right? 5 minutes and 46 seconds in at NCC Cedar. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh yeah, we got to finish. That's right. We got a little bit more of this of Sam's response to listen to, and it's just a shame that Sam wasn't a little better at listening to John when the call happened.
I'd have, politics that
her cat ran away? Oh no. Wait, really? Wait, is that a joke? Because cat again? Oh no. Wait, wasn't it Nominal Naomi was the one with the cat on the video? 11-minute warning? Oh my god, you're right.
You agree with at different...
No, I was supposed to do the...
At certain times, but I don't think they're a right-wing project. If there is more evidence that comes out that they are a right-wing project or their positions...
Chat, well, at least he's open to that, right? Because, spoiler, Sam, get ready for that. Chat, do you want some Minecraft Legends today?
Or, but do I think that Anna's take on that translate?
Look, let's set a goal, okay? What are we at? Like, we're at 7 of 10. So if we can get 3 more subs and how many more likes? Because I'm kind of in the mood to play. We're at 48. Okay, can we get 2 more likes? I'll set the goal really low. 2 more likes on YouTube, 3 more subs on Twitch. I will go for a little longer and play some Minecraft Legends because we just got started yesterday and I feel like I edged you, right? I showed you the first village, defending that first village, and then we got to the second village. We were about to defend that too, and I had to stop. So I would love to play some more Minecraft Legends.
Language, to the extent that I'm aware of it, is bad. Yes, I made that very clear. But if it becomes...
I'm going to try to usually keep it to 6 hours only. Understand that this is an exception. This is because I really want to play the game, right? I'm going to try to not have like 10-hour VODs anymore. But if we can get 3 more subs and we can get 2 more likes on YouTube, I will extend this one.
Comes clear to me, like, at one point, it became obvious to me where Jimmy Dore was headed. And a lot of people were very upset that I said that 8 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was.
Electric Brain says TYT aren't Rhino, they're REIN, Republican except in name.
But that's what I saw, and that's what I said. He was with TYT at the time. I have no problems calling it out. In fact, I ran into Jank at some conference, and he's like, "How can we, how can we work?"
Oh, when you watch Minecraft itself, so is it the perspective? Like, because you're not the only one who... I've had somebody else react like that too, right? That there's something about the first-person perspective of Minecraft that's a little jarring, and it kind of messes with your... What is it, like, vestibular motor system? It kind of causes like dizziness and... Just some, you're not the only one who's had that response.
This thing out with you and Jimmy, and I was like, "Oh, you can fire him. That's how you can work it out."
Just so you know, we're gonna be playing Minecraft Legends today, and that's like a completely different game. It should be different in perspective enough. It's not that first person. It's a third person.
Like I don't. People like I'm not holding back anything. It's just that like I'm not deploying.
You highlight the YouTube chat.
I'm just like I'm not deploying my time or efforts in the way that you want me to. And because I've made a determination for myself as to like where my efforts are best concerted based upon like what...
Oh my God, YouTube, that was 4 really quick likes. Can we follow up with 3 really quick subs on Twitch? If we can, I will extend it and at least play a couple of hours of, if not like 3 hours or more, Minecraft Legends.
I see there's 1,000 fires out there. And I'm looking at the biggest ones.
Yeah, it's a different game. Minecraft Legends is like a third person. It's an RTS. It's based on Minecraft, but it's not.
And the ones that have closest proximity to, and where I can reach the hose and pour on the water, and that's the way that I operate. There's no other nefarious thing here. I'm not worried about offending anybody because I'm not really friends with anybody. Like, I mean, that's just...
But I think it's absolutely right in the sense of, like, we have a finite amount of time. We have a finite amount of...
Even though I've expended, 45 minutes on this.
But that's what I'm saying is that even us spending this time is at the expense of whatever else we
Yes, without a doubt.
Oh my God.
Without a doubt.
Stax BA. You just gave a gift sub to Gun Apologist. Thank you. Thank you for the gift sub. We're 2 away.
And Jules Winfield. Trans people, we feel like we're under attack from all sides. The critique is just a critique. Hoping someone of your stature, who we all look up to, will fight first. That's all. I mean, I'm trying to do that. I feel like, you know, and I am open to, again, I am open to a critique of like, you're being insensitive in this area. You're not aware of this. I mean, I have on multiple occasions have made it very explicit that, you know, in December or November, or maybe it was December or November of last year, I thought like, okay, Michigan proves that attacking trans people is a loser, and we're not going to see Republicans go down that road. And it was an IMer, I think it was, who corrected me and said, you got to pay more attention.
Yeah, so here's the deal on trans issues, right? The problem is that although they don't have the numbers, right? They don't like the overall numbers. If you have people vote on it and you're not in a, you know, super red state, a lot of times it's like what happened in Michigan. It's a loser for the Republicans, right? But I will say that the people who hate trans people are very highly motivated, right? So in venues where that matters, they do have an advantage, right? And you know, motivating the legislature in these red states to do this stuff is one of those areas, right?
To the legislation that's being passed in the states now. And I did. And
oh my God.
I don't know, it took me a day or two or whatever it was. Came back.
Anonymous gifter, you just gave AKA Yanni a tier 1 gift sub. We are 1 away.
And I was like, I was
from hitting that goal.
Mistaken. I was wrong.
And 1 away from hitting a hype train too.
And we started.
Which apparently I need some exercise. So you know, if you're gonna be the one to put us over the line on gift subs, you're also gonna be the one to make me exercise, which I very much need to do.
Referencing Aaron Reed's. Is it Aaron Reed?
Thank you for the biddy, Shakespeare.
Who, you know, has I think it's a Google Doc and is tracking these things, and I may pay more attention, and you know, but I mean, people have to realize the limitations.
There it is.
I
Oh
understand.
my God.
I mean, I get it. But like, when it gets down to like, you know, I'm not covering what tweets Anna's liking enough.
Gamaradine, you just got a gift sub. Hype train time. Yeah.
We're losing. And look, people want to come up with a dossier and write up
a dossier. You don't
a
say.
Document.
Like some
Honestly,
sort of plan ops?
Yeah, there's nothing to hold you back from writing up a document. But if you're going to make me comb through YouTube comments.
Did he say dossier?
The right fraction.
Did Sam just say dossier? Is he talking about some clan ops?
Of it.
Thank
to
you,
piece
Anon.
together, you know, over time. Like, you know, it's just, you're not doing your job.
A little inside baseball before we move on from this, but I just want everyone to know that even when Matt is here, I am the only person reading YouTube chat, unless Matt is fighting with somebody in the YouTube chat.
All right, here we go. Are you ready, chat? DJ Hype SJW. Anon. Okay, time for some big jumps. Oh my god. Oh my god, we were running lo-fi the whole time I was like playing that. Look, I am gonna put on the Weasel song because I heard somebody wanted to hear the Weasel just while I go to the bathroom, alright? I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. I will be right back with Minecraft Legends. Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Yeah? I can't believe I was so hungry, so thirsty that I took extra time and the weasel song. No, don't fall on my keyboard. Thank you. Sorry, I have an orange here. The orange was falling. That's unacceptable, chat. Unacceptable. But you know what it is acceptable? It's playing a little bit of Minecraft Legends. Here, I'm going to close out a regular Minecraft so we can play some Legends. You could use water bad yourself? Yeah, look, I didn't just get water. I'm a flavored water lady from TikTok. Flavored water. We're flavoring water. We're flavoring water today, right? We're flavoring it with alcohol. No, not alcohol. I'm sorry. Did I say alcohol? This is not alcohol. This is non-alcoholic. This is caffeinated. That's the word. I get caffeine and alcohol mixed up so readily. There we go. There we go. What's up, Colt Comanche? Trying to escape South Carolina to Minnesota and transition. Yeah. Oh my God. That's good luck on that. That's a very scary place to be in the Southeast. A lot of anti-trans legislation, a lot of chuds. So yeah, what am I trying to do? Open up the Minecraft launcher, and then we're gonna open up Minecraft Legends, because that's how we're gonna end this day. We're gonna end it. What are we at on? Okay, so 53 likes on YouTube. Pretty good. I mean, like, right. It's a slow day whenever I'm not covering, some like debate or leftist content creation related subject, right? But YouTube's done pretty well for itself. If you still haven't liked it, give it a like. Give the stream a like. It helps me out a lot, and it opens up new opportunities that I think you're going to be excited by. Sam came clean in the end. He came clean. You don't even want to know what came clean, like what it makes me think of. I hope I don't have to cancel TMR and Leftist Mafia. I already had to explain to non-Asians why Dave Cho and Bobby Lee were getting recanceled. Every beverage is a flavored water, right? Basically. That's the discourse. All right. Time to get back to where we left off. So if you weren't with us yesterday, we got oriented in Minecraft Legends. Basically, the story is this: we're down there mining in Minecraft, and these beings come to us. These three beings. We got like foresight, action, and knowledge, right? And they're telling us that their world is being devoured. Their world is being taken over by the piglins. The piglins are attacking, right? And they need our help to defend their world. So we went and we defended one city successfully from its invasion. And now they've let us know that there's another city under attack already, right? We left the first city pretty well defended. Put some arrow towers over it, right? So hopefully those arrow towers will make things easier. What is even going on? All right, here we are back in Minecraft Legends. And I'm gonna drop this browser window for now, just so you can see it a little bit better. All right, YouTube chat, are you ready? Twitch chat, are you ready? Let's go. Campaign. Here we go. I always thought that the Minecraft chickens, they look a little bit like ducks. Anybody else get that? Like, I always wanted to call the chickens ducks, and I kind of wished that there were ducks. Like, Minecraft needs ducks. Why are there no ducks? Happy villagers will collect more resources for you to help you fight. So build lots of towers to keep them safe. That's a good idea. You can't spawn mobs without lapis. True. So there we go. So anybody who is like, okay. So if you've seen Minecraft before, you can tell already this is a little different. We're in third person here, right? We're on a horse. There's a lot different, right? Okay, so we're gonna start outside the city. We're gonna go this thing. No. We're gonna press X. We go up here and we spawn. Oh shit, they're already attacking us. Spawn out. I mean. Recall E. So these are the piglins. They lit me on fire, that's not good. I feel like I should have more of these. Where's the rest of my army? Okay, it didn't matter. It didn't end up mattering.
The villagers are safe again, but their beloved fountain was ruined. You have the tools to repair it. Would you help them, please?
Okay, so I'm a little confused here. Wait, does this heal me or something? What does this do? I should have a bigger army than this, right?
Thank you for helping to repair the fountain. Look at how thrilled the villagers are.
The piglins are gone. We thank you.
And the villagers want to thank you too. Go to the village chest at the base of the fountain for a surprise.
Okay, so the villagers will also give me resources.
The villagers want to help in their own way. Open that chest at the fountain to see what they have for you.
The piglins are rallying on the outskirts of the village. I think another attack is on the way. Better build up some defenses while there's still time. The villagers are peaceful but want to help where they can. As gratitude, you can count on their resourcefulness to keep you in the fight.
They'll keep gathering materials for you while you're out saving the day.
Arrow towers will work well to defend this village. need to get some defenses up around the village.
I'm just building up some arrow towers here.
There's still some time to gather up resources if you're getting low, but be quick. The piglins are close. Don't forget, your golem friends want to help too. They're almost here. Oh, I can't watch this.
I think we're good, though. We've got a lot of defenses for this village. How are we on resources?
The piglins are here. Brace yourself, hero.
We're gonna need more resources, but we're doing pretty good.
More piglins approaching.
Piglins!
The piglins will attack from all sides, so be sure to check your compass to see where they're coming from.
Okay, so we're looking. See, that's our compass. We're just walking all around here. Where are the piglins at? Are those the piglins? Oh, that's my spawner. No, there's the piglins. Wait, is that the piglins? I can't tell. Where are they at? There they are.
You're doing great. Just a little longer and you've got this.
Got him.
More piglins.
This way. Do you see how good those towers do? Those look like some different kinds of units. What are they? They got the hammers. What else we got? This way. There you are. Kind of kite them back to the towers. There we go. Use those towers. Look at how easy this is with the towers.
The attack is over.
The attack is
some
over.
piglins remain.
Where are the piglins remaining? All right. Look at that. We repelled the piglin attack.
Village saved. We knew you'd do it.
The villagers are thrilled that you defended their fountain. They've put some extra resources in the chest for you as a special thank you.
You are doing well. But piglins do not give up easily. Even now, they prepare an attack upon another of our villages.
But this time we have the advantage. If you can shut down the piglin outposts surrounding the village, we might be able to push back this invasion.
Wait, we can't carry any more. Okay, so that's either lapis or prismarine. We can't carry any more. I'm guessing it looks like we're full of lapis. There is stuff that we can build that makes our stores bigger, but I'm not even sure of where it is. What do we use? Maybe if we could use some lapis. Okay, so carpenter cut, gate, ramp, extendable wall. What is this? V. Explore the world and learn melodies. Haha. Gather wood. It's gathering resources. Yeah, we don't really have... Okay, so what do we have? Those are the towers, right? If it's shiny, that means like that's our destination. We'll just do what the game says. No, I think that the better move might be to go back to the place that we started from. In fact, can we do this? Yeah, we can. We can teleport. So any of the cities that we've been to before, we can just magically teleport. Right. So this is kind of out of order, but I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing, all right? See. Huh. We don't really have more stuff we could build. I was thinking that we could maybe build some stuff here that would help us carry more, but we can't. Right, so let's go back to the map. Either one of these places is gonna be... We'll just go here. There's 20 kind of vultures in North America, or like worldwide. Okay, so here we are again. And there's like a day-night cycle, but it doesn't matter as much as it does in regular Minecraft. Now, I guess the one thing we want to see is, do we need to like spawn anymore? Already full, okay. We didn't really lose anyone, so we don't need to add anyone back. Okay. We do, however, need to what? Let's see, Z, and then let's harvest some materials. There. We want to harvest some wood. We want to harvest some stone.
That village attack could happen any moment now.
Oh shit!
You have
Okay,
to go
I know.
after the new piglin outposts.
I need some stone. Where are the piglin outposts? Right there. Okay, so we're gonna be looking for stone on the way. There's stone. I think. Unless it's a tree. I think somehow that's a stone tree. Don't ask me how. Stay away from those are pricklers. So we're gonna take down these outposts. Oh, that's a great place to harvest. Probably need some more stone though.
There's a lot of overworld to explore, but first you should see to those outposts.
We're not exploring. He thinks that we're exploring. We're just trying to get our resources. There it is. Okay, so that's the piglin outpost.
I hate to admire their engineering, but those blaze-rod towers are pretty dangerous, and their range is impressive. The LAs will help you get up there with a ramp. All you have to do is play the right melody.
right, so look at this. We're building a ramp. We're building a second ramp. Oh god, I'm too close. I'm too close. It's a little too close. It's a little too close because they can hit us from there. Get back, get back. Come on back, come on back. Okay, that's not good. E. What's going on? Wait, why did I lose that? Oh my god. Okay, that's annoying. What just happened? Did we just like... Bridge, what's going on? My horse is not liking that. Oh my god. Okay, I'm on fire. That's not good. They can still hit us from there. Those blaze rod towers are nothing to joke about, right? They're serious. There we go. Let's take these out. I gotta go back though. See how low we're getting on health? So you just have to kind of come back here, recover. Okay, so we got a good mix. We got cobblestone golems good at smashing buildings. Plank golems are good against piglins. We've got both of those, right? So let's heal up a little bit and we'll go back in there and we'll take those towers down. No, the sheeple. Okay, one more, two more. There we go. We're good. We're good. We can go back in there. Let's do this. Oh no, it just released new so that's a spawner, basically. Got it. The fire really hurts. We're gonna have to go back. We're gonna have to recover a little bit. Wait, where's the rest of our... We have other golems too. Did we really lose our plank golems? Maybe they're weak to fire. Yikes. Oh my god, heal. Heal. Alright, let's finish this off. Got him.
This outpost outpost is done, but there are more piglins out there. There's no time to waste.
Okay, so that's the first of the piglin towers. We took it down. You tried to take a photo of the vulture, but some kids scared it away. Yeah, it's really weird to see a vulture up close, right? I think I've only seen... I think I've only actually... Like, no, look at this.
The world is waking to the war.
That creeper is
Where
like...
will this lead?
That creeper's like, I don't know about this shit, right? So when we get to the next place, we're gonna build another spawner, and we're gonna make some of those plank golems. Alright, so there's our next target right there. How are we on resources? We could use some more stone. God, this is like such a dense forest. What is that stuff? Oh no, I'm like on a tree, wow. Now, each one of these like little things like that, right, they give you like a boost. Some of them make you jump higher, some of them make you run faster. Is that diamond? I think that's diamond. We don't have the ability to gather diamond yet, but that is diamond. Let's go Z and we'll get some stone. There's the stone. Okay, so there's... I don't know which one to go to next. Let's do that. Okay, there it is. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, look at that. This one has a lava moat. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go X. We're gonna make one of these. And we're gonna recall. Anybody left? No mob left to recall. We're gonna queue. We're gonna spawn some. Okay, that's everybody that we can have in our army. Go queue to bring them all together. And now we're gonna try to not let them wander into the lava, because that would be bad. All right, is this burning us? Is this hurting us? No, we're good. Good. All right, so now we go C. We build one of these deals. Right there. To right there. We're just gonna go and bust through the gate.
We clearly underestimated their capacity for corruption.
Remember the ramps you built with us at the well? They don't only have to go up. Ask the LAs to build you a bridge across that moat.
It's kind of wild we're not getting fired on yet.
You're through the wall. There's nothing standing between you and those barracks. Except for a few piglins.
These are the barracks. Those are the piglins. Oh my god, look at all the piglins.
Remember that the LAs can build you bridges and ramps to deal with challenging terrain.
Oh no, more piglins. Don't fall in the lava. So that's everybody.
Very good.
Very good.
There is still one more outpost.
There's one more outpost, okay. You know what's really bugging me though is the fact that we're getting all this lapis and I can't pick it up. We're good on resources. Let's see if we need to bring recall. We're already full. Okay, so there's one more. It's down here. Do you see our army though? Look at that. That's pretty cool. Now that's our... You know what we should do while we're here? Let's build a few of these. Just want to make sure they have something to protect themselves with here. So we are gonna attack the outpost before the outpost can attack this village, because that's the village that was probably the village that was in danger. Oh, here's a good place to know. Z. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, we're getting some more much needed stone. Here's our last village to attack.
Nether spreaders. The pollution they create makes the air breathable for the piglins.
So do you see that stuff? That does damage to us, right? That red stuff? Oh, that's what they're talking about right there. So we're gonna take out, oh my god. We're gonna take out the nether spreaders. Don't fall in the lava, don't fall in the lava. Take out the nether spreader. Take out the nether spreader. Oh my god. Take out the nether spreader. And I'm gonna talk to chat. I'm gonna pause it after we get done with, oh my god, don't fall in there. That's lava. Okay, so we gotta take out this. Oh, there's another nether spreader over there. Done. Okay, so there's one more thing. Oh, two more things. That's gonna hurt. It sounds like a fart. Ow. That's a painful fart. Here's the last little bit. Got it. Boom. All
Destroying
right.
those nether spreaders will help clear the air.
So I think they're automatically gonna...
Our curious creeper is back. And they brought
Look,
a friend.
See? The creeper's like, skeleton, look at this.
What do you think they'll do?
We will
Skeleton's
find out soon enough.
Not happy. But look, he's gonna fight. I think we're gonna get some new allies, right? We're gonna get some new allies. I'm so excited, okay?
After defeating all those outposts, you've collected quite a bit of prismarine.
Yeah, we have.
Bring it to me at the Well of Fate, and I'll show you how to build something that will be very useful for you.
Yes, yes.
You are attuned to the waters of the well.
Yeah, I
You
am.
can travel here quickly anytime you wish.
Oh, okay. They reminded me that I could just, I could warp.
Knowledge? What are you doing out there?
I'm working on a little something extra to help the hero. What do you think?
They are perfect.
They won't be as friendly with the piglins, I assure you that. Okay, go on now. Join your new friends. You two, little one, go on.
So I think these are new types of golems. Looks like there's one that squirts water.
Grindstone golems are excited to join you, but you'll need a special
Mossy and Grindstone.
I've written the melody for you. You just need to build the right improvements.
The right improvement. Okay. Customize your heart bar. Open your songbook with R. Add an improvement. Gather iron. Okay. Gather iron to your melody's hotbar. So we need to find some iron. I guess that's what we need to be able to learn how to improve your abilities. Escape. How are you doing, chat? Here, let me say hello to chat. How are you doing, chat? They are chicken ducks. Duckins, even. Yeah. Black vultures scare me a little. They are huge, and if hungry enough, they will attack small animals. Vultures are very useful and cannot spread disease, so good birdies. Yeah, this is some very fancy Minecraft, some very fanciful Minecraft, in fact. Looks more sophisticated than regular Minecraft. I mean, it's a different game, right? It's sophisticated in different ways. It's like an RTS, so if you've ever played like StarCraft or Warcraft, that's kind of the idea. It's like a, instead of it just being you gathering resources and surviving and making things, it's focused around the villages, and it's focused around the your allies, right? Your mobs. So instead of fighting against some of the mobs in Minecraft like you normally do, all these overworld creatures are basically your friends.
You'll need the help of your new Mossy and Grindstone friends out there. Build that loot improvement as soon as you can.
So there's a loot improvement. Oh, lute. So the lute is our musical instrument. They give us like 3 sacred, I don't know what you want to call them, like sacred artifacts or something like that, right? One is the lute. That's what allows us to command the allays. The allays are the little flying around dudes that build stuff for us, and they collect resources, and they do a lot of the work that you normally do yourself in Minecraft, right? So they're very useful. And then we've got the spawners, right? So we can put down spawners anywhere and spawn golems. So far, we're gonna get to spawn more things later on, right? So we've got the spawners, and then the last thing is we've got a flag, and the flag allows us to rally our troops to be like, come to me or go over there. And so rather than being like a sandbox, like Minecraft is a sandbox, like, right? You don't necessarily have to have a goal. There are goals if you want to complete them. Like, right, if you see a bunch of pillagers, you can attack them. If you kill the one with the standard, with the sigil, then they'll attack a village, and then you can defend the village, right? There's different things you can do. You can go to the Nether, get items from there. You can go to the end and fight the Ender Dragon. That's technically the game ends with the Ender Dragon, but actually it doesn't end because you just come back to the regular world. But yeah, it's way different than regular Minecraft. But yeah, you can literally focus on anything you want to in Minecraft. Whereas with this one, at least at the campaign, they keep you pretty focused on you know, the goal of defending the overworld against the piglins. I actually had a chance to watch a speed run of this game. Because there's not many records yet. The person I watched got their run down to 99 minutes, right? That was the quickest run. Thank you for the super sticker, Crystal. Oh my god. So good. So good. Okay. So I'm all oranged up and ready to go. I wanted to just stop and check in with chat if anybody has any questions about the game, how it works, what to expect, or just any other things to say. I see we're talking about vultures, which I honestly don't know that much about vultures. Like I said, I've only ever once seen a vulture. I lived in this one place where there were just a lot of birds. Like we'd see eagles, we'd see hawks, just like blue jays, like any kind of bird that you could imagine was there. And so I got to actually see some of these birds up close that I'd only ever seen in books. Let's see, what are we looking for? Let's go Z, and then well, no, so far we can only do try C, construct. You don't really have any new things to construct. X is fight. Those are like spawners. Z is to gather stuff. I wonder how do we have to find some? Maybe we just have to. Oh, look at those dudes. We gotta get these dudes to come along with us. We got the Mossy and the open your songbook R.
Very nice. This is where all the wonderful melodies you learn will be kept.
Now go ahead and turn the pages.
How do we turn the pages? There. Piglin key. We got one of these, didn't we? They opened Piglin chest, so there might have been a Piglin chest over there. I thought I saw something. That is lapis. We're kind of full up on that, so we need to expand like the amount of lapis that we can hold. There's the map. We've got a lay chest, piglins. Oh, these are the different mace runt, blaze runt. Okay, these guys like shoot at you. Spore medic. They spread nether spores to make the overworld air breathable for them. Okay, nether spreader. Blaze rod tower, piglin pit. Okay. That's the well of fate. We're there now. That's knowledge. That's action. That's foresight. These are the allays. That's our horse. That's the plank golem. We got the cobblestone golem. No, these are the new ones. Oh, speed wheat. Yeah, you can speed yourself up with speed wheat. Wait. We've got more golems though, right? We got the cobblestone golem, we got the plank golem, but now we got the moss golem and like maybe one other one. See if we got more stuff. No?
There you go. Now choose the structure that improves your loot to play the iron melody. and the LAs will build it for you. Great. Now go ahead and build your iron improvement.
Oh, neat. Oh, I see.
With every new melody, your relationship with the Allays grows.
This tune will help them mine iron for your building needs. And there you have it. Now you'll be able to collect iron in the world and spawn these new friends whenever you need them.
Okay.
Now that you have access to iron, you can use it to build all sorts of new structures.
The piglins are planning something. I know it.
I know
The
it too.
piglins have their eyes on that last village you saved. They're going to need you again.
Wait, we need to get some iron though. Which one? That's the Piglin Tower, right? That's the well. The question is, where's the iron, right? I think we saw some earlier. Okay. Where's that iron? That's just regular stone. It might be like, it might be specific to biomes, right? So this is tundra. That's grasslands. Yo, are these people all just like in this they're all inside this tundra. I'm not seeing any iron. Okay, let's see if the iron is more plentiful around here. I'm just not seeing any. See, those things will hurt you. Dry savanna. Oh, is it here? It's probably in here. Now we're in a different biome. That's gotta be it right there. Yep. Let's see. Get the iron, yay! Okay, that's what we needed. Regular stone. There's more iron. Okay. Wait, is that coal? No iron here. That must be coal. So we still have to unlock the coal to be able to harvest it. We gotta be mindful, because supposedly the piglins are gonna attack somewhere else very soon. Okay, we're back in the savannah. I don't think any iron spawns here. So if we look back here... Oh no, check this out. These are mushrooms. Watch what these do. Look at that. Mushrooms let you bounce. And I guess you don't take fall damage, you know? That's pretty cool. You can take fall damage in this game, though. Okay, that's the jungle. What else do we need? We kind of need, we could use some of that. What is that? That's redstone. Okay. Ouchie. Don't go there. What is that stuff? What is that? Ow. That's not good. It's poisonous, whatever that is. What is that? Don't touch it. We're in the jungle. Okay, the jungle's kind of dangerous, I think. Ow! I just got poisoned by whatever the hell that was. What's that? Is that iron? Let's get that iron. We also need some... We also need some stone. What's that? What is that? I think these are like... There's some... There's the stone that we need. We've got one more allay to assign. That's cobble, or that's coal. So we're pretty much good on wood. And I feel like we're gonna be good on stone. How are we doing on iron? Oh, we're maxed out on iron. So 150 is as much as we can carry. What is this? Is this where we're supposed to go? Wait, they're saying destroy the new type of piglin outpost? That's iron, but we can't fit any more iron, so
Hey,
there's stuff.
That looks familiar.
What do we do there? I have no idea what we're supposed to do here. No. Damn it, I was trying to land in the water. Okay, there's the new piglin outpost, maybe. The one? Or did we already take this one out? Well house, masonry. Oh wow, we got new stuff we can build here. Oh no, we already took this one out. Okay. Where are we supposed to go? There, piglin outpost, there. So we'll just, like, warp over here. Yeah, this is a really beautiful game. Nice graphics, nice music. Where's that piglin outpost? Oh no, we gotta go through the jungle! Scary, scary jungle. All the weird poison stuff. Here we go. Okay, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Don't wait, stop taking fall damage. That's
now that
it.
you've got the hang of using the banner, let's try a few more advanced moves. It can give specific commands to specific allies if you need just one type or even just one friend to get the job done. Give it a try now. In the heat of battle, you'll need to be ready for anything.
Hold to enter banner view, so control. Alright. So it's like, this is like for all mobs.
Something feels different here. The piglin's threat is changing, but to what end is not yet clear to me.
Yeah, we don't want them going in the, we definitely do not want them going, like, in the... What are we supposed to... Control to enter banner view. Control. And then you can switch between all mobs and... I don't see how we switch, though. Because they were, like, trying to... So maybe if I go like this... Oh no, oh no. So I'm alright. My question is my army alright? So I feel like they're trying to teach us something here, and I'm not sure I'm like learning it. Oh my god, stop burning! Stop falling in the lava! Oh my god, that's annoying. Did you see all those toy cats? Okay, so I'm not sure if I learned what they wanted me to learn. There's different things you can do with the banner using the control function. There's some way to send just like one type of mob or one mob in to do something. And I think I was supposed to use that on that base. I didn't really get it though. What is that thing? Yo, is that like the Dark Emperor? That's Prismarine, right? They're doing something with it. So that's a thing. Oh, is that a new tower? That is some scary stuff.
First they poisoned the ground, and now the sky?
Our hero must see us through the darkness.
That's not good. I feel like, did I do stuff out of order?
You have to find the source of this magic. Find
source
it
of this
and stop
message.
it.
Okay. Wait, where did all my kitties go? Okay, let's get out of here. This place is creepy. God damn it. I think I might have, like, gotten into some endgame stuff that I didn't mean to get into. That's where I need to go. Okay, so this is the thing. So let's go and build some spawners here. Some grindstone spawner. Some mossy spawner. Make some more of these. But there's my army. So, like, hopefully I don't get destroyed here. Just like, I may be playing this out of order in some way. Oh my god.
Dark sky is fueling the piglins' aggression. What can we do?
I don't know. I'm like really worried. I'm not sure. What?
Look.
What? Yes! Friends! Friends! Yes, look at that! The whole world! Zombies! Skeletons! Creepers! What about spiders? Can we get some spiders?
What's happening? How did they learn to fight?
How did they learn to fight?
Our hero.
I don't know about that. I think they always knew how to fight. Yo, what's going on? We got a freaking army. Look at this. Look at this army. Are they all following us, or do we need to queue them? Queue everybody up. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Time to fight. Okay, I feel a little bit better. Oh my god. I don't know. So that's the thing we gotta destroy. Yeah, destroy these guys. Gone. Okay. For that. Almost dead, almost dead, almost dead, almost dead. Come on, come on. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Let's break this. Broken, okay. Break into here.
Keep it up!
magic of this portal is not stopped, night will last forever.
Oh no, that's a big mean thing. Oh my god. Whoa. That's so scary. What the hell is that? What's the hell? Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat, this looks like endgame. I think I messed up somehow. I don't think I'm supposed to be fighting this yet. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Where did we came from here? Get out of here. No, okay, so that's the first time I've ever died in game. I don't think I'm supposed to be fighting that yet. Right?
Another village needs your help.
Another village
Please,
needs your help.
You
Okay.
have to hurry.
So maybe we could try not to do the end game stuff just yet. Wait, now that's what. Another village needs your help. Where's the village that needs my help? That's where we were at, right? That's where we were at. This is the village that we need to go to. Okay. So go here first. So is there more stuff that I can build that's like over here? Let's see, C. Well house. Masonry. I don't know what we're supposed to do there. Like, right, I thought we built a thing here. Is it this one? I don't even know. Gather coal. Kind of seems like we already had that. A player building melodies. Okay, well house. Resilient structure that serves both as a respawn point. So that's like a bed. It's like a bed. It can respawn us a point that can be fastly traveled to. Base of operations in the fight against piglins. Its connection to the Well of Fate enables unique capabilities. Unfortunately, it also makes a great target for piglin attacks. Okay. Masonry permanently turns nearby walls, towers, and gates into stone blocks, which significantly. Okay, so that basically upgrades our towers and our gates, right? Towers and gates we use to defend a village. Building a masonry in that place will basically increase their effectiveness, their durability. Arrow tower, carpenter hut, repairs, defense perimeter. So this is the part, right? The gate and the extendable wall, along with the towers. That's kind of our tower defense, right? That's the aspect of this game that's tower defense. Combat melodies. Okay, spawn mossy golems, support mobs that clear debuffs and heal allies. Okay, so that spraying is to heal allies, right? That's what the mossy bots do, right? Grindstone golem spawns grindstone golems, fast charging disruptors that stun the enemies. Very effective against ranged mobs. Okay. Okay. Cobblestone, we know about the cobblestone. So these are all like hot bars. Resources. So we don't have the ability to, like, even though we have what... Okay, so we should build some of these improvements. Don't forget to build a well house. Okay, so we need to build maybe a well house near the Piglin, the night beacon. Oh, there we go. And build a gather coal.
Now the overworld can better prepare you for the fight.
Okay, so we only had one. Okay, we're out of prismarine. Okay, that's what we're out of. Okay. Let's see. Let's try going around to these things, I guess. Because I feel like a tired NCC. Do I look tired? We have been streaming for a decent amount of time now. Let's see if we can get anything. Chest is empty. Wait for the villagers to fill it. Okay, let's try this. I feel like there was one of these places where we couldn't pick up all the resources. It might be this one. Okay, that's gotta be lapis then. Prismarine I think we get from... Wait a minute. What are these things? Let's try this. You can get coal. What does this do? That is coal. But what we really need is more prismarine. I think that comes from destroying piglin bases. Pajamas. Okay, let me try... Still gathering more coal. So we're full up on iron, we're full up on lapis. We don't have any prismarine. And it doesn't look like we can do anything with this. This must be lapis. I think we're supposed to go to the... Either, like, that's the night beacon, right? I'm not sure if we can beat that. Let's try going here. I don't know. Okay, I get it. We put down the marker where we want to go, and then we head towards it. And that's how we find the new village. Oh, cute animals. Wait. Let me get some animal friends. Wait, are those some wolves? Wolves! Hell yeah. Look at that. Wow, look at all those resources. Look at all that iron. We're full on iron, though. We're full on iron, we're full on coal. We don't really need much of anything other than prismarine. Hi there. Wait, have we been here? It's empty. Okay, so... So we're now here, and then we can place down our... We put down a marker there? Do that. Oh, look, birch. Ouch. Ouchie. Turtle, join us. Join us, turtle. I wonder if the turtle makes a noise. There's more wolves. What the heck? Look at how many freaking wolves are followed. Like, I feel like I could take down everything with these wolves. Careful of the... So there's the last city. She's still streaming. Oh my god, thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the biddies. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what is going on with this game. I may have unintentionally unlocked some in-game content way too early. If you look, now we've got an army of wolves. Do you see how, like, all these wolves? All these wolves. That's why the sky's all funky. Alright, so now we've been to all the cities. We can basically go to the map. And we can just... In fact, I think we could even, like, transport here if we wanted to. The issue is, though, that we don't really have any more prismarine. I think that's what it takes to build these structures that we need to build. Like, we're supposed to build, like, a well, and the well lets us respawn in a certain place. Let's see if we can just move here. Nope, we gotta move our beacon. Okay. Not good. Wait, where are you? There you are. Oh my god! So you really don't want to run into those, You really don't want to run into the pricklies. Oh no, 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 go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Stay away from that. Stay away from that. Okay, so that's the, Oh wait, are those our, like, friends? Okay, let's see if we can build anything. Not enough resources, so I think we need, yeah, prismarine to build that. So we can't build that. What about this? Scatter tower, short range tower, shoots volleys of arrows. Tower can be upgraded by other structures. Okay, so we got a pretty decent size army right here. We want to make some... Okay, so the army's full. Okay, so let's give this a try. Is this where we broke in before? So we gotta watch our health this time. Because it wasn't our army that got killed, it was us, right? So... watching my health this time. I'm watching my health. Heal up, heal up, heal up. God, we're getting lit up, literally. Okay, we're a little low. We can't pick up that. Go back over here. All right. Wow. Okay, so we were like limited to our army size. We're healed up again. Let's go back in. Bosses around here too. Ow. Going back here, going back here. Look at that. We are like on fire. So no wonder the dude that heals you is like it's like a sprinkler, right? Okay, so we got a big army here. I'm not sure how this mechanism works. God damn, big army out there. Run away! Heal up, heal up. Look, they're still shooting them all the way from here. That's pretty cool. Maybe we should make some, Oh, here he comes, here he comes. Don't let him run over you, don't let him run over you. Oh, there he goes, he's running, he's rolling, he's rolling.
Big piglin down. Good job.
Okay, that's important. Oh my god, little piglin's coming after us too. Alright, let's get some more creepers. Let's get some more everyone's. Oh my god, I don't even know. Creepers, get that! Get that, creepers, blow it up, 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 yes! We're doing okay, we're doing okay. Look, I'm on full health. What I want to know is where are those like big where are those fireballs coming from? Yeah, like right there. That hurt. I think we might be able to actually take this down. Come on, we're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. Come on, come on. Get this. Get this. Get this. We really should have brought more creepers. Okay, so got it. Okay. Probably gotta get out of here. That's a big pig. Back here. We are getting wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Let's see if we can get... Call everyone. All right, let's do it. Let's do it again. Let's go in there. That's where the fireballs are coming from, by the way. We're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. I think I've got a sense of how to play this. This is not easy, though. This makes me think it's like you know, end game content. This really makes me feel like I opened up the portal to hell like a lot sooner than I should have. Okay, you see, like, that dude's starting to get... Yeah, look at that. He's about to die. If we get rid of him, no more fireballs. Look at that, look at that. Okay, we took down this dude. Who is that guy? That guy's pretty badass too, right? I feel like we're doing better. I feel like we're doing pretty good. I've got full health. Can we take this down? That's some kind of shaman, or I don't know if like that's what he's called. Some kind of magic dude. Like he's kind of defending the portal. We got the portal down pretty far. Look at that. And I'm still on full health, right? Looks like we took down some of the mobs that were hitting me. Look at, do you see how much the portal? Yeah, down to 57%. Down to 57%. This is doing pretty good. We're gonna get this. Destroy the piglin base. I wonder what happens if we accidentally go through this.
One more push and the portal will fall.
Look how close we are. 32%, 30, 29. It's getting even quicker. 23%, 22%. And we're not like losing any health either. I don't know what changed, but I think it's taking out those big guys.
That portal is almost down.
We got it. Break the magic. Blow it up. Yes, look at that. We got it. Wow, okay. I mean, I feel like I need to reacquaint myself with some of the banner functions, right? That's how you send your troops into battle. Pick which troops to send where. I'm basically just leading them all around and leading them in and leading them out. And there's probably a better way to do that, right? I have to learn. But look at that. They all pulled together. Wait, what happened? What happened to the piglins? I think they hit themselves on the foot. Look at that. Action, foresight, and knowledge are... Wait, are the piglins gonna ever fight with us? I feel like the piglins are too cute not to become our friends in the end. Rude. Okay, so we got rid of the permanent night. That's pretty cool. I feel like I really achieved something. So obviously they're not happy with that. It's super pretty. This game is beautiful. I think that's the dude that we just defeated, I think. So he's mad. That's mean. The piglins are super mean.
It's a new world out there.
Wait, don't tell me that's somehow the end game.
In more ways than we know.
Destroy the night beacon base. With light comes hope. Okay, I don't know what we did, but that feels like some pretty advanced content there. What I hope is that we're going to be able to build like creeper spawners now, because those, did you see how powerful those creepers were?
You've done it. You brought back the sun.
We did.
This first dawn warms the hearts and faces of the overworld. We can't thank you enough.
It is true, we have won the battle. But I'm afraid the war has just begun.
Okay,
Destroying that dark magic has brought all the hordes of the Nether to the overworld and emboldened their hunger for conquest. You must destroy all of their portals to save the overworld.
So now we gotta set our sights on the portals, right? Piglin invasion strategies. What's this? No?
The LA's gathered quite a few resources off the battlefield. Use them to improve your tools before you set off.
Okay, improve our tools. So look at this. Look at all these skeletons, all these zombies. Like these dudes are just gonna be hanging around from now on, it looks like. So we can just like grab them and bring them into battle. I'm hoping that we'll be able to build spawners, especially for these creepers. These creepers are so powerful for taking down structures, right? Let's see. We're gonna try to build a construction. Masonry, well house. Not what we want. We want the V, maybe. Improvement, gather iron, gather redstone, gather diamond, gather coal. We've got coal, we've got iron. Ooh, netherrack. Oh my god, so any of these are gonna take a lot of prismarine. Let's take a look at this. That takes less prismarine. If we could find a space to build this, we'd be good. Masonry, well house, carpenter hut. Masonry's... Anyway, chat. That was intense. That was super intense. Wait. Did my stream go down while I was doing that? Something looks really weird with my YouTube chat. It almost looks like our YouTube like testing. Maybe it just YouTube chat, can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, it's not weird. Okay, it didn't go down. Okay, I just saw weird things there. Thank you, Yolkio. Yeah, thank you for the 1 to 200 biddies. That's gonna have to be it for me tonight. Thank you everybody for hanging out. YouTube is always weird, that's true. But hey, YouTube, if you're not too weird to drop a few more likes, I would appreciate that massively, right? This is a lot of fun. This is definitely a game to like get into. I can't believe we beat that night beacon. That was pretty wild. It seems like a good note to leave on. Last time I left you hanging. This time I'm not gonna leave you hanging, but make sure to come back again for the next installment. I'll try to play this at the end of my streams or figure out something like that. It's not the kind of thing that I can play. Like, can you imagine if I was trying to react to content? I mean, maybe once I get good at it, right? Maybe once I get good at it, I can react to Brianna Joy Gray and I can play this at the same time, but not right now. Yeah, thanks, pretty small streamer later. Thank you. That's really sweet of you, Dragon Princess. Good stream and good night. It's a good one to quit on. my next scheduled stream is Thursday, right? Now, you know that kind of varies, right? If something big happens, I'll be streaming. It's usually, I try to shoot for 11 Pacific time, 2 Eastern time. Realistically, though, I think I got on today at, what was it, like 2 Pacific time, 5 Eastern time, and a lot of times it's more like, you know, it's like 1 Pacific time, 4. I don't know. You know the general vicinity of when I'm on. I'm trying to be more specific. I want to set my stuff up. I want to make it more regular. But if I make it too regular, then I end up with just like days that nothing's happening and there's nothing to really talk about. And I don't want to like fake it and cover a bunch of BS, right? If there's nothing really going on. I would appreciate though if anybody who hasn't signed up for the Discord yet, let me give you the link. That's the Discord link. If you're not signed up already, go ahead and sign up. Let me know in stream suggestions stuff that you want me to cover, so that way that if we have a slow day, we've got stuff to cover. I'm going to try to be more normal, more regular in the future, and maybe we could do like specific days for gaming. That way people that really like gaming, really like want to watch Minecraft or Minecraft Legends can know when it's going to happen, because I get it that I'm confusing to follow. But I appreciate you following me anyway. Anyway, chat. Much love. Good night. Wait, it might confirm if Fucker Carlson is going to kick. Wait, going to kick? Oh, you mean the streaming platform kick? Yeah. Interesting thought, that. Interesting thought. We'll have to see. All right, well, for now, I gotta get some rest, and you probably need some rest too. Much love, everybody. Meow, 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 meow. Good night. Nabil? Yeah. Wait, how do you spell? Is it just Nabil with no extra stuff? Is Nabil's name just Nabil? Brimlow tweeted it. Oh, wow. Nabil225. That's what I thought. All right. I don't know how many people we have left. Can we get a few more? Nabil is a cool person. Get in that robot and let's bump Nabil's numbers up a little bit. I wonder what they're up to tonight. Last time we were there, last time I was there, Nabil was actually putting together a puzzle. It's actually like kind of a great vibes. No wait. I'm trying to remember what Nabil was doing. It wasn't a puzzle. It was something else. But Nabil is always a good vibe stream. So, oh, thank you so much, Dragon Princess. Thanks for hanging out with me. I really had fun. Thanks for helping me beat the Night Beacon. That was some. I didn't know I could beat. He's covering Twilight Tours. Okay. So you got that to look forward to. Twilight Tours sounds good. Anyway, I will see you later. Meow, 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 meow. And bye to you too, Vadis. Thanks for hanging out. Meow meow. Bye, YouTube. I will see you all later. Make sure to hit that like if you haven't already. Rawr!